Marshall Peak, Chapter 4439. A pleasant surprise. A figure could faintly be seen in the ray of light. Yong Kai looked up, but before he could make out the person's face, the other party bellowed, "Where do you think you're going, boy?" Right after the person finished speaking, he pushed out his fist with an immense force. World force undulated. Even the void trembled slightly. A puzzled Yong Kai had a feeling that the person must have mistaken him for someone else. However, since the other party was about to strike, he was unable to explain himself as he quickly extended his palm to meet the attack. Booming sounds were heard as the other party acted violently, while Yong Kai responded in kind. They exchanged more than 10 moves in just several breaths of time. "Ha!" the person exclaimed, as though he had discovered something strange. Following that, he exerted more force with his hands. If the power he showcased earlier was on par with the fifth order, he was now using sixth order strength. Yong Kai had never expected that he would randomly come across a sixth order open heaven realm master as soon as he left void territory. And for some reason, the other party initially hid his true strength. It wasn't until he sensed Yong Kai's power that he stopped holding back. As a sixth order open heaven realm master himself, Yong Kai certainly wasn't afraid of this stranger. So he surged the power of his small universe as the battle intensified. A moment later, the attacker used a feint before widening the gap between them before raising his hand. "Wait!" Yong Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and stared coldly at him. It wasn't until this moment that he was able to make out the person's appearance. The other party was a burly man with long dreadlocks, which made him look a bit eccentric. However, judging from the fluctuations of his energy just now, Yong Kai confirmed that he was indeed a sixth order open heaven realm master. As their eyes met, the burly man examined Yong Kai and asked, "Are you Lu Pei Yuan?" "No, and I don't know him either." Yong Kai shook his head. "Ah." The man landed a slap on his own forehead, then looked apologetically at Yong Kai and cupped his fist. "I'm so sorry for mistaking you for someone else. This is all a big misunderstanding. Please forgive me." Yong Kai furrowed his brow with displeasure as the other party directly attacked him without verifying his identity first. Although the man didn't have any murderous intent, Yong Kai was still upset. Fortunately, both of them had only made some probing moves, so no one was hurt. Otherwise, the misunderstanding would have turned into something serious. Since Yong Kai was in a rush, he wasn't willing to waste any more time on this man, so he simply nodded and declared, "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget it. Farewell." Then he turned around and left. The man shouted from behind, "Farewell, friend." It wasn't until Yong Kai was out of his sight that the man stroked his chin with an amused look. Interesting. While remaining on the same spot, he fished out a communication bead and sent a message. A moment later, a ray of light came over from afar and stopped beside him. The person was none other than Su Ying-Shue. "Did you test him?" she asked. The man nodded, and, "How was it?" "Your information is wrong, junior sister." The man scratched his head and looked in the direction Yong Kai had left. "You said that guy ascended to the fifth order open heaven realm. Is he not in the fifth order?" Su Ying-Shue frowned. Chu Huashang had seen Yong Kai break through in person, and the fact was verified by the elders from Yinyang Cave Heaven. After all, besides Chu Huashang, there were also 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters who had witnessed the incident, so there was no way the information was wrong. "Ha, he's not in the fifth order." The man grinned. "That guy is in the sixth order." "No way." Su Ying-Shue shot him a glare. "Did you intercept the wrong guy?" The man shook his head. "You sent his image to me, so there was no way I was mistaken. I was shocked when I traded moves with him just now. I almost suffered a loss at his hands. The power he had showcased was definitely not in the fifth order. Although I didn't use my full strength, he was still able to force a draw. That could only mean that he's in the sixth order open heaven realm." How is that possible? Su Yingxue was astounded. According to the information she had obtained, Yang Kai was supposed to be in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. It had only been 2 years since he achieved his ascension, so there was no way he could go from the Fifth Order to the Sixth Order in such a short time. No one in the world could achieve that. The only possibility was that he had ascended to the Sixth Order instead of the Fifth Order at that time. However, that was also impossible. Chu Hua Shang might conceal the truth for Yang Kai, but there was no way the high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters at the scene were mistaken. Isn't this for the best? The man grinned. Although there's only a difference of 1 order, the gap in real strength is enormous. I was initially worried that he would suffer a setback in the Tao Theory Assembly, but now it seems that he has a chance to come out the winner. Although a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master is fairly powerful, such a person is too weak compared to the people who are going to join the Tao Theory Assembly. After giving it a thought, Su Yingxue realized that he was right and nodded gently. It's indeed a pleasant surprise. Since we've given him a test, we should return to the sect now. Let's go, the man said and charged forward, followed by Su Yingxue. Yin Yang Cave Heaven was going to hold a Tao Theory Assembly to select a husband for the core disciple Chu Huashang, and they had sent out invitations to many great forces across the 3,000 worlds. Since the event was just around the corner, many flight-type artifacts could be seen heading to Yin Yang territory from different great territories. As Yang Kai flew forward, he could see flight-type artifacts of different shapes and sizes rushing towards Yin Yang territory. It was the first time Yang Kai was visiting the headquarters of a cave heaven, and he was extremely curious about it. He wanted to see the heritage of one of the top great forces in the 3,000 worlds for himself, so he could understand the difference between Void Land and them. 1 month later, he arrived at a place that was 2 great territories away from Yin Yang territory. He could also see more flight-type artifacts as he continued moving forward. Yin Yang Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, which was why it was famous. Since the disciples from those second-class great forces wanted to marry a beautiful lady and form a relationship with Yin Yang Cave Heaven, it would be worthwhile even if there were some sacrifices. Therefore, many of the people on the ships were in the Fourth Order, the Fifth Order, and even the Sixth Order. After all, weaker cultivators had no right to take part in the assembly. 2 figures had been tailing Yang Kai. They were Su Yingxue and the burly man, who were both from Yin Yang Cave Heaven. At this moment, Su Yingxue finally believed her partner's words. Yang Kai must have been in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. After all, given their cultivation, they still hadn't managed to close the gap with Yang Kai despite chasing him at full speed for an entire month. A Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could never fly as fast as he did. Both of them attempted to surpass Yang Kai, but rather than getting ahead of him, he actually got further away from them instead. They initially could see his figure from afar, but now he was already out of their sight. Just when they were about to enter Yin Yang territory, Su Yingxue's expression changed as she fished out a communication bead and had a look. Then she stopped in her tracks and said through clenched teeth, "Despicable! What happened?" The man was perplexed as he stopped and looked at her. "See for yourself." Su Yingxue passed the communication bead to the man, who took it and had a look. Soon, he sported a dark expression as he said, "They dare do such a thing?" Su Yingxue snorted. "They're not willing to let any of their Sixth Order disciples marry into our sect, so they're using dirty tricks to filter out any potential opponents. Shameless." "Has the sect master said anything?" the man asked in a grim voice. "I have no idea. Let's find out more details first." Su Yingxue shook her head, then took back the communication bead and sent out a message before the pair waited on the spot for a response. A while later, 2 figures rushed towards them from afar and landed in front of them. As they cupped their fists, they saluted, "Greetings, Martial Uncle, Martial Aunt." There were 1 man and 1 woman who were both in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. They appeared intimate, so they were obviously a couple. It was the norm in Yin Cave Heaven. Once they found suitable partners and got married, they would go everywhere together. How's the situation now? Su Yingxue cut to the chase and asked. The Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm man replied, all the territory gates leading to Yin territory have been cordoned off, and all the ships have to be inspected before they're allowed to pass. Whenever they discover a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm master, they immediately challenge him. What great forces are participating in this blockade? Su Yingxue asked. The man then listed more than 10 cave heavens and paradises, after which he said, those are the great forces that have sent their disciples to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Su Yingxue snorted. Seems they've thoroughly thought this out. The Tao Theory Assembly was meant to select a husband for Chu Huashang, with its winner being able to marry her. No high-rank Open Heaven Realm master would take part in such an assembly, and the Fourth Order was just the threshold. Supposedly, only a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm master would stand a chance to be the winner. Regardless of who the person was, he wouldn't have a right to fight for the first place if he wasn't in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Nevertheless, even Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters were valuable to those cave heavens and paradises, so they were not willing to let a disciple marry into Yin Cave Heaven. They would only allow Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm masters to do that. As such, in order to prevent their own disciples from confronting any Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters in the Tao Theory Assembly, these dozen or so cave heavens and paradises joined forces and cordoned off the territory gates around Yin territory. Once they discovered any foreign Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters, they would chase them away. By doing so, they could ensure that the most powerful cultivators who could participate in the Tao Theory Assembly were only in the Fifth Order, which would ease the burden of their own disciples when they joined the competition. Regardless of who the winner would be, their great force would only lose one Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm master. Has the sect master said anything? Su Yingxue asked with a solemn expression. The disciple replied, Sect master has had a discussion with the representatives of those great forces. However, they haven't really crossed any line as they never killed anyone or forced any participants away. Instead, they'd send Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters to exchange moves with the other party so that those people would admit defeat and leave. Since that is the case, Sect Master can't really say anything. Su Yingxue said through clenched teeth, exchange moves? How could outside Sixth Order masters be comparable to their own? Why don't they chase the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm masters away as well? By then, only Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm masters will take part in the assembly, which is even better for them. The disciple remarked meekly, perhaps they want to protect their reputations. They have already humiliated themselves, so why bother? Su Yingxue was infuriated. The burly man hunched his back as the situation was giving him a headache. If only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm masters were going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, it would turn into one big joke. Would they really have to allow Chu Huashang to marry a mere Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm master? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4440, Qing Kui. Chu Huashang was a core disciple from Yin Cave Heaven, so she was one of the candidates that might succeed the sect master's position. They were holding a Tao Theory assembly to select a husband for her because they were under pressure and it was already against her will. If they couldn't even find her a husband that would somewhat match her capabilities, Yin Cave Heaven would be humiliated. However, now a dozen or so cave heavens and paradises had joined forces to cordon off the territory gates around Yin territory, and no outside Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters were allowed to enter to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. If this went on, only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm masters would be able to participate, which was what those great forces were trying to achieve. Su Yingxue ground her teeth with fury, but there was nothing she could do. Just like what the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm master had said, Those great forces hadn't really crossed any lines, as they never forcefully chased the participants away. Instead, they sent powerful disciples to exchange pointers with them and make them back down. How were those from Enyang Cave Heaven supposed to interfere? The man with dreadlocks darted his gaze around before his eyes brightened. He looked in a particular direction and said, "Isn't there a sixth-order open heaven realm master who can enter junior sister?" Su Yingshue's expression changed when she heard that. "Senior brother, you mean?" The man grinned. If he can safely enter the sect and take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, the efforts of those great forces will all go down the drain. Su Yingshue's eyes lit up. "You have a point, senior brother." If Yang Kai, a sixth-order open heaven realm master, showed up in the Tao Theory Assembly, he would be able to turn the entire situation upside down. According to the plan of those cave heavens and paradises, only fifth-order open heaven realm masters would be allowed to join the Tao Theory Assembly, and eventually only a fifth-order open heaven realm master would fight for first place. The heritages of the fifth-order open heaven realm masters from those cave heavens and paradises were naturally superior to outsiders. If nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be from one of their forces, and he would marry Chu Hua Shang. Regardless of who the winner would be, it was an agreement between those cave heavens and paradises. However, if a sixth-order open heaven realm master suddenly showed up, their plan would be ruined. Although those fifth-order open heaven realm masters were from the cave heavens and paradises, they still didn't have a right to fight with a sixth-order open heaven realm master. By then, in order to protect their reputation or for some other reasons, those cave heavens and paradises would have to send stronger disciples to participate in the assembly. Those fifth-order open heaven realm masters would be too weak, and only sixth-order open heaven realm masters could hope to fight for first place. Therefore, the most important task for them now was to ensure that Yang Kai could enter Enyang territory to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Considering all this, Su Yingshue suddenly exclaimed with a changed expression, "Oh, no! That guy is not aware of what's going on. If he reveals his cultivation in advance, he will be barred from entry. It will be terrible when that happens." The man realized the severity of the matter as well. So he quickly looked in the territory gate's direction and yelled, "Let's go!" After he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and shot towards the territory gate, followed by Su Yingshue. Meanwhile, on a deserted spirit province that was several hundred kilometers away from the territory gate stood Yang Kai as he placed his palm over his brow and gazed forward, tutaying as he muttered, "What's going on?" He initially intended to enter Enyang Cave Heaven directly to look for Chu Huashang and find out about her intentions before coming up with any solution. However, before he even entered Enyang territory, he saw a ship belonging to Myriad Demons Heaven anchored just outside the territory gate. The ship looked huge and magnificent, so there should be many powerful cultivators on board. Among the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises, Yang Kai was the wariest of Myriad Demons Heaven. This couldn't be helped, as his demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye came from the aforementioned great force. Tizheng had said that those were the two core secret techniques from Myriad Demons Heaven that were never taught to outsiders. Only the disciples with the best aptitude from Myriad Demons Heaven were allowed to cultivate these two techniques. When they were in the Shattered Heaven Star City back then, Tizheng could easily find out that Yang Kai had learned these two secret techniques. However, Zhu Jiuyin was around at that time, so Tizheng couldn't make a move. After that, Yang Kai headed to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, and this matter was put down. Tizheng probably believed that Yang Kai would never be able to leave the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so he stopped pursuing this matter. However, Yang Kai managed to escape in the end. If he came across Tizheng now, the latter might want to snatch his eyes from him. That man was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, so Yang Kai didn't think he could defeat him. After all, the demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory I were the best-kept secret techniques of myriad demons' heaven. If word got out that Yang Kai had learned both these techniques, they would definitely have a reason to kill him. Furthermore, those from myriad demons' heaven had repeatedly attempted to suppress him previously. Therefore, as soon as Yang Kai saw their ship, he stopped in his tracks. He had no idea who was aboard the ship, but it would be terrible if Tijun was present. After having a look at the universe chart, Yang Kai, unfortunately, realized that if he headed to another great territory now, it would take him at least a month to arrive at Yin Cave Heaven. There wasn't enough time for him to do that. This was giving him a headache. While he wasn't sure what to do, he saw two rays of light charging forward from the corner of his eye. As he turned and looked intently at them, his expression soon changed, and he waved his hand and called out, "Senior Sister Sue." The rays of light paused for a moment, then changed their direction and headed to the shattered spirit province. A moment later, they landed before him and revealed their figures. Yang Kai wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he thought he saw Su Ying-shue heaving a sigh of relief upon seeing him again. When he saw the man with dreadlocks beside her, though, he exclaimed, "It's you? Oh, little brother, we meet again." The man put on a frank smile. What a coincidence. Su Ying-shue pretended to know nothing as she asked, "You two know each other?" The man replied, "There was a misunderstanding between this little brother and me some time ago, leading to a brief exchange of fists. You know this little brother, Junior Sister Sue?" With a dispassionate expression, Su Ying-shue said, "He's the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai." The man instantly appeared surprised. "You're the person who helped Junior Sister Chu ascend to the open heaven realm." "Junior Sister Chu." Yang Kai was shocked. "What's your name, senior brother?" The man grinned proudly. "Yin Cave Heaven, Qing Kui." Yang Kai was astounded. "Since you're from Yin Cave Heaven, why did you—" He was curious about why Qing Kui appeared outside of Void Territory some time ago, as the latter seemed to be chasing after someone. Qing Kui immediately cut him off by patting his shoulder, like they were close friends. "I suppose we can be considered friends after a fight. I had heard about you before, but I never expected that I couldn't recognize you when I finally met you. Ha ha ha." A moment later, he stopped laughing and asked, "Are you here to join the Tao Theory Assembly, junior brother?" After a bit of hesitation, Yang Kai bowed his head. "Well, I think so." "What do you mean you think so?" Qing Kui shot him a glare. "Since you're going to take part in the assembly, why are you staying here instead of going in directly?" Yang Kai didn't know what to say, so he told a small lie. "I was tired from rushing all the way here, so I decided to get some rest before heading inside. It never crossed my mind that I'd bump into you two here." Su Ying-shue took a glance at the territory gate, and despite knowing what was going on, she wouldn't expose Yang Kai, so she just nodded. "Since we're heading in the same direction, let's go together." Yang Kai frowned upon hearing that. Just when he was about to speak, Qing Kui directly took his arm and cut him off. "Let's go. The Tao Theory Assembly is just around the corner. We should go back and get prepared." The man was a sixth-order open heaven realm master with immense strength, so Yang Kai could only allow himself to be lugged away with a wry smile on his face. However, he secretly decided that if anything went wrong later, he would immediately flee. While they were moving forward, Su Ying-shue suddenly spoke to him via divine sense. "Junior brother Yang, regardless of what happens later, don't make a move. I'll handle everything." Yang Kai looked up at her as he wondered why she was telling him this. Soon, they arrived at the territory gate. There were some figures standing on the deck of the nearby ship as they looked at the three of them in silence. Yang Kai focused and gazed back intently at them. Fortunately, he didn't see Tijun or detected any dangerous auras. Since he was now a sixth-order open heaven realm master, only high-rank open heaven realm masters could make him feel threatened. However, high-rank open heaven realm masters were noble beings, and they would rarely leave their sex. Therefore, There were probably no high-rank open heaven realm masters on this vessel. It's you, Elder Su, Elder Qing, an elderly man on the deck cupped his fist with a smile. In the cave heavens and paradises, Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were already able to take up the position of Outer Elders, while the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be Inner Elders. Su Yingshui and Qing Kui were undoubtedly the Outer Elders of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. The two of them wore obviously displeased expressions. Since the territory gate leading to their own sect was being blocked, they were naturally upset. They could be considered polite, since they were not openly cursing the people on this ship, so there was no need for them to show any further respect. The elderly man was aware that they were resentful, so he wasn't mad at them as he replied with a smile, "Where were the two of you?" While Qing Kui was warm and friendly with Yang Kai, he was impassive to the elderly man and snorted, "We belong to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Why should we tell you where we were?" The elderly man chuckled, as he didn't mind it. Then his gaze fell upon Yang Kai as he said, hesitantly, "This little brother looks familiar. What's your name?" Yang Kai gazed dispassionately at the man without intending to reply. Since Qing Kui was so impolite, it meant that the elderly man was only a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master at most. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. "Yang Kai, it's you?" A young man beside the elderly man suddenly stepped forward and glared at Yang Kai. The fact that someone from the ship knew him surprised Yang Kai. As he looked over, he couldn't help muttering, "Pei Wenxian?" He came across this guy when they were in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, he and Chu Huashang were trying to comprehend the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture together, and Pei Wenxian was one step ahead of them. After that Black Crow divine monarch seized Zhou Yi's body and was reborn, after which he attempted to silence all the witnesses. While fleeing, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang pulled a little trick on Pei Wenxian that almost killed him. The grudges between them were formed during that time. You ascended to the open heaven realm. Yang Kai's gaze flashed. Pei Wenxian was only in the half-step open heaven realm when they were in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but now, just like Yang Kai, he was also an open heaven realm master. Although it was hard to tell what order he was given his heritage and the fact that he was from Myriad Demons Heaven, he should have reached the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm directly. "Haven't you ascended to the open heaven realm as well?" Pei Wenxian sneered as he looked at Yang Kai in a condescending manner, "A puny Fifth Order trash. Your strength doesn't match your sky-high ambitions at all. What a joke." Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-41. Have fun? Pei Wenxian's aura was restrained, so it was apparent that it had been some time since he ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Since the heritage of his small universe was stable, Yang Kai was unable to immediately identify its order. In the same way, Pei Wenxian couldn't sense Yang Kai's order. After Yang Kai's return from the shadowless cave heaven, he subsequently destroyed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province. Therefore, the old ancestor of Boundless Altar and Li Luo Shui, who had fled from Golden Rainbow Province, were aware of Yang Kai's true strength. However, Li Luo Shui was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate while the old ancestor of Boundless Altar had suffered a setback because of Yang Kai and lost his sect, which had been in existence for several tens of thousands of years. So he would smack his own face by going around telling others about it. According to the information gathered by the cave heavens and paradises, Yang Kai had only ascended to the Fifth Order outside the shadowless cave heaven, which explained Pei Wenxian's words. Even Su Yingshui and Qing Kui initially thought that Yang Kai was just a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master. "You're pretty lucky to have escaped from the shadowless cave heaven," Pei Wenxian snorted. He had heard that no one had ever left the shadowless cave heaven once they fell into it. Therefore, it surprised him that Yang Kai eventually managed to leave that place. Yang Kai just snickered without responding to him. On the other hand, the elderly man from Myriad Demons' heaven sported a dark expression. "You're the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai? It's no wonder this old master finds you familiar." Earlier, he felt that he had seen the young man before, but it was obvious to him now that he had seen Yang Kai's image previously, not the real person. Yang Kai shot him a dispassionate glance. "That's right. This king is the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai. What of it?" The elderly man said in a grim voice, "I'll ask you a question. What happened to Elder Tijing outside of the shadowless cave heaven? Why did he pass away all of a sudden?" A startled Yang Kai asked, "Tijing is dead? You weren't aware of it?" Yang Kai turned to look at Su Yingxue and inquired, "Senior Sister Su, is he being serious?" Tijing was a high-rank open heaven realm master from Myriad Demons' heaven. If he had really passed away, the news would have been spread around. Hence Su Yingxue should be aware of it. Su Yingxue nodded. "He's indeed dead. I heard that his life lamp in Myriad Demons' heaven has also gone out." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Why had a high-rank open heaven realm master lost his life all of a sudden? He had witnessed Tijing's power with his own eyes. Tijing was someone who could use a divine manifestation, so he was different from the average Seventh Order master. Although he was severely injured by Zhu Juyin, there was no way he would lose his life so easily, as he was still fine when Yang Kai entered the shadowless cave heaven. This wasn't a trivial matter, as a high-rank open heaven realm master from a cave heaven had fallen. With that said, it was good news for Yang Kai. Tijing was aware that he cultivated the demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye. Yang Kai was initially wary of him, so upon learning that Tijing was dead, he reckoned that he could keep the secret for a while longer. Then he gazed at the elderly man and asked, "When did that happen? Are you really not aware of it?" The elderly stared fixedly at Yang Kai, as though he was trying to look deep into his mind. Yang Kai shook his head. "I just found out about it now." The elderly man examined Yang Kai's expression but couldn't find anything off about it, as though the latter was really surprised to learn of Tijing's death. Then he scoffed. "Elder Tijing lost his life in the shattered heaven. We're unable to figure out the exact time, but it supposedly happened around the time when he met you." Yang Kai said, "When I entered the shadowless cave heaven, even though Tijing was severely wounded, he wasn't at risk of losing his life. You can ask the other 3 masters who were there about it. As for what happened after, I have no idea." He secretly thought that Zhu Juyin might have killed Tijing. After all, she was the only one at the place who was capable of killing a high-rank open heaven realm master. However, given her temperament, she probably wouldn't do such a thing. Tijing represented Myriad Demons' heaven, and if she really killed him, she would have to go up against the entire Myriad Demons' heaven. Although Zhu Juyin was a powerful divine spirit, she wasn't so foolish. Furthermore, upon Yang Kai's return, she had never mentioned it, so she apparently wasn't the murderer. The elderly man from Myriad Demons' heaven frowned. Yang Kai's words were the same as the information they had gathered. At that time, Yang Kai was forced to ascend to the Fifth Order open heaven realm, after which he immediately dove into the shadowless cave heaven. Then the 4 high-rank cultivators parted ways, and no one knew what happened next. As an idea flashed through Yang Kai's mind, he said, "If you want to investigate this matter, you can try to look for Black Crow Divine Monarch. He might have something to do with it." Assuming that Tijing wasn't killed by Zhu Juyin, this matter might have something to do with Black Crow. After all, that guy was a former divine monarch who had been reborn through seizing another's body, and he had many tricks up his sleeves. A wounded Tijing might not be able to defeat him. As for whether it was the truth, it was none of Yang Kai's business. He held some grudges against Black Crow, so he reckoned that he would just let those from Myriad Demons' heaven deal with him. We definitely will hunt Black Crow down. As for whether you've spoken the truth, come with this old master to see Elder Zhua first." Upon finishing his words, the elderly man extended his hand towards Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could make a move, Qing Kuei directly pushed out his fist. As their world forces clashed, Qing Kuei and the elderly man staggered backwards. "What is the meaning of this?" Elder Qing. The elderly man stabilized himself and sported a dark expression. Qing Kuei snorted coldly. "I should be the one asking you that question. Sect Master Yang is our guest who is going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, yet you've already made a move before we invite him inside. Do you have no regard for Yin Yang Cave Heaven at all?" The elderly man said in a grim voice, "It's not so serious, Elder Qing. However, this person might have something to do with the death of an elder from my sect. So this old master cannot be negligent. I have to bring him to see Elder Zhua in order to look into the matter." A defiant Qing Kuei snapped, "I don't care what has happened in your myriad demons' heaven. Since Sect Master Yang has come all the way here to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, he's our guest, and no one can do anything to him. Otherwise, don't blame this Qing for being impolite." The elderly man furrowed his brows. Just when he was about to say something, Pei Wenxian suddenly spoke to him in secret. After giving it a thought, the elderly man finally relented as he nodded. "You have a point, Elder Qing. This old master was too hasty just now." They were already in the wrong, as they were here trying to intercept all Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had come to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly. If they still forcefully made a move on Yang Kai, a battle would surely be ignited. The elderly man wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility when that happened. Since Yang Kai was going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, they could just teach him a lesson then. "If there's nothing else, make way now. Why are you all blocking our entrance like dogs before our door?" Qing Kuei waved his hand impatiently. Those from Myriad Demons' heaven were infuriated upon hearing that, but they were not in any place to refute Qing Kuei, so they could only hold their fury in. Following that, Qing Kuei and Su Yingxue hovered on Yang Kai's sides as they flew towards the territory gate. "The Tao Theory Assembly is a great event. I hope you'll have fun." As they brushed past each other, Pei Wenxian suddenly flashed a meaningful grin at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shot him a glance and grinned. "I hope you all will have fun as well." The next instant, the world around him started spinning as the space contorted. When he came to his senses, he was already in Yin Yang territory. This was the headquarters of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, as well as their foundation that had been accumulated over countless years. Yang Kai couldn't help but scan his surroundings, but there was nothing interesting as the view in the void was the same as always. As such, he just moved forward alongside Su Yingxue and Qing Kuei. Soon, however, he realized that this great territory was different from others. There were many universe worlds in this place, and every one of them was filled with ample world energy and could accommodate trillions of lives. These universe worlds were all under the control of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and these innumerable lives could infuse new blood into the great force at any moment to ensure the continuation of their inheritance. Besides the universe worlds, there were also many spirit provinces along the way. Some cultivators could be seen moving around on these spirit provinces, which came in all different shapes and sizes. The big ones were as large as Voidland, while the small ones were only several hundred square kilometers. There were a lot of strange-looking plants in many spirit provinces, and cultivators could be seen tending to them. Yang Kai tutade as he moved forward, thinking that the heritage of a cave heaven was truly incredible. The entire great territory seemed to have been born solely for Yin Yang Cave Heaven. There were so many living in those universe worlds that there would never be a lack of future disciples with exceptional aptitude, and the numerous spirit provinces used for various gardens and mines could provide an endless stream of cultivation resources. Although Voidland was pretty amazing now, it was still far behind Yin Yang Cave Heaven in terms of heritage. Despite having a prospering star city now, It would take Void Land a painfully long time to achieve this kind of scale and heritage. The disciples from Inyang Cave Heaven would patrol around the place, and when they saw Qing Kuei and Su Ing Shui, they would immediately salute. After flying for a few days, Yang Kai finally saw a large group of spirit provinces that were closely connected. There were about 100 spirit provinces of different sizes that looked like islands on the ocean, hovered in the void. The spirit province in the center was so large that Yang Kai could clearly sense its horrifying heritage even from afar. Its world force was unbelievably ample, and it wasn't hard to imagine that countless open heaven realm masters had passed away on it. After their death, their world forces were absorbed by this spirit province to enrich the heritage of Inyang Cave Heaven. This was the true Inyang Cave Heaven. What Yang Kai had seen along the way was just the peripheral foundation of the great force. He let out a sigh of admiration, thinking that when Void Land achieved this scale one day, it would also stand at the peak of the 3,000 worlds. He followed Su Ing Shui and Qing Kuei to charge towards the largest spirit province. Soon, he penetrated layers of cloud, whereupon the amazingly pure world energy came right at him from all directions. Yang Kai's expression changed as he thought the disciples from Inyang Cave Heaven could rapidly increase their strength since they were cultivating in such an environment. Raising his head, he could see that the spirit province was truly magnificent and diversified. Buildings of various styles had been erected everywhere, and there were many exotic beasts wandering around on the mountains as they looked up and howled. All of these sights dazzled Yang Kai. He could even faintly feel that many of the exotic beasts had the bloodlines of divine spirits. Although these bloodlines were quite diluted, these exotic beasts would grow to be powerful should they attain some opportunities in their cultivation along the way. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-42, Hack Him to Death. Su Ing Shui and Qing Kuei led Yang Kai to forward, while Qing Kuei hospitably told him some general information about Inyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai repeatedly nodded as he listened to him. A moment later, they arrived at a detached building where there was a pretty-looking female disciple who greeted them. Since she was just an emperor realm cultivator, she was supposed to be a maidservant in Inyang Cave Heaven. The maidservant saluted Su Ing Shui and Qing Kuei before uttering softly, "Greetings, elders." Su Ing Shui nodded gently, then turned to look at Yang Kai. The Tao Theory Assembly is still half a month away, so you'd better get some rest here. When the time comes, someone will inform you how to take part in the assembly. Qing Kuei landed a forceful slap on the other man's shoulder. "You have my best wishes, junior brother Yang." He seemed to have high hopes in Yang Kai. An embarrassed Yang Kai quickly replied, "Senior sister Su, senior brother Qing, I'm worried there's a misunderstanding here. I'm not here to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly." Su Ing Shui and Qing Kuei were startled. "What do you mean? Why have you come all the way here if you're not going to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly?" Su Ing Shui asked with a frown. Yang Kai replied, following a sigh, "This matter has something to do with me after all. Since I'm aware of that, I have to come over to have a look. Where's senior sister Chu now? Can I see her?" Su Ing Shui stared fixedly at him with a furious expression, while Qing Kuei hurriedly said, "It's not convenient for junior sister Chu to meet anyone now. Please stay here for the moment, junior brother Yang. We can talk about it at a later time." Then he sent a signal to the maidservant, who then extended her hand and said, "This way, please, sir. We'll take our leave now, since we have other matters to attend to. I'll visit you again soon." Qing Kuei patted the other man's shoulder, then released his power to engulf Su Ing Shui and shot into the sky. Yang Kai was about to say something when they abruptly left. After the two of them were out of sight, he followed the maidservant to enter the building and get some rest. How could he say he's not going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly when he's already here? Su Yingxue was incensed. In that case, the plan of those great forces will succeed. By then, Chuer will have to marry a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Perhaps the winner will be some worn-out old man. Qin Kuei grinned. Just like what you've said, he's already here. Do you think he can refuse to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly? Su Yingxue gazed at him with vigilance. What are you trying to do? An innocent-looking Qin Kuei replied, Nothing. Let's go. We have to inform Honored Master about it. He must be pretty anxious by now. As they spoke, they dashed towards a certain spirit peak and soon after landed before a palace. Before they even entered, though, they heard a man bellowing. How dare they do that? What a bunch of shameless bastards. Do they even have any regard for Yin Yang Cave Heaven? Father here will go out and kill them all now. Following that, some things were heard breaking to pieces. Su Yingxue and Qin Kuei exchanged glances as they couldn't help but flinch. It wasn't until the noises subsided that they dragged their feet inside. The ground inside the grand hall was a mess, and many servants were cleaning things up with stiff expressions. In the center of the hall stood a ferocious-looking man with his hands behind his back. He was clad in a robe embroidered with snake patterns, and he had a golden crown on his head. Presently, he was recklessly releasing his powerful seventh-order open heaven realm aura, which caused the servants to shudder in fear. The person was none other than Yin Yang Cave Heaven Inner Elder, Su Linggong. He was also the honored master of Chu Huashang, Su Yingxue, and Qin Kuei. Just then, Chu Huashang shuffled forward with a long sword that was even bigger than her in her hands. Upon reaching the man, she lifted the sword and said in a clear voice, Your sword is here, honored master. What are you doing? Su Linggong gazed at her. Chu Huashang batted her eyes and replied, Didn't you say you were going out to kill them all? Let's go now. I'll cheer for you from behind. Do you think I don't dare to do it? Su Linggong sported a grim expression and took the long sword and dashed towards the door. I'm going now. No one can stop me. Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue sported dark expressions. Following an exchange of glances, they sprinted forward and respectively grabbed Su Linggong's arms. Calm down, honored master. We can discuss this first. Please don't act on impulse, honored master. It will certainly feel good to kill them now, but that won't solve the problem. Why would you invite trouble to yourself for no results? The two of them hurriedly dissuaded Su Linggong from acting rashly. As though Su Linggong had just noticed them, he said, Oh, Suer and Qing'er. Su Yingxue quickly snatched the long sword from her honored master and tossed it at Chu Huashang before glaring at her. In response, Chu Huashang playfully stuck out her tongue. Please have a seat and drink some tea, honored master. Qin Kuei pulled Su Linggong towards a chair and got him a cup of tea from the side. Su Linggong grunted and took a sip of the tea. All of a sudden, he blew his top again and threw the cup to the ground, which caused it to break into pieces. In a furious voice, he said, Since you've returned from outside, I suppose you've heard something. Qin Kuei replied with a straight face, Yes. The territory gates around Yin Yang territory have all been cordoned off, and all 4 and 6th order open heaven realm masters who were planning to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly were chased away. Only 5th order open heaven realm masters are being allowed to enter. They've gone too far. Su Linggong pounded his fist against the table. How can those 5th order trash even hope to marry my disciple? Who do they think they are? They should look at themselves in the mirror first. With the long sword in her hands, Chu Huashang said with a nonchalant smile, I don't mind marrying a 5th order open heaven realm master. At that point, I'll bring the person to meet you, and you can just come up with a random reason and kill him. It won't be so bad being a widow. Su Linggong's eyes brightened when he heard that as he gazed at Chu Huashang and said with an elated expression, You're indeed a clever little girl. How did you even come up with that idea? Chu Huashang replied, It's all thanks to your teachings, honored master. Su Ling Gong guffawed with a proud expression. Of course, it's because of my teachings. My disciples are all intelligent and talented. Qin Kuei and Su Ying-shue sported helpless expressions. Then Su Ying-shue glared at Chu Huashang and said, "How can you make a scene here beside honored master? When you really have to marry a fifth-order open heaven realm master from one of those cave heavens or paradises, you'll spend most of your days crying." Chu Huashang scoffed. "Let's see who will be the one crying in the end." Su Ying-shue shook her head and gazed at Su Ling Gong. "Honored master, why has this matter even come to such a point? It isn't like there have never been any disputes or even casualties between the cave heavens and paradises. It's an age-old admonition that the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises must not fight against each other. But everyone knows that conflicts still happen. Why is Chuer getting this kind of punishment?" Upon hearing that, Su Linggong sighed. There are indeed some conflicts between the cave heavens and paradises, and it's true that there have been casualties as a result. However, those were just internal struggles among the cave heavens and paradises. But now, Chuer has made a mistake for an outsider. Moreover, that brat attempted to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm, which broke the taboo. Qin Kuei and Su Ying-shue frowned. Given their powers and statuses, they were aware of some secrets that were not known to most people. As they recalled the stories of the carnage of many years ago, they could faintly grasp the severity of the matter. The cave heavens and paradises were trying to make their stance clear. They would never allow anyone to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm. And this incident could serve as a warning to all other cultivators of that determination. If an event like this ever happened again, the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises should know what to do and remember which side to take. Yin-yang Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens, so while we can resist a certain amount of pressure, Chuer will have to suffer some punishment. Su Linggong sighed. Then his expression turned furious all of a sudden. "However, those old bastards are too shameless. How can they pull such a dirty trick just because they aren't willing to let a sixth-order disciple get married into our sect?" Qin Kuei and Su Ying-shue traded glances. Then the former said, "We have a potential solution to that, honored master." Su Linggong gaped at him and asked, "What solution do you have?" Qin Kuei replied, "I reckon that the person who has caused all this will have to solve this problem as well." Su Linggong became startled for a moment. "Are you talking about that young Kai?" Then he became vexed. "I'm still mad at that brat. If I ever see him, I'll kill him with my sword. It's because of that thief that Chuer's happiness is ruined." Well, honored master," Qin Kuei appeared hesitant. Su Linggong shot him a glare. "Stop stuttering like a woman and speak up. To be honest with you, honored master, Yang Kai has arrived in Yin-yang Cave Heaven. He's currently resting in Riverside House now," Qin Kuei said meekly. Su Linggong became startled for a moment before he stood straight up and bellowed, "Father here will go hack him to death now." When he attempted to take his sword, though, Chu Huashang hugged it tightly and shook her head at him. "Let go!" Su Linggong yelled. "No." Chu Huashang repeatedly shook her head. "Are you trying to go against me, little girl?" Su Linggong was incensed. "If you want to hack him to death, you'll have to kill me first." Chu Huashang extended her fair neck and presented her head to Su Linggong, who then pushed her away. "Why would I kill you? Father here only wants to hack him to death. How did that little bastard have the nerve to come to Yin-yang Cave Heaven? It does save me the trouble, since he is already here, though. Today, Father will end his life." As a commotion broke out, the hall descended into chaos. Qin Kuei and Su Ying-shue hurriedly went over to placate Su Linggong and eventually made him sit down again, though they were now drenched in sweat, feeling exhausted. "Honored master, Yang Kai is in fact in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, not the Fifth Order, Qin Kuei quickly reported as he was worried that any further delay would result in more chaos. So, what if he's in the Sixth Order? As a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master, I can kill him easily, Su Ling Gong scoffed. On the other hand, Chu Huashang was astonished. Impossible. I saw junior brother Yang ascend to the Fifth Order. He refined a Fifth Order in element treasure. I'm sure of it. How could he be in the Sixth Order now? Qin Kuei replied, I have no idea. However, I tested him, and I can confirm that he's indeed in the Sixth Order. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-43, already made a move? Su Yingxue nodded. He's indeed in the Sixth Order. Chu Huashang appeared astounded. She was there when Yang Kai ascended to the Open Heaven realm, so she had witnessed the entire process. He was just a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master at that time. So how did he become a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master now? She estimated that it had only been 2 years since they parted ways. In such a short time, it was already difficult for a new Open Heaven realm master to solidify their cultivation, let alone ascend to the next order. He's in the Sixth Order? Su Ling Gong finally came to his senses as he arched his brow with joy. Ha! Good. Since he's a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, I'll not kill him for now. Tell him to do his best in the Tao Theory Assembly. Regardless of whether he wins or not, I'll give him some benefits once it's over. He was truly ecstatic. Those shameless people had cordoned off the territory gates around Yin Yang territory and forced Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters to leave, allowing only cultivators below the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. They were doing it because they wanted to make sure that only Fifth Order Open Heaven realm masters would eventually have the chance to fight for first place, and thus they would only have to lose a Fifth Order disciple to Yin Yang Heaven. However, if there was even a single Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master who joined the assembly all of a sudden, the plans of those great forces would fall apart. By then, they would have to use a different tactic. Whether it was for the reputation of their own sex or some other reasons, they would have to let Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters participate in the event, and Yin Yang Cave Heaven would be saved from any embarrassment. Su Ling Gong didn't expect Yang Kai to be the winner. Regardless of the reason why Yang Kai had become a Sixth Order cultivator, it had been too short a time since his ascension. After all, in the Open Heaven realm, time was vital for a cultivator to grow more powerful. Although Yang Kai had somehow become a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, he didn't have enough time to accumulate more heritage in his small universe. Therefore, he should be no match for those who broke through to the Sixth Order hundreds or even thousands of years ago. It was true that since Yang Kai had caused all this, he should also be the one to solve the problem. Considering all this, Su Ling Gong's resentment against Yang Kai subsided slightly. How many people are aware of this secret? He then asked. Qin Kuei replied, no one else other than junior sister Su and I. That was the reason he could easily enter Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Those from Myriad Demons Heaven also believed that he was only a Fifth Order master, so they let him through the territory gate without giving him too much of a hard time. Su Ling Gong's lips curved into a devious smile. It's not a good idea that no one else is aware of it. We'd better make some noises and let everyone know that he has ascended to the Sixth Order. That will be much more interesting. If no one knew that Yang Kai had ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, the great forces who took part in the Tao Theory Assembly wouldn't send Sixth Order masters to join the competition. In that case, Yang Kai would be able to win first place easily. Honored Master, Chu Huashang glared at him. What are you trying to do? Su Ling Gong stared back at her. How can you shout at me? Where are your manners? Chu Huashang ignored his warning and continued glaring at him. Since no one is aware of junior brother Yang's true power, he would be able to surprise all of them when the time comes. Isn't that a good idea? What do you mean a good idea? Su Linggong realized that his eyes were starting to become sore, and it wasn't very intimidating since his eyes were smaller than those of Chu Huashang, so he decided to give up and looked away. You've ended up in such a state because of that brat. Father here has already been magnanimous enough to not settle accounts with him right now. Yet you're still siding with him? Do you believe I won't bring my sword to kill him now? I don't care, Chu Huashang said through clenched teeth. If you dare to harm him in any way, I'll... What will you do? Su Linggong appeared ferocious. I'll go make cooked rice and shell peanuts with him. Let's see who will still want to marry me after that. Chu Huashang screamed. Su Linggong parted his lips but couldn't say a word. A moment later, he pounded against the table and snapped, "How dare you go against your honored master?" Then he glowered at Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui. How did the two of you teach her? Look what kind of a person she has turned out to be. How could she say such shameless things? Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui hung their heads low, thinking that it was none of their business. Su Linggong had always doted on Chu Huashang. In the past, they would be reprimanded whenever they tried to discipline the young Chu Huashang, but now that she had grown up to be a willful person, Su Linggong blamed it all on them instead. Ah, it frustrates me so. Su Linggong pressed his hand against his chest as though he would soon die of suffocation. An embarrassed Qin Kuei said, "There's another issue that needs to be solved first, honored master." A weakened Su Linggong gazed at him. "Just tell me right away. One day I'll be so vexed that I'll pass away because of the three of you." The corners of Qin Kuei's mouth twitched. Yang Kai said that he's not here to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. He's just here to look for junior sister Chu. He said that since he's the cause of this incident, he had to come over to discuss it with her. He's not going to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly? Su Linggong instantly became incensed and roared. Why is he even here if he's not going to take part? Is he just trying to watch a good show? That little bastard must be sick of living. To the side, Chu Huashang said with a happy smile, "Junior brother Yang is indeed a man of integrity." The three of them gazed at her as they were rendered speechless. A while later, Su Linggong suppressed his anger with great difficulty and said grimly, regardless of the reason he's here, he has to join the Tao Theory Assembly. Otherwise, Father will send him to the Yellow Springs personally. Qin Kuei turned solemn, knowing that his honored master was truly incensed. If Yang Kai was still so obstinate, he would end up in a horrible state. Then Qin Kuei quickly said, "Don't worry, honored master. The assembly is still some time away. Just leave the matter to me. I'll knock some sense into his head and make him take part in it." Good. Su Linggong nodded gently and tossed a jade slip at him. "Look, these are the candidates that those great forces have sent to join the assembly. Toads lusting after swan meat, the whole lot of them." Qin Kuei took it and infused his divine sense into it. And just like what he had expected, the most powerful candidates were only in the 5th order. There wasn't even a single one in the 6th order. The people who had directly ascended to the 5th order were still fine. After all, they still had the potential to become 7th order open heaven realm masters in the future. Such people could be potential partners for Chu Huashang. However, some of these candidates had apparently reached the 5th order from the 3rd order through years of cultivation. So the 5th order was their limit. How did these old farts have the nerve to join the Tao Theory Assembly? It was no wonder that Su Linggong was infuriated. Meanwhile, only Yang Kai and the maidservant in the Emperor Realm were in Riverside House. Yang Kai had repeatedly asked her how he could meet Chu Huashang, but there was nothing the maidservant could do. After all, she was just a lowly maidservant in Yinyang Cave heaven, since her cultivation was too weak, so she couldn't possibly come into contact with Chu Huashang. Since that was the case, Yang Kai could only give up on that idea. After all, he was in the headquarters of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, so he couldn't just wander around looking for her. Fortunately, Qing Kuei came to visit the next day and told the maidservant to prepare an ample meal so that he could have a chat with Yang Kai while drinking. After their initial misunderstanding was cleared up, Yang Kai had a good impression of this man. Furthermore, he was Chu Huashang's senior brother, so Yang Kai naturally had to be hospitable to him. After 3 rounds of drink, they naturally became closer. Yang Kai asked him where Chu Huashang was and whether he could meet her, but Qing Kuei changed the subject instead. Junior brother Yang, why have you come all the way here if you're not going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly? Do you think junior sister Chu is not good enough for you? Qing Kuei asked with the wine cup in his hand. Yang Kai straightened up and replied solemnly, senior sister Chu's appearance and cultivation are the best of the best in the entire 3,000 worlds. There are few women who could match her in either regard. Certainly, this Yang is fond of her, and I feel extremely lucky to have gained her favor. Then, why aren't you? Yang Kai said, to be honest with you, this Yang already has several wives, so I'm not willing to hold senior sister Chu down. Qing Kuei became startled for a moment, then burst into laughter. If that's your only concern, you can cast it away now, junior brother Yang. It's normal that a man has several wives. Moreover, Chuer isn't a narrow-minded person. She's known you for quite some time and is fully aware of your situation. Why would you mind it when she doesn't? I don't mind it. It's just that. Are you worried that you won't be able to explain yourself to your wives? Qing Kuei teased. That's not the case. Yang Kai shook his head. Why are you hesitant then? Qing Kuei stared fixedly at him. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Senior brother Qing, can I see senior sister Chu and ask her what she thinks about it first? Qing Kuei sipped his wine and shook his head. Things have come to such a point where what she thinks doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing is how the Tao Theory Assembly will end. Do you really want her to marry an old, worn-out fifth-order open heaven realm master? What do you mean? Why would she marry an old fifth-order open heaven realm master? Yang Kai was stunned. See for yourself, Qing Kuei fished out a jade slip. What is this? These are the candidates that the great forces have sent to join the Tao Theory Assembly. Yang Kai infused his divine sense into the jade slip and put it down a while later, then said grimly, I've truly wronged her. Qing Kuei said, since you're aware of it, why don't you take part in the Tao Theory Assembly? Yang Kai sighed. Can I see senior sister Chu first? Qing Kuei furrowed his brows with displeasure. A while later, he snorted and rose from the chair. That's all I have to say. Just sleep on it. Then he turned around and left. Yang Kai called out to him, but the latter never responded. While remaining in his seat, he was lost for words. He looked down at the table, thinking that they hadn't finished all the wine. Outside Riverside House, a figure suddenly appeared and gazed at Qing Kuei. She was none other than Su Ying-shue. Qing Kuei shook his head and pointed at his own forehead. He's such an obstinate man. Su Ying-shue's expression turned cold. He has to pay the price for what he has done. I'll teach him a lesson right now. Qing Kuei immediately took her arm. Don't go. His will is firm. Unless he is given no other choice, no one will be able to change his mind. Do we just do nothing and let this travesty unfold then? Su Ying-shue asked coldly. Qing Kuei sighed. Since there's no other choice, we have to use that move. Su Ying-shue flung his hand away and snorted. You're really a good senior brother to her. Qing Kuei replied meekly. That's the only thing we can do. It's not like we can just watch as Chuer's happiness is destroyed. Sect Master Yang has to join the Tao Theory Assembly no matter what. It's just that Chuer will have to be taken advantage of in order for that to happen. You've already made a move. Su Yingxue seemed to have realized something. Qing Kuei nodded gently. Although both of them were in the sixth order open heaven realm, he had still easily pulled a little trick on Yang Kai since the latter was unsuspecting. Certainly, the main reason was that he didn't have any murderous or vicious intent when he made a move. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have noticed it. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4444. It feels a little hot here. Aren't you worried that things will get out of hand? Su Yingxue frowned. Ordinary people are not able to resist that thing. Qing Kuei scratched his face and said, there shouldn't be a problem as long as we make a move in time. In any case, we still have Honored Master as a last resort. If anyone finds out about it, Chuer's reputation will be ruined. Su Yingxue was worried. Many disciples from various great forces have come together in our sect to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. If Qing Kuei raised his hand and cut her off, of course, we have to be secretive when doing it. I'll make sure that no one will be able to find out, but you don't want Chuer to marry someone only in the fifth order, do you? You're also clear about Honored Master's stance. Regardless of whether Yang Kai will become the winner, he will have to be the shit stirrer. Su Yingxue frowned with disdain. Why are you so vulgar? Qing Kuei said, I've made a move on Yang Kai and you'll handle Chuer. Quit being soft-hearted, or else you'll ruin her happiness. Su Yingxue fell silent and appeared hesitant, clearly not knowing what to do. If she did nothing and let things simply unfold, the Tao Theory Assembly would become a joke, and everyone from Yin Yang Cave Heaven would be embarrassed. Moreover, Chu Huashang would never get the happiness she deserved. However, it was difficult for Su Yingxue to make up her mind to use such a trick on her junior sister, even though no harm would be caused. Let me think about it. I have to give it some serious thought, Su Yingxue muttered under her breath. Qing Kuei nodded, not wanting to pressure her. 3 days later, Yang Kai was cultivating in silence when he heard someone knocking on his door. Then the maidservant was heard saying, Elder Qing is here, Sir Yang. Yang Kai hurriedly got to his feet and pushed the door open. Qing Kuei was indeed standing outside the room. Senior brother Qing. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Qing Kuei examined him with displeasure, then said, Come with me. Despite not knowing what the other man was trying to do, Yang Kai could only follow him. They left Riverside House and flew off. A while later, Yang Kai asked, Where are we going, Senior brother Qing? Without turning his head, Qing Kuei replied, Didn't you want to see Chuer? I'm bringing you to see her now. Yang Kai was elated upon hearing that. Then he hurriedly said, Many thanks for granting my request, Senior brother Qing. Qing Kuei only snorted in response. An embarrassed Yang Kai fell silent and followed Qing Kuei closely. A while later, they landed on a spirit peak where there was an extensive hollow area in the center that looked like a mountain valley, which was filled with lush greenery and strikingly beautiful flowers. The view was truly spectacular. There were some buildings in the center of the valley, and they directly headed towards one particular palace. Qing Kuei turned around and said, This is Chuer's residence. You'll go in on your own. She's inside now. Yang Kai cupped his fist and thanked him before shuffling into the palace. In a certain room inside the palace, Su Yingxue's hands were placed on Chu Huashang's as they talked to each other in an intimate manner, as though they were real mother and daughter or a pair of sisters. You seem tired, senior sister. What's wrong? Chu Huashang raised her hand and touched the other woman's forehead. Su Yingxue forced a smile. Perhaps I'm just exhausted from all the traveling. But don't worry, I'm fine. Chu Huashang said, Get some rest since you're so tired. I'll be fine. Why are you looking at me like this, senior sister? Su Yingxue poked the tip of the other woman's nose. I'm happy that you're all grown up now. Time goes by really quickly. You're now a sixth order open heaven realm master, just like me. Chu Huashang giggled and crashed into her embrace. She squirmed for a bit and finally found a position she was most comfortable in. I've just achieved an ascension, so I'm still far behind you. It's different. Su Ying-shue shook her head. I directly ascended to the 5th order and then rose to the 6th order open heaven realm through hard work. My potential is not comparable to yours. Chu Huashang looked up at her. When I grow to be powerful one day, I'll protect you and make sure that you won't suffer from any grievances. Su Ying-shue smiled gently. I'll be waiting for that day to come. As they spoke, they heard a series of footsteps coming closer. While Su Ying-shue stiffened, Chu Huashang, who was in her embrace, looked up and became pleasantly surprised. Junior brother Yang? Yang Kai appeared embarrassed when he saw that they were being so intimate. I just walked right in, since the door wasn't closed. Sorry. He quickly stepped back and closed the door. Chu Huashang batted her eyes and looked at Su Ying-shue, then burst into laughter. He seems to have misunderstood something. Su Ying-shue poked the other woman's forehead. What's so funny about it? All right, I'll take my leave now. You have a talk with him. Then she got to her feet and left the place. Upon opening the door, she saw the embarrassed Yang Kai standing outside the room. As she looked at his face and thought about what would soon happen, she became incensed and bellowed, If you dare to take advantage of Chuer, I'll never let you off. I wouldn't dare to. Yang Kai bent his back. Humph. Su Ying-shue flicked her sleeve, and when she brushed past Yang Kai, she forcefully stepped on his foot. Despite realizing the woman's intentions, Yang Kai didn't dare to dodge, so he could only brace himself and then cringe in pain after the fact. Meanwhile, Su Ying-shue's footsteps faded into the distance. Chu Huashang stuck out her head from the room and beckoned to him. Come in, junior brother. Yang Kai tottered into the room and instantly caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. He took a glance at the room and realized that the decoration was pretty cozy, which allowed him to relax somewhat. Chu Huashang offered him a seat, then filled a cup with tea for him, and smiled with her lips covered. I'm sorry for the pain you have to suffer, junior brother. Although my senior sister appears to be dispassionate, she's a warm-hearted person. Yang Kai wiggled his toes, which were almost crushed, and said insincerely, I can see that. After taking the cup of tea she had prepared for him, he asked, This is your room, right? Should we go to another place to have a chat? He had never expected that Qing Kuei would bring him to Chu Huashang's bedroom. After all, her reputation would be tarnished if others found out that they stayed in the same room for any reason. Why should we go to another place? Can't we have a talk in my room? Or, are you worried that I'll do something to you? Chu Huashang teased as she directly sat across from the man. Stop teasing me, senior sister. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He reckoned that he should be at ease since the woman wasn't worried about anything, and they were not going to do anything inappropriate anyway. Across from him, Chu Huashang rested her chin on her palm and looked smilingly at him. Have you come all the way here to see me, junior brother? Yang Kai nodded his head with a serious expression. I heard that the people from your sect are holding a Tao theory assembly to select a husband for you. It's me who put you in this position, so I had to speak with you. He sighed. A nonchalant Chu Huashang replied, It's not your fault. It's just that some people are trying to create trouble, and it has nothing to do with you, so don't feel guilty at all. In any case, it's thanks to you that I managed to ascend to the open heaven realm in the first place. An embarrassed Yang Kai shook his head. I didn't help you much. In fact, she had to fall in love with him and then sever ties with him in order to ascend to the open heaven realm. He had indeed done nothing at all, as it was all her own hard work. You already offer me the best help since I came across you at the most critical moment before my ascension to the open heaven realm and fell in love with you. If it weren't for you, I didn't even know how much longer I would have to wait before I found a suitable person. Yang Kai was secretly stunned as he reckoned that only the disciples from Yong Cave Heaven would have the nerve to speak so freely about such things. Most women were not so bold. Not willing to dwell on this topic, Yang Kai said, "What plans do you have to solve this issue, senior sister?" Chu Hua Shang replied with a smile, "What plans can I have? I'll just wait for the Tao Theory Assembly to end and marry the winner 100 years later." "Are you really willing to do that?" Yang Kai frowned. As a disciple of a cave heaven, there are many things that are not up to me to decide. So, what does it matter if I'm not willing? I've been nurtured by the sect for many years. So now that the sect is in trouble, I have to take up the responsibility and solve the problem. Moreover, I'm indeed the cause of this incident. Her nonchalance made Yang Kai feel his chest tightening as he felt extremely guilty. Then Chu Huashang gazed at him with her alluring eyes and said, "Why don't you take part in the Tao Theory Assembly and become the winner? Then I'll get to marry you." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he listened to her bold words and took in her beautiful face that was oh so close. Chu Huashang looked down at his chest and smiled faintly. "Have you fallen for me, junior brother?" In fact, Yang Kai had no idea why he was reacting in such a way as his face was all red now. It wasn't the first time he came into contact with Chu Huashang, and there were moments in the past where they literally clung to one another. However, at this moment, he suddenly found this woman to be irresistibly enchanting. As he listened to her voice and saw her smile, his blood seemed to be boiling, and his throat felt dry, causing his heart rate to soar. Quickly drinking down some tea to moisten his throat, he commented, "It feels a little hot here, senior sister." Chu Huashang became startled for a moment, then scanned her surroundings and said gently, "It's indeed a little hot here." She laughed. "I guess I just feel warmth since you're willing to visit me at this point." Yang Kai stared fixedly at her and fell into a dazed state. He increasingly felt that the woman in front of him was alluring, and it was extremely hard for him to resist her charm. His mind was filled with lustful thoughts as he gazed greedily at the fair skin that was slightly revealed around her chest and began to feel a little dizzy. "Junior brother," Chu Huashang suddenly muttered with a blushing face. A shocked Yang Kai suddenly came to his senses, only to realize that he had grasped the woman's hands at some point, reveling in the soft and delicate feel at his fingertips. Yang Kai instinctively became alert, as there was something off about the situation. However, while he was still lost in his thoughts, he realized that the woman before him had also grabbed his hands, and his vigilance instantly vanished into thin air. Presently, there were 3 people outside the valley. One of them was standing, while the other 2 were seated with their legs crossed. The one who was standing was Su Ling Gong, while the people who were seated were Su Ying Shui and Qin Kui. At this moment, strange energy fluctuations and a faint white mist could be seen swirling around Qin Kui and Su Ying Shui as they continuously formed different hand seals, as though they were using some profound secret technique. Qin Kui let out a long breath and said through clenched teeth, "That brat is pretty strong-willed and vigilant." He almost shook off the young demon's influence. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-45, Caught in the Act. Yin-Yang combined demons was one of the best secret techniques in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. It was a secret technique that only a man and a woman who were in love with one another could cultivate. The man would cultivate a yang demon, while the woman would cultivate a yin demon. Harsh requirements had to be met before they could cultivate it, and even if they succeeded, the secret technique would become useless if one of them fell out of love. This secret technique had many uses. Not only could it assist the couple when they dual cultivated, increasing the rate of their cultivation, it could also be used as a combined attack technique that would significantly increase their powers when they were faced with an enemy. There was also another auxiliary use of the secret technique, which was what Qin Kui and Su Ying Shui were doing. Presently, They were using the Yin demon and the Yang demon that they had nurtured for years to stir up the deepest emotions and magnify the feelings in other people's hearts. At the same time, they were transferring their feelings of attraction and love for one another to the people who the targets of this secret technique. Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue had been a couple for many years, and their love for each other was deep and resolute. At this moment, they were using their yin-yang combined demons together to stimulate Yang Kai and Chu Huashang. In other words, the feelings Yang Kai had for Chu Huashang were those of Qin Kuei to Su Yingxue, not his real sentiment. He was just influenced by the secret technique. It was the same case for Chu Huashang. However, there was a prerequisite for this secret technique to work. The people that the technique was used on had to be at least fond of each other. Otherwise, the secret technique would not work. If there was a blood feud between both parties and they were eager to hack each other to death, this secret technique would be completely useless, as trying to amplify non-existent feelings would still result in non-existent feelings. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had gone through many life and death moments together and supported one another in the grand ancient ruins and blood monster cave heaven. So both of them treasured the relationship they had. They were humans, so there was no way they felt nothing for one another. Regardless of Chu Huashang's feelings for him, Yang Kai's fondness for her was infinitely magnified under the influence of the yin-yang combined demon secret technique, which was proof that it had worked. Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue continuously used different hand seals to sustain the effects of the yin-yang combined demons. As time passed, the inside of Chu Huashang's room became more and more heated, and things seemed to be getting out of hand. There came a moment when Qin Kuei suddenly opened his eyes and said, "We should stop now. Otherwise, they'll really cross the final line." They needed Yang Kai to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly to turn things around and save Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's face and protect Chu Huashang's happiness. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done such a thing. Naturally, they wouldn't sacrifice Chu Huashang's innocence to achieve that. According to Su Linggong, Yang Kai would just be the shit stirrer. He didn't expect Yang Kai to come out the winner, but the latter had to take part in the event. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. As he shuffled towards the valley, he sported a ferocious expression, and murderous intent swirled around him, as though he was going to kill someone ruthlessly. He was going to catch Yang Kai in the act and make sure that the bastard little boy wouldn't be able to refuse his demand. Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue exchanged glances, and worried that something bad would happen, they hurriedly stopped using their secret technique and raced after their honored master. A moment later, following a loud bang, the door of Chu Huashang's room was kicked open. Despite already expecting it, Su Linggong was still incensed when he saw the sight in the room. Clothes were scattered everywhere on the ground, and there was a sense of intimacy in the air. The curtains around the bed had been untied, and presently Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were covered in a quilt as they hid in the corner and shuddered. They gazed at Su Linggong in horror, as though they were two kids that had been caught making a big mistake. Not a moment too soon, Su Linggong took a glance around the room and knew that these two young people hadn't managed to do anything yet. They had only taken off their outer clothes. Certainly, Chu Huashang had already been taken advantage of, but she hadn't lost her purity. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to explain herself to the winner of the Tao Theory Assembly. The current situation was the best outcome. "You dare?" Su Linggong bellowed as his fury seemed able to shake the sky. "Chuer, I've been your teacher for many years, but I never expected that you'd do such a shameless thing. You disappoint me so." "Honored master." Chu Huashang's teeth chattered as she had never expected things to come to such a point. While she was getting intimate with Yang Kai, her honored master suddenly barged into her room and scared her out of her wits. She instantly felt cold all over her body. "Honored master?" The middle-aged man that had just barged into the room was clad in a robe embroidered with snake patterns, and there was a golden crown on his head. As Yang Kai gazed at the enraged man with surging murderous intent, he had the urge to dig a hole and stick his head into it. It was truly embarrassing that he was caught in bed with Chu Huashang by her honored master. He still hadn't the foggiest idea why he was so impetuous this time. He only intended to have a talk with Chu Huashang, so how did the two of them end up in bed? This wasn't how he would usually act. Fortunately, nothing had happened yet, or else he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Senior, Yang Kai hurriedly called out, "Enough nonsense! Today you must die." Su Linggong yelled as his murderous intent almost materialized. Following that, he charged towards Yang Kai. Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue arrived just in time. The former quickly wrapped his arms around the older man's waist and shouted, "Please calm down, honored master. He's the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai. He saved Junior Sister Chu's life before." Su Linggong exerted more force with his hands in an attempt to push Qin Kuei away, but the latter would never let him go, so he roared, "I don't care who he is. Since he has the guts to take advantage of my disciple, he must die." Qin Kuei said anxiously, "If you kill him, Junior Sister Chu will be regarded as an unrighteous person forever. Please think twice." "What?" Su Linggong paused for a moment, then bellowed, "Get lost. So what if she'll be regarded as unrighteous? I'll hack him to death first." Qin Kuei thought that this was different from what they had agreed upon. It seemed that his honored master was truly incensed. In order to prevent things from getting out of control, he promptly sent a signal to Su Yingxue. The two of them immediately latched onto Su Linggong and kept persuading him for a long time before the older man was finally appeased. However, his eyes were still bloodshot, and he was panting as though he was a furious lion. The way he glared at Yang Kai was like he wanted to skin him, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Yang Kai cowered under the quilt, and even the warm body beside him was unable to melt the coldness he felt. Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue breathed a sigh of relief. They felt exhausted from having to play along with their honored master, who seemed to have completely forgotten about their original plan. It was inappropriate that Yang Kai and Chu Huashang remained cuddled together with nothing but a quilt covering them, so Qin Kuei sent Su Yingxue a signal, who then leapt onto the bed and carried Chu Huashang away, quilt and all. Yang Kai was left on the bed in only his underwear, as he looked embarrassed. In an adjacent room, Su Yingxue put down the quilt and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Chu Huashang's face was all red as she clenched the quilt and shook her head. She was still reeling from the shock of the fact that she was caught in the act. "Let me have a look." An anxious Su Yingxue lifted the quilt a little and took a peek below before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Chu Huashang still had her underwear on, as she had only taken off her dress. It seemed that they hadn't done anything. "Senior sister, honored master." Su Yingxue waved her hand. "Don't worry. I'll put in a good word for you. I'm sure he won't blame you." A blushing Chu Huashang asked, "I'm worried that he'll harm junior brother Yang. Can you check on them for me?" Su Yingxue shot her a glare. "How are you still in the mood to be concerned about that little bastard at this point? You should mind your own business first." Back in the bedroom, under Su Linggong's vicious stare, Yang Kai put on his clothes and adjusted his hair. Then he walked up to the older man and forced a smile as he cupped his fist. "Greetings, senior." Su Linggong directly took a seat on the chair with a stern expression. He examined Yang Kai in a way as though he could peel off the latter's skin with his eyes. Qin Kuei just stood behind Su Linggong, but when he saw how embarrassed Yang Kai looked, he had to try his hardest to suppress his laughter. Seeing that his honored master was not speaking, though, he eventually took the initiative to explain. "This is our honored master Su Linggong, one of the inner elders of Yinyang Cave Heaven. So it is Senior Su. I've heard so much about you," Yang Kai said politely as he secretly scanned the surroundings. He decided that if Su Ling Gong made a move, he would immediately flee. There was no way he could explain what had happened, and it was expected that the other party was infuriated. "You've heard a lot about me, have you?" Su Ling Gong yelled and directly broke the table into pieces. "Brat, you've taken advantage of my disciple and tarnished her reputation. How do you want to die? Tell me, and I'll see it done." Yang Kai's forehead was covered in sweat as he said, "Please don't get me wrong, Senior. It was just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Su Ling Gong's fury surged. "You were in my disciple's bed, half naked, and you have the gall to tell me it was a misunderstanding." Well, Yang Kai glanced cautiously at the older man. "We didn't manage to do it. Nothing had happened between us." Su Ling Gong snapped. "You didn't manage to do anything because this monarch arrived in time. Had I been just a breath later, you would have succeeded. It's all my fault. I have no idea what was going on, but I had indeed accidentally made a mistake. I'm willing to suffer the punishment for my acts." Yang Kai directly offered an apology. Although they didn't manage to do anything, Chu Huashang's reputation would be affected if this incident was known to others. After all, outsiders wouldn't believe that nothing had happened under such circumstances. "Humph," Su Ling Gong sneered. "What's the point of punishing you? You've already taken advantage of Chuer. Can you undo it?" Yang Kai hung his head low with a meek expression. "What do you want me to do, Senior? Please just tell me." Su Ling Gong said coldly, "You know what you have to do now." Yang Kai fell silent for a moment, then let out a long sigh. "Don't worry, Senior. When the Tao Theory Assembly takes place, I'll take part in it and give you a satisfactory answer." It seemed that he had no choice but to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly now. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-46, Intertwining Fate Peak. The reason the Tao Theory Assembly was held did have something to do with Yang Kai. If Chu Huashang hadn't followed him to the shadowless cave heaven to help him, none of this would have happened. Before he came to this place, the notion of eventually taking part in the assembly did occur to him, but he had never expected that he would be forced into joining it in such a way. At that instant, he was torn between tears and laughter. Yang Kai thus secretly decided that he would just win first place and come up with a solution after Chu Huashang's confinement ended 100 years later. In any case, there was no way he would watch as she married some stranger she had no feelings at all for. Chu Huashang's 100-year confinement was a certainty, and no one could foretell what would happen after she was freed. A lot of things could change after such a long time. "Don't forget what you've said." Su Ling Gong had been waiting for Yang Kai to say that. Then he turned to look at Qing Kui. "You've also heard it right. Qing, no one forced him." Yang Kai was startled as he felt that Su Ling Gong suddenly appeared jubilant. To the side, Qing Kui replied with a straight face, "Yes, I've indeed heard it. It was junior brother Yang who requested to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly." Su Ling Gong laughed heartily. "Good. Give him a place in the assembly and take him through the procedures later." Yes. It was only then that Su Ling Gong rose from the chair and examined Yang Kai, who appeared perplexed. Then he placed his hands behind his back and calmly strode out. "It's settled? Just like this?" Yang Kai gazed at the middle-aged man's back in shock. When he sensed his murderous intent earlier, he genuinely thought that Su Ling Gong wanted to kill him. It never crossed his mind that he would be so easily appeased. It seemed that Su Ling Gong was like a loud thunderstorm that carried no rain. Regardless, it was the best outcome for Yang Kai. Su Ling Gong man was a seventh-order open heaven realm master after all, and he was the honored master of Chu Huashang. If they got into a fight, Yang Kai wouldn't have even been able to fight back, so he would definitely suffer a terrible loss. "Junior brother Yang, honored master has high hopes for you, so you mustn't disappoint him." Qing Kui chuckled and patted the other man's shoulder. It was obvious that he was also ecstatic when those scheming people saw a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly showing up in the Tao Theory Assembly. They would certainly be flustered. Qing Kuei wasn't serious when he said that his honored master had high hopes for Yang Kai. Of course, to Su Linggong, he just wanted to see Yang Kai taking part in the Tao Theory Assembly and wasn't concerned about the final outcome, nor did he expect Yang Kai to win first place. The heritage of a newly promoted Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master wasn't comparable to those who had been in the same order for several hundred or thousand years. Yang Kai said after a sigh, "Don't worry, senior brother Qing. I'll do my best to not disappoint all of you." "Good. Just do your best, but don't push yourself too hard," Qing Kuei replied in a perfunctory manner. "Can I check on senior Sister Chu?" Yang Kai asked. He had never been more embarrassed in his entire life. When Su Ling Gong barged into the room, just now, his soul almost left his body. He supposed that Chu Huashang wasn't in a better state either, and he was worried since he couldn't see her now. "Junior Sister Su is taking care of Chuer, so you don't have to worry about her. Just get some rest now. I'll take you through the procedures of joining the assembly tomorrow." And Yang Kai did not insist. He reckoned that both of them would be embarrassed if he really saw Chu Huashang right now, so he obeyed Qing Kuei and returned to his temporary residence. The next morning, Qing Kuei came to visit again and led Yang Kai to deal with the procedures to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Yang Kai stared at the other party's back as he fell into his thoughts. He finally came to his senses after a night of contemplation. He was quite flustered the day before, so he hadn't managed to sort out his thoughts for a while. After he returned to Riverside House, however, Yang Kai pondered on the issue and realized that something was off. The incident just felt odd to him, as though he had been set up. He was just there to visit Chu Huashang and find out about her intentions. He didn't have any lustful thoughts. So how did they end up lying together on her bed? Furthermore, the atmosphere at that time had been strange, and it was as if he couldn't help having obscene and lustful thoughts fill his mind. Chu Huashang seemed more attractive than she usually was, and his self-restraint also seemed to be much lower than it should have been. In truth, Yang Kai was quite fond of Chu Huashang, but it hadn't reached the point where he wanted to get intimate with her. He even suspected that he had been affected by some kind of aphrodisiac, but after checking on his body carefully, he couldn't detect any residual medicinal traces. Another thing was that Su Linggong and the others came at exactly the right moment to interrupt him and Chu Huashang. If they came any earlier, nothing would have happened in the first place, and if they came any later, he and Chu Huashang would have already finished cooking rice and shelling peanuts. Moreover, why would the master and his disciples visit Chu Huashang together all of a sudden? It might be possible for Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui to do that since they were Chu Huashang's senior brother and sister. However, as a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Su Linggong shouldn't have had so much free time. What's more, while Su Linggong was her honored master, there was no way he should have directly kicked open the door to his female disciple's bedroom without first knocking. Yang Kai had a feeling that he had been set up, but he couldn't gather any proof. Even if he asked Qing Kuei about it now, the latter definitely wouldn't admit to it. Therefore, he decided to pretend to know nothing. In any case, taking part in the Tao Theory Assembly was no big deal to him. On the road, Qing Kuei was amiable to Yang Kai as he told him some interesting tales about Yinyang Cave Heaven, and soon they arrived at their destination. The procedures to join the assembly were not complicated. Yang Kai just had to tell them his name, background, and cultivation, then he was given a token. However, when he left, he was brought to another spirit peak instead of his usual resting place, Riverside House. There are many people who are going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, and the participants are all assigned to one of a few spirit peaks to have some rest and to get acquainted with one another. You're going to Intertwining Fate Peak, Qing Kuei explained with a meaningful smile. get acquainted with one another? Yong Kai arched his brow. Qin Kuei grinned. Although the Tao Theory Assembly is still a few days away, the tests began the moment you signed up. A glint flashed through Yong Kai's eyes as he realized the intentions of those from Yinyang Cave Heaven. The Tao Theory Assembly indeed hadn't commenced. However, since the test had already started, the performance of the participants would be recorded by those from Yinyang Cave Heaven. Moreover, such an arrangement would allow the more powerful cultivators to thin out the weaker ones before the official event began, thus saving some time and effort. I'll have to get to know my neighbors then, Yong Kai grinned. However, Senior Brother Qing, I've just ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so I'm unable to fully control my strength if I accidentally kill or cripple someone who offends me. Qin Kuei said, the Tao Theory Assembly is not a child's game. Since they have the guts to take part in it, they have to be prepared to lose their life at any moment. Those who haven't realized such a simple truth can scram back to where they came from. Yong Kai raised his brow. Does that apply to everyone? Of course. And I understand. Yong Kai nodded. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone holding him responsible afterwards. Seeing the vicious glint in the eyes of the young man in front of him, Qin Kuei suddenly felt uneasy as he wondered if he had made the right decision by conning him into taking part in the assembly. He couldn't help but drop him a reminder. If you come across the disciples from other cave heavens and paradises, you'd better act with a bit more restraint. It will do you no good if you form a feud with them. Yong Kai replied, Don't worry, Senior Brother Qing. I understand. The prerequisite was that they wouldn't come to offend him. A while later, they finally arrived at intertwining Fate Peak. The buildings were closely connected and formed into a huge courtyard at the center of which was a platform atop which two people were engaged in an intense battle as their world forces clashed. Yong Kai took a glance, and, judging from their energy fluctuations, they were only in the Fourth Order. Moreover, the two of them were pretty restrained, as they clearly didn't intend to kill one another. Yong Kai thus retracted his gaze and ignored the matter. Now, to him, Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were no different than slightly bigger ants. Qin Kuei led Yong Kai to descend from the sky and land in front of a certain building, then said, This will be your residence before the Tao Theory Assembly starts. The token given to you is a jade that can be used to control this building's arrays. You'll be informed when the Tao Theory Assembly is about to commence. Got it. Many thanks, Senior Brother Qing. After an impassive nod, Qin Kuei shot into the sky and soon disappeared. Yong Kai took a glance at his temporary residence, then fished out the token and infused his world force into it. Following that, he waved his hand, whereupon a gap appeared in the protective array around the building. After he entered the place, the gap closed. A handsome young man clad in all white clothes, who was seated beside the central stage, asked the person beside him with a frown, Who is that guy? Why would Elder Qing personally lead him to this place? Not only was the young man good-looking, but his demeanor was also calm and aloof. It was apparent that he came from a powerful background. What's more, he had the air of a leader about him. Upon hearing his associate's questions, he shook his head to indicate that he had never met this guy before. A sense of wariness flashed through the young man's eyes as he wondered, could he be a disciple from one of the cave heavens or paradises? However, even if he was a disciple from one of the cave heavens or paradises, he wouldn't necessarily be treated by Qin Kuei in such a way. The arrival of such a person on intertwining Fate Peak all of a sudden caused them to feel a little concerned. A Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master offered to help. Give me a moment, Brother Kong. I'll ask around and see whether I can find out that guy's background. The person called Brother Kong nodded his head. Many thanks for your help, Brother Sunday. The man surnamed Sun appeared to be honored. Don't mention it, Brother Kong. When the Tao Theory Assembly starts, All of us on Intertwining Fate Peak will need you to take care of us, so you don't have to thank me for solving such a trivial problem for you." The man surnamed Kong nodded in a reserved manner. Good. After the message was sent, they waited. Many people had arrived on Intertwining Fate Peak much earlier than Yang Kai, so they had either already known or met each other, forming a rather harmonious relationship with no major conflicts so far. However, nobody seemed to know who Yang Kai was, and since he was guided here by Qing Kuei personally, he naturally drew some attention. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-47. Who are you? The young man surnamed Kong sported a doubtful expression as he looked at Yang Kai's resting place. He found the other party familiar just now, but from his angle he was unable to make out the person's face clearly, nor could he recall where they had met in the past. Suppressing the doubt in his mind, he shook his head and awaited the answer. "Honored Master." Qing Kuei stepped into the grand hall and cupped his fist. "Is everything done?" Su Linggong seemed to be in a jovial mood. He was drinking on his own and humming a song when Qing Kuei entered the place. "Yes," Qing Kuei replied respectfully. "I followed your order and made him settle down on Intertwining Fate Peak." "Very good, very good." "Ha ha ha." Su Linggong grinned in a devious manner. A puzzled Qing Kuei asked, "Is there anything special about Intertwining Fate Peak? Honored Master? Why do you want Yang Kai to stay there?" After all, he came back to the sect a few days ago, so he wasn't familiar with the current affairs in the sect. Su Linggong picked up some food from a nearby plate, and as he munched on it, he replied, "The Tao Theory Assembly is still a few days away. They initially only expect Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to take part in the assembly. So, how do you think those old farts will react when a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly appears?" Qing Kuei stated, "They'll certainly be flustered. In order to save their sects from embarrassment, they'll have to send new candidates to join the assembly." This was the plot they had come up with. Since Yang Kai, the troublemaker, was going to join the assembly, they would now have to wait for the scheming old farts to react. If nothing unexpected happened, things would unfold just like what they had imagined. That's right. However, it would be a bad idea if no one finds out that he's a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He'll have to make some noise and let everyone know. Su Linggong grinned. On Intertwining Fate Peak, there's a potential successor to the next Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. He's also the eldest son of one of the former Union Masters, Kong Feng. His name is Kong Tianyu. Heavenly Sword Union. Qing Kuei arched his brow. He couldn't help but whistle as he took pleasure in someone else's misfortune. "We'll have a good show to watch, then." Although he knew little about Voidland, he was aware that there was a blood feud between Voidland and Heavenly Sword Union. The former Union Master Kong Feng was killed by Yang Kai because he led the 100 Sects Alliance to invade Voidland. At that time, Yang Kai was just an Emperor Realm cultivator, but he was able to make use of the power of the 9 heavenly layers to kill Kong Feng. Otherwise, there was no way a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could have been killed by an Emperor Realm Junior. After Kong Feng's death, a man named Xinliang, also a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, succeeded him as Union Master, but he was also killed soon after. Although it wasn't Yang Kai's doing directly this time, it was someone from Voidland who did the deed. 2 Union Masters were consecutively killed by people from Voidland. It could be said that Heavenly Sword Union had suffered immense losses at Voidland's hands. It was practically an irresolvable blood feud. Since Kong Tianyu was on Intertwining Fate Peak, there was no way Yang Kai could have a peaceful time staying there. "Honored Master, you're such a cunning man." Qing Kuei couldn't help but admire the older man. Right after he finished speaking, though, he saw a wine bottle fly at him. He immediately covered his head and fled while Su Linggong cursed at him from behind. On Intertwining Fate Peak, the man surnamed Sun clenched the communication bead. In his hand, with an awkward expression, Kong Tianyu asked, "Have you found out anything? Who is that guy?" The man, surnamed Sun, took a glance at him and replied hesitantly, "Brother Kong, from what I've gathered, that person is the Lord of Void Land, Yang Kai." Yang Kai. Kong Tianyu became startled for a moment, then started yelling with a hideous expression. "Are you sure he is Yang Kai, the one from Void Land?" The man, surnamed Sun, nodded. "Yes, I'm certain. It wasn't difficult to find such information. The candidates who are going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly are not confidential in any case, so the information comes from a disciple from Inyang Cave Heaven. If you don't believe me, Brother Kong, you can get someone else to verify it." "There's no need for that." Kong Tianyu turned around and glared at Yang Kai's residence, then said through clenched teeth, "It's no wonder I found him so familiar. So, he's Yang Kai." He started laughing maniacally in the next breath. "Since he is here, it has saved me the trouble of looking for him. Father, just you wait, I'll avenge you now." The former Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was killed by an Emperor Realm Cultivator. Although the other party had achieved this feat by making use of a powerful Grand Array, Kong Feng had become a laughingstock after word got out. Kong Tianyu was the son of the former Union Master with an exceptional aptitude. He directly ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm several hundred years ago, and he was the first in line to succeed his father. If everything went all, he would be able to become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union when he reached the Sixth Order. However, due to Kong Feng's death, which had tarnished the reputation of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Tianyu fell from the first to the fifth in line to succeed the Union Master. Given his position now, he practically had no hope of becoming the Union Master in his lifetime. It could be said that his future had been ruined by Yang Kai. This, coupled with his father's death, caused Kong Tianyu to want to kill Yang Kai. He needed to clear his name and cast away the humiliation that had been inflicted upon his family. Unfortunately, those from Void Land were not pushovers, as there were two divine spirits residing in that place, so those from Heavenly Sword Union couldn't afford to offend them openly. Therefore, he could only keep the resentment to himself. The Tao Theory Assembly was held by Inyang Cave Heaven to help Chu Huashang select a husband. It allowed Kong Tianyu to see a glimmer of hope in the darkness. If he could become the winner in the assembly, he would be able to marry into Inyang Cave Heaven. By then, he could stop getting marginalized by those from Heavenly Sword Union. Perhaps the heavens took pity on him, as Yang Kai had also left Void Land to take part in the assembly. This was the best chance for him. Kong Tianyu had been paying close attention to any news about Yang Kai since the latter had killed his father. So naturally, he was aware that Yang Kai ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm just outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven in the Shattered Heaven about 2 years ago. Both of them were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. However, the heritage of Yang Kai, who only achieved an ascension 2 years ago, was definitely not comparable to that of Kong Tianyu, who had been in this order for hundreds of years. Kong Tianyu thus decided that he would cut Yang Kai to pieces to vent out his fury. As his murderous intent surged, he strode towards Yang Kai's residence. The other dozen or so cultivators, who were also there to join the assembly, exchanged glances as they became excited. Knowing that a good show was about to start, they followed him as well. Upon reaching Yang Kai's place, Kong Tianyu extended his hand and summoned a spear. After taking a deep breath, he infused his strength into the spear and pushed it out forcefully. At the same time, he bellowed, "Yang Kai, get out here." All of them were shocked when they saw his move. The others had been staying here for a few days before Yang Kai's arrival, and during this period of time, they had exchanged some pointers, but none of them was a match for Kong Tianyu. Even those in the Fifth Order were much weaker than he was. Therefore, the people on intertwining Fate Peak regarded him as their leader. Kong Tianyu had earned this position with his spear alone. However, it wasn't until Kong Tianyu thrust out his spear this time that they realized he hadn't shown his full strength during their bouts some time ago. Judging from the power of his attack, they reckoned that even though he was still some distance away from the Sixth Order, he wasn't far off. Although the attack was powerful, it still couldn't break the array around the building. The courtyard was meant for them to rest in comfort, so the spirit arrays were naturally quite sturdy. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was seated with his legs crossed in his room. The Tao Theory Assembly was only a few days away, so there wasn't enough time for him to refine any resources. The growth of an open heaven realm was all about accumulation over a long period of time. Regardless of what resources one refined, they had to ensure the balance in their small universe was maintained. Therefore, it was best to collect a full set of resources of the yin, yang, and 5 elements before refining them. Since there wasn't enough time to refine a full set of resources, Yang Kai decided to simply consume some open heaven pills. The yin, yang, and 5 elements in open heaven pills were in perfect balance. And although they weren't an efficient method of cultivating, the pills were safe and easy to consume. One could refine them at any moment without any worries. Yang Kai had just refined a handful of open heaven pills when he felt the array outside his residence shaking, then heard someone bellowing. He wondered who would call out to him at this point. Initially, he decided to ignore this person, but his inaction only caused the other party to become more rampant. The continuous attacks caused the array to shake constantly, leaving him unable to focus. The speed at which he refined open heaven pills also slowed down significantly. Certainly, it was expected that Yang Kai was incensed. Seeing that the array was starting to show signs of failing, he had no choice but to get up and shuffle towards the door, an aura of coldness swirling around him. Although the array around the building was sturdy, it couldn't possibly withstand a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's relentless bombardment. As Kong Tianyu repeatedly attacked with his spear, the entire intertwining Fate Peak shook as though it would collapse at any moment. Yang Kai's silence infuriated him, causing him to exert more force with each blow. All of a sudden, the array around the building disappeared. The door was pushed open from the inside, and a young man with a grim expression stepped out. As their eyes met, an enraged Kong Tianyu jabbed his spear into the ground and roared, "Are you Yang Kai?" A displeased Yang Kai glared at him and snapped, "Who are you? Why are you shouting in front of my door? Are you Yang Kai or not? The one from Void Land?" "Kong Tian," you asked again. Yang Kai replied nonchalantly, "So what if I'm Yang Kai?" Kong Tianyu narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Good. I've finally found you." "Do we know each other?" Yang Kai looked curiously at him. "It seems that there are some grudges between us." Kong Tianyu picked up his spear and pointed it at him. "Remember, the one who killed you is the son of the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, Kong Tianyu." Then he looked up at the sky and roared, "Father, do you see it now? Your son will avenge you today." After he finished his words, Kong Tianyu forcefully thrust out his spear as his world force seemed able to shake the void. The Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the crowd paled. Although there didn't seem to be anything special about Kong Tianyu's attack, they felt threatened just by looking at it. It was imaginable that Kong Tianyu must have used his full strength in order to avenge his father's death. Everyone thought about how they would resolve the attack if there were Yang Kai, but they soon realized there was nothing they could have done in his place. The only option would be to meet this attack head-on, but since they were weaker than Kong Tianyu, their small universes would be damaged if they tried to counter this thrust, resulting in serious injury or even death. The violent sight they all imagined never happened, though. Following a light sound, Kong Tianyu was rooted to the spot as though he had been bound. His spear was grasped by Yang Kai with only one hand, and he was no longer able to move it one bit. Kong Tianyu and everyone else were stunned. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-48, I'll Teach You a Move. All of them widened their eyes, as they couldn't believe what they saw. A fifth-order open heaven realm master had gathered all his strength to thrust out his spear, yet that spear was easily grasped by another fifth-order open heaven realm master with only one hand. It proved that the latter must be immensely powerful. You're from Heavenly Sword Union? Yang Kai examined Kong Tianyu. Kong Feng was your father? Upon closer look, he realized that the person named Kong Tian, you indeed shared some similarities with Kong Feng in terms of their appearances. After recovering from the initial shock, Kong Tianyu gripped his spear, and with a flourish shook off Yang Kai's grasp. Retreating a few steps to widen the gap with his enemy, both shocked and doubtful, he muttered, "You." Kong Tian, you was shocked at the fact that his enemy possessed such incredible strength. Just now, he couldn't detect Yang Kai using his world force at all, but the latter could easily grab his spear. In other words, Yang Kai had only used brute force to accomplish this feat. The fact that a fifth-order open heaven realm master was able to reach such a point in terms of physical strength was unheard of. At the very least, throughout Kong Tianyu's martial Dao, he had never come across anyone who was so strong before. However, he wasn't aware of the immensity of Yang Kai's strength in his dragon form. No cultivators in the same order could surpass him when it came to physical prowess. Heavenly Sword Union. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai suddenly started chuckling. Very good. I haven't managed to visit your sect yet, but you've come here to make a scene instead. Interesting indeed. After his return from the shadowless cave heaven, Yang Kai subsequently destroyed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province to help the proprietress resolve her heart demon oath, which sent a shock wave across the great forces that took part in the raid on Void Land. Consequently, many of those same great forces sent representatives to Void Land Star City with gifts and requested to meet Yang Kai as they were worried that he would also destroy their sects. In fact, Yang Kai didn't really care about the great forces that had invaded Void Land before. At that time, they were forced to join the Alliance for various reasons. Void Land was a powerful sect now, so there was no point in settling the grudges against those minor great forces. It would be a waste of time and energy. With that said, Yang Kai didn't intend to let Heavenly Sword Union off. He initially planned to call the roll and storm into Heavenly Sword Union to get even with them. However, the Dao Theory Assembly had derailed his plan, so he had to come to Yinyang Cave Heaven first. It never crossed his mind that he would bump into Kong Feng's son here. It seemed that Qin Kuei had deliberately made him stay on Intertwining Fate Peak for this exact reason. Then, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. So troublesome. I initially planned to keep a low profile, but it seems that won't be possible now. He was fully aware of what was going on with the Dao Theory Assembly. The most powerful participants were only in the fifth-order open heaven realm. By taking part in the assembly as sixth-order open heaven realm master, he was like an adult who was competing against children. There was no doubt that he could easily win first place if nothing changed. If he revealed his true strength, now, though, the situation in the Dao Theory Assembly would change. By then, people who were above the fifth-order open heaven realm would participate in the assembly. Then, it suddenly dawned upon Yang Kai that perhaps this was the exact outcome Su Linggong and Qin Kuei wanted to see. He reckoned that it must be the truth, and it wasn't until this moment that he realized why he and Chu Huashang were caught in the act. This was all a plot set up by Su Linggong. Cunning old fox. Despite knowing that Su Linggong was doing it for Chu Huashang, Yang Kai was still displeased, as no one would be happy being manipulated. What are you talking about? Kong Tianyu glared at him as he finally calmed down. The fight between Open Heaven Realm Masters was always about the powers of their small universes, not physical strength. He was astonished that Yong Kai was able to easily grasp his spear just now, but he had now recovered from his shock. Regardless of what you say, you will die today. Kong Tianyu wielded his spear again and pointed it at Yong Kai. As he spoke, he pushed out his spear, which was surrounded with an aura from an experienced Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As his world force permeated the place, a trail of darkness was left behind that could hardly be healed as he extended his spear. I was the young Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union and the successor to the Union Master. I had all the glory with me. However, it's all because of you that I'm marginalized by the old farts in the sect now. But so what? As long as I can become the winner in the Tao Theory Assembly, I'll be the young master of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. By then, I'll make all of them kneel before me and beg for my mercy. Ha ha ha! Do you see it now? That's the difference between us. Although you're also Fifth Order Master, you're not comparable to me. I've been in this order for hundreds of years, while you only achieved an ascension 2 years ago. Let's see how much longer you'll— What? Kong Tian, you abruptly had his arrogant speech cut off as he became rooted to the spot. His hideous expression contorted as he gazed at his own hands with trembling eyes. He was supposed to be holding a spear, which was a Fifth-Order artifact that Kong Fong had refined for him when he ascended to the Fifth-Order Open Heaven realm in the past. However, there was presently nothing in his hands. The Fifth-Order artifact that had been with him for hundreds of years had suddenly gone missing. Looking up, he saw that his spear was now in Yong Kai's hands as the latter nonchalantly wielded the weapon. When did that happen? Kong Tianyu's pupils contracted as the cold sweat slid down from his forehead to his cheeks. Although the young man in front of him looked ordinary, he felt like he could see the door of death slowly opening before his eyes. The people around them were flabbergasted. Initially, they could see that Kong Tianyu's attacks became increasingly menacing every time he pushed out his spear. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, Yong Kai's only option would be to dodge and flee. However, to their astonishment, the situation had been turned around in the blink of an eye. Kong Tianyu's artifact was snatched by his opponent, and no one could clearly see what happened at that moment. When they came to their senses, the dust had already settled. You talk too much. Yong Kai shot a disinterested glance at Kong Tianyu. Moreover, that's not how you're supposed to use a spear. I'll teach you a move. Then he wielded the spear and slowly thrust it out towards Kong Tianyu. Compared to the spear technique Kong Tianyu had used, Yong Kai's attack wasn't intimidating at all. Furthermore, it was outrageously slow, as all of them could see the trail clearly. Even a 3-year-old kid could easily dodge it. The spectators were all doubtful, as they wondered what was special about the attack. However, Kong Tianyu, the only one actually facing the attack, was now in an utter state of panic. He could clearly feel that the spear contained a horrifying power that he could not possibly resist, and that the shadow of death was about to consume him whole. He attempted to dodge, but regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to move a muscle. The space around him seemed to have been sealed off, and even his senses seemed to have been warped, like time itself had slowed down. The spear magnified before his eyes to the point where he could see nothing else. Hong! Violent force exploded as the spear struck Kong Tianyu's forehead and instantly exploded his head. The headless corpse convulsed as blood started spurting out of his neck and died, his snow-white robes scarlet. The force lingering in the air slowly dissipated. Sixth Order. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Someone exclaimed, "Xiao, xiao, xiao." All the spectators instantly fled in all directions with pale looks on their faces. The Lord of Voidland, Yong Kai, who had just arrived, was actually a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Despite being a powerful Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Kong Tian, you was still killed in one move. Kong Tian, you had been the most powerful person on intertwining Fate Peak until now, so if he wasn't a match for Yang Kai, there was no way the others would be able to deal with him. That was the reason that they had immediately fled, as they were worried that Yang Kai would target them next. Have you learned it? Yang Kai asked dispassionately. In that case, you can rest in peace. Looking up next, Yang Kai saw a petite figure that looked like a young girl only 7 or 8 years old. Her face was pretty cute, and her hair had been tied into 2 ponytails. As she silently hovered in the air, she looked down at the entire intertwining Fate Peak. There was a writing brush in her hand as she dipped it in her mouth before jotting something down on a pad. It seemed that she was trying to record something. She had to be some kind of invigilator, and there must be such a person on every spirit peak. They were the people sent by Yin Yang Cave Heaven to observe the participants, and everything they did would be recorded by them. Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. The young girl's expression instantly darkened as she raised her book to stop Yang Kai from looking at her. After storing Kong Tian Yu's space ring, Yang Kai turned around and re-entered his lodging to continue cultivating. Since he was a 6th-order open heaven realm master now, it was no big deal for him to kill a 5th-order master, and the matter didn't bother him one bit. If Kong Tian Yu hadn't caused a scene, Yang Kai wouldn't have ruthlessly ended his life. However, that was perhaps the outcome Su Linggong and Qin Kuei wanted to see. Since Yang Kai had revealed his 6th-order cultivation, the situation in the Tao Theory Assembly would soon change drastically. Some disciples from Yin Yang Cave Heaven soon came over to take the corpse away and clean up the blood. Just a while later, the spot in front of Yang Kai's door was spotless once more, as though nothing had happened just now. Just like Yang Kai had expected, after he returned to his room, messages were sent out in all directions. The fact that a 6th-order open heaven realm master appeared on intertwining Fate Peak spread around at the speed of lightning. On a certain spirit peak in a certain mountain range, surrounded by mist, inside a gazebo, there were more than 10 figures who were either standing or seated, as they seemed to be having a casual chat. One of them was Su Linggong. The Tao Theory Assembly was meant to select a husband for Chu Huashang, so as her honored master, Su Linggong was naturally unable to stay out of this matter. Therefore, he was here to receive the top masters who came from other cave heavens and paradises. Su Linggong was a high-rank open heaven realm master, so the people who deserved his attention were also high-rank open heaven realm masters. Therefore, the people in the gazebo were all the inner elders from various cave heavens and paradises. None of them was a nobody. There was also another group of people outside of the gazebo, but unlike the meeting between the elders, it was just a meet-up among the younger generation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4449, A Change in the Tao Theory Assembly. While the elders from the cave heavens and paradises were having a discussion, the younger generation were not standing idly by. Instead, they were exchanging pointers. Presently, there were 1 man and 1 woman who were engaging in an intense battle. As their 6th-order open heaven realm auras clashed, they flew around the place. The people from the cave heavens and paradises rarely had such a chance to gather together. Therefore, using the Tao Theory Assembly as a chance, the elders brought their favorite disciples to this place. It wasn't that they wanted them to take part in the assembly, as they wouldn't have the heart to let the disciples they had high hopes for getting married into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, they could make use of this chance to let the younger disciples familiarize themselves with one another and increase their experience. As the people in the gazebo watched the fight, some of them would make a remark from time to time. They looked like they were having a chat with the people around them, but they were actually commenting on the strengths and weaknesses of the ones in the battle. Although there was only a difference of 1 order between them, the gap between the mid-rank and the high-rank open heaven realm was no different from the distance between the heavens and earth. As inner elders, they were perfectly qualified to point out the weaknesses of these youths. The man and the woman in battle continuously adjusted the ways they made a move as they listened to the elders' comment, gaining some valuable knowledge along the way. Just then, an old man with a rosy face said, "Good. The battle should stop here. Both of you must be exhausted, so get some rest now." Upon hearing that, the man and the woman leapt away and saluted one another. Then they put away their artifacts and sat down with their legs crossed. Just then, a grim-looking old man with an aquiline nose in the gazebo turned to look at Su Ling Gong and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why are you in the mood to keep us company today, Brother Su?" Su Ling Gong was responsible for handling all the affairs in the Tao Theory Assembly. Supposedly, he had to keep these elders company. However, since the day they arrived, Su Ling Gong had only shown up once on the first day and let them stay in their respective residences after. He had practically ignored them since then. In fact, they fully understood how Su Ling Gong felt. He was resentful of them. After all, they had used a dirty trick to make sure that only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, which meant that only a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would eventually marry Chu Huashang. They reckoned that Su Ling Gong had been pretty restrained for not outright attacking them, so it was understandable that he ignored them most of the time. However, he had come to visit them on this day with a jovial expression, as though something great had happened to him. "What do you mean?" "While it is true I was too swamped with work and didn't have the time to keep you company, I do now," Su Ling Gong replied nonchalantly. "Since all of you have come all the way here, I'll have to make time for you, even though I'm busy." They naturally wouldn't believe him. This guy previously showed no trace of politeness when glaring at them since they arrived. However, they couldn't figure out why he was in a jubilant mood on this day. Just then, someone approached them from afar. After saluting all of them, he walked up to the grim-looking old man and whispered something to him. The grim-looking old man's expression changed as he shot a meaningful glance at Su Ling Gong, soon understanding what had happened. Then he gently waved his hand to motion for the person to withdraw and stared at Su Ling Gong before commenting, "An ingenious move indeed, Brother Su. This Shua is impressed." With the wine cup in his hand, Su Ling Gong looked smilingly at him. "What are you talking about, Brother Shua? I don't understand." "It's fine. I know what you've done," the old man surnamed Shua sneered and rose from the chair. "I'll take my leave." Seeing that, Pei Wenxian, who was seated among the younger disciples, hurriedly got up and left with him. As they walked down the mountain, Pei Wenxian cautiously followed the old man surnamed Shua. He instinctively had a feeling that the other party was in a terrible mood, but he had no idea what had happened. "There's been a change in the Tao Theory Assembly," Wenxian, the old man surnamed Shua, suddenly said. Pei Wenxian became startled for a moment, then asked, "Master Shua, you mean—" This old man was none other than Zhuobu Kun, an elder from Myriad Demons Heaven. In the past, Tizheng was responsible for handling all external affairs. However, after his death in the Shattered Heaven, Zhuobu Kun took over his duties and subordinates. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master has appeared in the Tao Theory Assembly. Zhuobu Kun replied, "A Sixth Order?" We all agreed that only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would join the assembly. Who broke the rule? Pei Wenxian asked with a frown. "He's not from one of the cave heavens and paradises. You know him as well, actually." "Who is it?" "The Lord of Void Land, Yang Kai." Pei Wenxian was startled for a moment, then knitted his brows together. "Are you mistaken, Master Shua? I'm aware that Yang Kai is in Yinyang Cave Heaven because he moved past the territory gate we had cordoned off. However, he's supposed to be in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, not the Sixth Order." The eldest son of Kong Feng, Kong Tianyu, ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm several hundred years ago. His power was considered quite good among those in the same order. Nevertheless, he was killed by Yang Kai in one move. Pei Wenxian's pupils contracted when he heard that. Although he hadn't been in any contact with Kong Tianyu before, he had heard about him. Just like Shuobu Kun had said, that guy was a powerful Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who achieved his ascension several hundred years ago. Nonetheless, he was killed by Yang Kai with only one move. Pei Wenxian wouldn't doubt Shuobu Kun. Since the older man had said so, the information must have been verified. Seeing as Yang Kai was able to kill Kong Tianyu easily, he had to be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Pei Wenxian was dumbfounded to learn that Yang Kai was in the Sixth Order, which was the same as him, as according to the information the Cave Heavens and Paradises had gathered. Yang Kai had only made it to the Fifth Order outside the shadowless Cave Heaven. Suppressing the doubt in his mind, Pei Wenxian asked, Master Zhuo, you mean? He knew that Shuobu Kun wouldn't have said such a thing for no reason. He was definitely required to do something. According to the original plan, all of us only had to respectively send one Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. However, with this turn of events, things have changed. What's more, the problem occurred at the territory gate we were responsible for. Since we're at fault, we have to give an explanation to the others. I want you to participate in the assembly and become the winner, Shuobu Kun ordered impassively. That was the reason he immediately left the gazebo upon hearing the news. The news would be spread among the other great forces soon, and if he hadn't left, he would have been criticized by the others. After all, the problem was with the territory gate that myriad demons heaven had guarded. Upon hearing that, Pei Wenxian replied, I can definitely become the winner. But, Master Zhuo, I'll have to marry into Yin Yang Cave Heaven by doing so. Despite knowing that Yang Kai was also in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he was still confident of defeating the other party, since he was a disciple from a cave heaven. The disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises were not afraid of anyone in the same order. You're a core disciple of myriad demons heaven, so we won't let you marry into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Don't worry, I'll handle the issue. Pei Wenxian nodded his head. I'll do as you say, Master Zhuo. After giving it a thought, Shuobu Kun said, You must not be complacent. Although you've refined Sixth Order elements and eventually ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai condensed several Seventh Order elements before. Moreover, he's able to use a divine manifestation. Therefore, you can't regard him like any other Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master. It will probably be difficult for you to deal with him. Pei Wenxian replied, Don't worry, Master Zhuo. I will not be negligent. Very good. The assembly is just a few days away. Get some rest and make sure that you're prepared. Yes. In the gazebo on the Spirit Peak, Su Linggong was humming a tune as he was in a jovial mood. He watched as the cultivators from the Cave Heavens and Paradises came over and reported to their respective elders in small voices one by one. The elders initially had no idea why Shuobu Kun had left all of a sudden, but upon hearing the reports from their subordinates, they finally realized what had happened. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had suddenly shown up in the Tao Theory Assembly. Although there was only one person, it had derailed all of their plans and arrangements, forcing them to change their tactics. The elders subsequently left, all of them shooting resentful glances at Su Linggong before that. It was never a good feeling to be stabbed in the back. Su Linggong, on the other hand, only became more jubilant. After all of them were gone, he couldn't help but start guffawing. Meanwhile, there were only a small number of people in a certain palace of Yin Yang Cave Heaven where Open Heaven Realm Masters had to make a registration to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Those who were supposed to make a registration had already done so, and since the assembly was just a few days away, it was basically too late for those who hadn't managed to do so already to sign up. The disciples responsible for registering the Open Heaven Realm Masters were thus lazing about somewhat sleepily. Although there were several hundred people already registered, There was only one sixth order open heaven realm master. The outcome of the Tao theory assembly wouldn't be surprising since there was a stark difference between those in different orders. However, they were just ordinary disciples, so it had nothing to do with them. When two disciples from Yin Yang Cave Heaven, who were bored behind the registration desk, saw a figure appearing all of a sudden in front of them, they were astonished. Looking up, they could instantly recognize that the person was a sixth order open heaven realm master, who was the outer elder of Myriad Demons Heaven. Previously, this person had brought a fifth order open heaven realm master from the same sect to make a registration, so the two disciples could recognize him. One of the disciples from Yin Yang Cave Heaven rose from the chair and asked, "So, it is Elder He. Why have you come here all of a sudden?" Elder He's expression was so cold that it was as though a layer of frost could be scraped off his face. He had nowhere to vent out his fury, which almost burned him alive. He was the elderly man who had previously stopped Qin Kuei and Yang Kai just outside the territory gate. Since Yang Kai had managed to enter Yin Yang Cave Heaven under his watch, he had to take full responsibility for it. As such, he had just been harshly reprimanded by Shubu-kun, which was why he was in a foul mood. "I'm here to make a registration," he said in a sulky voice. "What?" The disciple who spoke earlier was startled. When he looked behind Elder He saw no one there. Puzzled, he asked, "Are you doing it for yourself, or—" Elder He roared, "You want this old master to marry into Yin Yang Cave Heaven? Of course, I'm making a registration for someone else." The two disciples were stunned, as they had no idea why Elder He was so incensed. Still, they hurriedly straightened up and helped him with the registration. "Please tell me the person's name, cultivation, and master sect." Elder He replied in a grim voice, "Pei Wen-xian, sixth order open heaven realm, Myriad Demons Heaven." The two disciples were startled as they looked up at him. One of them asked hesitantly, "Are you sure you want to make a registration for senior brother Pei?" They had heard about Pei Wen-xian. He was a rising star in Myriad Demons Heaven, who directly ascended to the sixth order open heaven realm. There was no doubt that he had a bright future. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4450, Lu Jing. The status of Pei Wen-xian in Myriad Demons Heaven was the same as Chu Huashang in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Such a person was destined to be one of the most important figures in Myriad Demons Heaven in the future, so there was no way he would marry into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss for his sect. Therefore, when the two disciples who were responsible for registering the candidates heard that Elder He was making a registration for Pei Wen-xian to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, they were dumbfounded. "Cut the crap! Do it now and give me a jade token." Elder He snapped. Yes. Please give us a moment. Elder He..." Not daring to be negligent, the two disciples hurriedly recorded Pei Wen-xian's information and passed the elderly man a jade token, not willing to stay there any longer. Elder He took the token and left while the two disciples exchanged glances in puzzlement. Before they even recovered from their shock, more people had come to register. Half a day later, the two disciples fell into a dazed state as they looked at the book in front of them. In such a short time, more than 10 cave heavens and paradises had sent new disciples to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, and they were all in the sixth order open heaven realm. Just like Pei Wen-xian, they were rising stars of their respective sects who achieved an ascension in the past 100 years. The two disciples were torn between tears and laughter because there was even a woman on the list. The words Langya Paradise, Gu Pan, sixth order, were clearly written in the book. The purpose of the Tao Theory Assembly was to help Chu Huashang find a husband. So the participants were naturally all men. Something had to be terribly wrong with Langya Paradise, as they had sent a female disciple. If Gu Pan happened to become the winner, she would have to bed Chu Huashang in the future. The two disciples felt their blood beginning to boil as they began to imagine such a future. Although they had no idea what had happened that made these new sixth-order open heaven realms change their minds and take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, they could clearly feel that a change was taking place in the assembly. Their gazes fell upon a certain name as they had a feeling that the change had something to do with that person. After all, prior to this, he was the only sixth-order open heaven realm among the hundreds of participants in the assembly. On intertwining Fate Peak, Yang Kai examined Kong Tianyu's space ring and obtained some fifth-order materials from it. Other than that, there was nothing worth mentioning. As the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai had a first-class star city and countless powerful open heaven realms as subordinates. Given his wealth, he was naturally dismissive of ordinary treasures. After putting everything of value in his own ring, he continued refining open heaven pills. Soon, however, the barrier around his house was triggered. Instead of a violent fluctuation this time, though, it felt more like someone was simply trying to get his attention. With a frown, Yang Kai got up and lowered the barrier. After pushing the door open, he saw a decent-looking young man standing outside. Seeing Yang Kai, the young man quickly saluted him. Gathering Yuan Union's Lu Jing, greet senior brother. Yang Kai sized him up and asked, "What's wrong?" He remembered seeing Gathering Yuan Union in his universe chart, which included all the known great territories and great forces within them. When he was looking for the star boundary in the past, Yang Kai had carefully studied every part of the universe chart, so he vaguely remembered a force called Gathering Yuan Union. However, he didn't pay any attention to this force since he probably wouldn't come into contact with them. If he wasn't mistaken, Gathering Yuan Union was above average among the second-class great forces, with a sixth-order open heaven realm master overseeing their sect. "I'm sorry for bothering you, senior brother." Lu Jing cautiously examined Yang Kai's expression, and upon seeing that the latter didn't show signs of impatience, he set his mind at ease. He was shocked to see Kong Tianyu getting killed in just one move a short time ago. That guy was a fifth-order open heaven realm master, but he was killed like an ant. Therefore, Lu Jing was terrified when dealing with Yang Kai, as he was worried that the latter would make a move on him at any moment. The participants of the Tao Theory Assembly had to understand that they might get killed at any moment. Hence, Yang Kai could murder all the people on intertwining Fate Peak if he wanted to do that. "If you don't mind, can I come in to speak with you?" Lu Jing asked in a gentle tone. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai stepped aside. Lu Jing thanked him and shuffled into the house. After they were seated, Lu Jing said, "I've heard much about you, senior brother, now that I finally see you." Before he could finish his flattery, Yang Kai raised his hand and cut him off. "Just speak frankly." Since it was the first time they met, there was nothing worth talking about between them. And the only reason Yang Kai let him in was to find out his intentions. An embarrassed Lu Jing coughed and put on a hollow laugh. "Good, senior brother Yang. The reason I've come to visit you is to ask you to protect me in the Tao Theory Assembly to the best of your abilities." Yang Kai frowned and gazed at him in puzzlement. Lu Jing put on a bitter smile. "As you can see, senior brother, I'm just a fourth-order cultivator, one of the weakest among the participants in the Tao Theory Assembly. If I encounter a powerful opponent, there's no way I can survive." With an awkward expression, Yang Kai asked, "Since you're aware of your weaknesses, why have you still come here to take part in the assembly?" A troubled Lu Jing replied, "Do you think I want to be here, senior brother? I had no choice. Although the purpose of the Tao Theory Assembly is to help senior sister Chu select a husband, it is also a major event in the 3,000 worlds. My father told me to take part in it to broaden my horizons and gain some life experience. He doesn't expect me to become the winner. To be honest with you, many participants of the assembly are in the same situation as me. They're forced to come here by their families?" Yang Kai was surprised. Lu Jing replied, "Well, not all of them. There are only a small number of people who are forced to come here by their families. What I mean is that they're taking part in the assembly not to become the winner, but to go through some training by using this event as an opportunity. Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai nodded his head. After giving it a thought, he realized that it was just like what Lu Jing had said. The Tao Theory Assembly was considered a major event in the 3,000 worlds. Many powerful cultivators had gathered together in this place to exchange moves, which was a kind of training for them. Then, Yang Kai said with a frown, "It will be difficult for me to ensure your safety. What I can do at most is to let you off when you're faced with me. The others might not be as easygoing, though." Upon hearing that, Lu Jing burst into laughter. "Do you think the assembly is just an event where all the participants have to fight with one another until the strongest one emerges? Isn't that the case?" Yang Kai was shocked. Lu Jing explained, "There might be such an event in the final stage. However, from what I've gathered, the assembly isn't so simple. There must be other arrangements. However, I'm unable to find out how the assembly would be carried out." He paused for a moment. "Why do you think those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven want us to stay on different spirit peaks?" Yang Kai replied, "Of course, it's to allow the stronger cultivators to weed out weaker opponents in advance to simplify the situation. That might be one of the reasons. However, it's also possible that they want us to familiarize ourselves with one another and find our own companions so that we can face various challenges together." A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes when he heard that. Was it really the intention of those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven for making such an arrangement? Lu Jing went on to say, "The Tao Theory Assembly is to help senior sister Chu select a husband, so it would be too straightforward if they just wanted to select the strongest cultivator. In that case, there would be no need for a competition at all. We would just have to stand in a row and let the high-rank open heaven realms examine us to select a winner. However, how do they examine the winner's temperament and personality? Only by going through different tests could the participants showcase their capabilities in different areas." Yang Kai reckoned that Lu Jing had a point. "Therefore, I think that the Tao Theory Assembly isn't just about fighting against one another. There must be more to it." Lu Jing's eyes seemed to be glowing as though he was confident that his speculation was right. Then he turned to look at Yang Kai. "Hence, I hope you'll ensure my safety to the best of your abilities, senior brother." Yang Kai stroked his chin and said frankly, "If the assembly is just like what you've said, I can take care of you to some extent. However, what can you give me?" Lu Jing was startled as he hadn't expected Yang Kai to agree so easily. The speech he had prepared in advance now became completely useless, so he simply asked dazedly, "What do you want, senior brother?" The way Yang Kai gazed at him made him shrink back. "If I'm not mistaken, Gathering Yuan Union focuses on doing business. Your ships sail everywhere in the 3,000 worlds, and your sect is quite wealthy. Since you're able to represent Gathering Yuan Union to take part in the assembly when you're just in the 4th order, you're obviously an important figure in your sect. Say no more, senior brother. I'm willing to pay you a 6th order Yang element treasure as a reward. What do you think?" Lu Jing interrupted Yang Kai as he was worried that the latter would come up with some unreasonable demands. "Deal," Yang Kai replied without hesitation. Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his fists. "I'll be relying on you then, senior brother. After the Tao Theory Assembly ends, I'll pass you the reward." Yang Kai nodded, and after they chatted for a bit more, Lu Jing left. Upon activating the array again, Yang Kai returned to his room and fell silent. A 4th order open heaven realm master was able to directly offer a 6th order Yang element material, which went to show that Gathering Yuan Union was truly wealthy. It had to be noted that a 6th order material was worth 10 to 20 million open heaven pills, with Yin and Yang element treasures being even more expensive than that. Therefore, It was apparent that Lu Jing was an important figure in gathering Yuan Union. Perhaps he was the young Union master, which was why he could offer such a handsome reward so easily. If there were indeed other arrangements in the Tao Theory Assembly, just like what Lu Jing had speculated, Yang Kai wouldn't mind protecting him as long as he was capable of doing so. There was a serious lack of sixth-order materials in Void Land. Besides the great emperors Su Yan and his other wives, Yang Kai also needed sixth-order materials now. Sixth-order open heaven realm masters like Yu He and the others also needed sixth-order materials to cultivate efficiently. Although he had a first-class star city where he could obtain sixth-order materials from time to time, Yin and Yang element materials were still extremely rare. Lu Jing was clearly a seasoned person, so he knew that other rewards might not be able to move Yang Kai. As such, he directly offered a reward that Yang Kai would not be able to turn down. Everything was peaceful for the next few days. When Kong Tianyu was on Intertwining Fate Peak previously, the place was lively as the residents would exchange pointers from time to time. However, after he was killed by Yang Kai with only one move, the entire Spirit Peak fell into a dead silence. The dozen or so people living here all hid in their resting places to cultivate while keeping their defensive arrays activated, worried that Yang Kai would storm into their places and kill them all in advance. After all, a sixth-order open heaven realm master was essentially unmatched on the Spirit Peak. Martial Peak, Chapter 4451, Many Powerful Opponents. The Tao Theory Assembly officially commenced a few days later. As a loud bell tolled, the cultivators, who had been cultivating on their respective spirit peaks, stepped out of their residences. On Intertwining Fate Peak, as soon as Yang Kai left his room, he saw many people looking at him with fearful eyes. Although a few days had passed, the sight of Kong Tianyu's head being blown up by Yang Kai's spear attack remained vivid in their minds. Kong Tian, Yu was the strongest fifth-order open heaven realm master among them, but he was unable to survive a single move from Yang Kai. Certainly, as a sixth-order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai stood out among them. They were previously worried that Yang Kai would kill all of them on Intertwining Fate Peak so that he would have fewer opponents. However, after he dealt with Kong Tianyu, he went on to cultivate in seclusion and didn't bother anyone else, allowing the others to have some peaceful days to live. Honestly speaking, if it weren't because they couldn't back down halfway, everyone on Intertwining Fate Peak would have fled already. None of them would be a match for a sixth-order open heaven realm master in the Tao Theory Assembly, so rather than staying there and getting humiliated, they could save themselves some time and embarrassment by backing down. However, the Tao Theory Assembly was held by Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and no one had the guts to leave halfway. The consequences would be dreadful if their backing down was taken as a sign of disrespect towards Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Just then, Lu Jing approached Yang Kai in a friendly manner. Yang Kai nodded gently at him and looked up. There was a slim woman clad in revealing clothes who was hovering in midair. Her short skirt could barely cover her alluring bottom, and as the wind whisked through her skirt, one could almost catch a glimpse of the spring scenery hidden below. The woman was weak, as she was only in the third-order open heaven realm. However, her skin was delicate, and her eyes were extremely enchanting. "Since all of you are ready, please come with me," the woman stated in a sweet voice. As she turned around and flew forward, the men were aroused when they saw her bare back. None of them moved a muscle as they gazed at Yang Kai. It wasn't until Yang Kai flew up that the others followed him. More than a dozen people left the Spirit Peak, and they soon reached the endless void. They had no idea where the woman was leading them to, but they could only follow her, as it wasn't appropriate to ask her about it. 1 hour later, they finally saw a huge universe world in the distance. The universe world was much larger than average, and looking from afar, they could see that the terrain was pretty complex with the environment quite hostile. There was also a layer of gray mist around the universe world, seemingly shielding it from complete view. Yang Kai couldn't help but study the universe world in puzzlement. Yin Yang Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens. So why was there such a strange universe world in their territory? Given their strength, it wasn't hard for them to change the environment of this universe world. So there must be a reason for them to keep it as it was. Outside the universe world, there was a gigantic palace hovering in the void, in front of which was a square that was filled with many people. The third-order woman from Yin Yang Cave Heaven led the group from intertwining Fate Peak to land on the square. After stabilizing herself, she performed a salute in a particular direction. Greetings, Elder Su. The participants from intertwining Fate Peak are all here. Su Linggong was seated on a chair in that direction while Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui were standing behind him. Seeing Yang Kai, Qin Kuei nodded at him. Su Linggong swept a glance over them as his gaze eventually fell on Yang Kai. He seemed to be in a jovial mood as he said, amicably, "Good, you may leave now." Yes, the third-order open heaven realm woman bowed and departed, leaving Yang Kai and the others where they stood. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings and realized that many cultivators had gathered together in groups in the square. There were somewhere between 300 to 400 of them in total. It seemed that they were also participants in the Tao Theory Assembly. The weakest ones were in the fourth order, while there were many fifth-order open heaven realm masters. Just like those from intertwining Fate Peak, these cultivators were supposed to be staying on their respective spirit peaks previously, but they were now all brought to this place. Soon, Yang Kai fell into a dazed state as he stared fixedly in a particular direction, a hint of shock on his face. That was because a petite woman was standing over there. Many of the participants around her were also examining her in shock. The existence of such a woman among a large group of men was like the bright moon in the dark night sky. It was expected that their attention was drawn to her. After all, the Tao Theory Assembly was meant to help Chu Huashang select a husband. Although those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven hadn't set any strict rules, the participants were basically all men. Why would a woman take part in such an assembly? However, there really was a woman standing right on the square. Moreover, Yang Kai actually knew her. She was none other than Gu Pan from Langya Paradise. Yang Kai could barely suppress his laughter. It wasn't surprising that Gu Pan was in Yin Yang Cave Heaven because she and Chu Huashang were close friends. Since this matter was about Chu Huashang's future happiness, it was only to be expected that she had tagged along with her master to this place. Nevertheless, it was quite awkward for her to appear in this square. When Yang Kai came across Gu Pan and Chu Huashang in the grand ancient ruins boundary in the past, they were also Emperor realm cultivators just like himself. After such a long time, though, everyone from back then had ascended to the open heaven realm. Chu Huashang and Gu Pan both ascended to the sixth order open heaven realm. In that case, Yang Kai kept darting his gaze around and soon found two other familiar faces. One of them was Lin Feng from True Martial Cave Heaven, and the other was Ning Daoran from Free and Unfettered Paradise. Of the friends he got to know in Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, only little fatty Sujin wasn't around. It wasn't certain whether he didn't come or he hadn't ascended to the open heaven realm yet. When their eyes met, Lin Feng snorted as he seemed to be displeased with Yang Kai. On the other hand, Ning Daoran just nodded at Yang Kai as a polite gesture. There were also some other unfriendly gazes that were examining Yang Kai. As Yang Kai swept a glance over them and soon saw Pei Wenxian from Myriad Demons Heaven and Yin Xian Zhao from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. These two guys had formed grudges against Yang Kai in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, Yin Xian Zhao relentlessly tried to kill Yang Kai. Fortunately, Chu Huashang never gave up on Yang Kai as she carried him on her back and eventually escaped from danger. There were some other people that Yang Kai didn't know, but he had a feeling that they were also core disciples from the various cave heavens and paradises, just like Chu Huashang. There seemed to be a lot of powerful opponents in this Tao Theory Assembly. The disciples of Yin Yang Cave Heaven continuously led more participants to this place from various spirit peaks where they formed into different groups and waited patiently. On a platform overlooking the square, Su Linggong sat in the center seat among the other high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises, all of whom sported dark expressions. This couldn't be helped, as Su Linggong had suddenly changed the content of the Tao Theory Assembly. According to the original plan, the participants would just have to go on stage and fight against one another until the final winner emerged. It was a brutal but simple way, as the stronger cultivators would be at an advantage. Nevertheless, Su Linggong informed them at the last moment that the rules had been changed, which infuriated the high-rank open heaven realm masters from more than a dozen cave heavens and paradises. They didn't mind changing the content of the assembly. But Su Linggong had crossed the line by changing it at the last possible moment, leaving them unprepared. Presently, Zhuobu Kun from Myriad Demons Heaven was seated to the left of Su Linggong. He turned to look at him and asked impassively, "Brother Su, what are you trying to do?" "What do you mean?" Su Linggong glanced over at him. Zhuobu Kun asked, "Have you changed the rules at the last moment for a particular person?" "I don't understand what you're talking about." Su Linggong appeared innocent. "If you think there's something wrong with the assembly, you can leave now. I don't mind." Zhuobu Kun snorted. "Is it really so easy, Brother Su? Since we've joined the assembly, why would we leave halfway? If news spread, Myriad Demons Heaven would become a laughing stock." "Stop spouting nonsense. If you're not going to leave, then I'm in charge of the Tao Theory Assembly, and I can do whatever I want." Su Linggong seemed ready to fight it out if need be. Seeing that both of them were incensed, the people beside them hurriedly calmed them down. Su Linggong looked smilingly at the square, but he secretly felt bitter in his heart. If Chu Huashang hadn't pestered him, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to change the rules of the Tao Theory Assembly. If they carried out the original plan and let the participants simply go on stage to fight, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises would have a distinct advantage. The winner would be one of those disciples from the aforementioned Great Forces, not Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai was also a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it had only been 2 years since his ascension. Be it his heritage or foundation, he wasn't comparable to the disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Only when the rules were changed would he stand a chance to become the winner. Su Linggong knew that Chu Huashang was trying to help Yang Kai, but despite that, the young man would have to rely on his own power if he wanted to win first place. Now, they could only hope that this brat wouldn't disappoint them. As time passed, all the participants of the assembly were brought to this place. Yang Kai looked around and realized that there were about 500 or 600 people who were taking part in the assembly. However, he reckoned that there were originally more who were now buried on the various spirit peaks, just like what had happened to Kong Tianyu. Therefore, there were probably about 1,000 people who had registered to join the assembly. It had to be noted that all 1,000 of these people were in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm and above. None of them were minor characters. There was no doubt that the Tao Theory Assembly was a major event in the 3,000 worlds. It seemed that Lu Jing was right to say that many of the people who joined the assembly didn't intend to become the winner, as they had to be fully aware that they were not powerful enough to win. The reason they still participated in the event was to give themselves some training. Certainly, if they were lucky enough to be the winner, it would be life-changing for them. Previously, more than a dozen cave heavens and paradises had cordoned off the territory gates around Yin Yang territory and chased off all the foreign Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which allowed the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to have some hope. However, following the participation of more than a dozen Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters now, their hope was thoroughly crushed. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4452, Prison Star. Many well-informed people had some complaints about Yang Kai at this moment. If it was not for his sudden participation, the Tao Theory Assembly would not have had any Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in attendance. In the current situation, they no longer expected to obtain any of the top positions. They simply hoped that they would not be ranked so lowly that they besmirched the names of their sex. After a while, nobody else was guided to this place. It would seem that all of the participants had gathered here. Qing Kui leaned over and muttered something in Su Linggong's ear, after which he nodded lightly and said, "Since everybody is gathered here, let us begin." Behind him, Su Yingshui immediately took one step forward and raised an arm upon hearing those words. Hundreds of streams of light burst out all of a sudden and swept across the huge square. A short while later, all the participating cultivators were surprised to find a pale gold wristband floating in front of each of them. The wristbands were made from some kind of unknown material that exuded a faint, pulsing aura. Su Yingshui's expression was cold and indifferent as she explained, "All participants, please wear these wristbands. These wristbands are very important. They are the key items that will determine your ranking in the Tao Theory Assembly, so do not lose them or destroy them. Do not remove them without authorization either, or you will be disqualified." Everybody curiously looked at the pale gold wristbands after hearing those words. Despite studying the wristbands from all angles, they could not figure out anything about them. Nevertheless, they could only obey since these arrangements were something Yin Yang Cave Heaven had prepared for them. It didn't take long before everybody was wearing the wristbands. What was surprising was that the wristbands transformed into a circular brand that imprinted itself on their wrists when worn. Yang Kai quietly scanned the wristband for a moment, but did not detect anything unusual. He could not even sense the slightest hint of something wrong. As for what these wristbands were meant for, he remained clueless and turned to look at Lu Jing curiously. Unfortunately, Lu Jing shook his head to indicate that he did not know anything either. Yang Kai could only give up. In any case, Yin Yang Cave Heaven would eventually give an appropriate explanation for the situation. Once everybody was wearing the wristbands, Su Linggong slowly got to his feet. The majestic aura of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master unfolded, and with a dignified expression, he spoke, "Yin Yang Cave Heaven has been established in the 3,000 worlds for countless years. Our inheritance is steeped with history. Today, I will be choosing a husband for my youngest disciple. It is comforting for this monarch to see so many handsome young men standing here. I hope you will perform well and achieve satisfactory results." His voice was not loud, but everybody could hear him clearly with the help of his Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm aura. It sounded almost as though he was standing next to each person while speaking. The location of the Tao Theory Assembly. This time lies within the universe world behind you. The expressions of many people changed to reveal knowing looks. The truth was that many of the cultivators had already made some guesses when they saw this universe world. If that was not the location where the Tao Theory Assembly was going to be held, then why guide people to this place? Yang Kai noticed that Lu Jing, who was standing next to him, had turned slightly pale. Lu Jing seemed apprehensive about something, almost as though this particular universe world contained some kind of deadly threat. The universe world before you is known as Prison Star. It is the place where Yin Yang Cave Heaven exiles certain dangerous criminals. The people in that universe world consist of Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples who committed grave crimes. as well as vicious and atrocious villains who were captured and brought back from the outside world. It can be said that every single existence within that place is a criminal. You can kill them at your discretion. I knew it. It really is the prison star. Lu Jing murmured softly. Yang Kai turned to look at Lu Jing. He knows something about this prison star. Unfortunately, it's not convenient for me to ask him about this matter under the current circumstances. I can only figure things out once Su Ling Gong finishes his speech. This prison star is a training ground for Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples. What you need to do now is enter the prison star and slaughter those who can be killed. The wristband will record your achievements. In the end, the person with the highest score recorded in their wristbands will be the winner. As soon as those words left Su Ling Gong's mouth, a commotion broke out among the cultivators in the silent square, and many of the cultivators couldn't help revealing joyous looks. That was particularly true for many Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They originally thought that they would only be accompanying their charges on a study trip to the Tao Theory Assembly. After all, they did not have the slightest chance of winning against the 10 or so Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in a straight-up fight. On the other hand, if the Tao Theory Assembly was carried out in this manner, then they could avoid fighting with the Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters entirely. There was even a chance of winning first place if they could obtain a good enough result on the prison star. Su Ling Gong coldly observed the commotion below, only to break into a grin after a long while. You will know how the wristband records your achievements later, but there is something else this monarch needs to inform you about first. All the criminals on Prison Star have been notified of this event and have been told that if they kill enough participants, they will be able to obtain their freedom. That's why it's not just you hunting them. They will also spare no effort to hunt you down. After all, it has been many years since they last tasted freedom. The commotion throughout the square died down abruptly. One of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters frowned at those words. Brother Su, why was I not informed about this? If that were the case, then every single person who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly would be in mortal danger. There were many Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on Prison Star, and if anybody were to encounter those people, even a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master from the Cave Heavens and Paradises might not escape alive. Similarly, the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters turned to look at Su Ling Gong in unison. It was clear that it was also the first time they had heard about this. Su Ling Gong slapped his head lightly. Oh, did I not tell you? No worries. It's not too late for you to find out now. Brother Su, is this your own idea? Or is this Yin Yang Cave Heaven's idea? A high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master questioned. Su Ling Gong glanced sideways at that person and simply stated, I am in charge of the Tao Theory Assembly. Whatever I say goes. If you are worried about your disciples, you can withdraw right now. This Su will not stop anybody. Withdraw? We're already here. Who would have the nerve to quit now? If we did that, won't other people look down on our sex? They originally assumed that the Tao Theory Assembly was an explanation given by Yin Yang Cave Heaven as a result of the joint pressure exerted by the various cave heavens and paradises for Chu Huashang's actions. It would now seem, though, that everybody had been fooled by Su Ling Gong. If they had known that the Tao Theory Assembly would be so dangerous, they wouldn't have allowed their most treasured disciples to participate. Those whom they brought here were newly promoted Sixth Open Heaven Realm Masters. How could they compare with the old ghosts on Prison Star? Martial Uncle Su, how will the achievements be calculated if two people worked together to kill a criminal? Yin Xian Zhao of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven suddenly cupped his fist and asked. Su Ling Gong grinned. Rest assured, as long as you are nearby when the criminal dies, you will share a certain amount of the achievements. You can figure out the secrets behind this mechanism yourselves. Yin Xian Zhao nodded lightly and asked again, what if we were to accidentally kill another participant? Su Ling Gong said, of course, There will also be achievements for that. Moreover, all the results previously obtained by that person will be passed on to you. Yin Xianzhao licked his lips and smiled. I see. This disciple understands now. The expressions of many participating cultivators were rather ugly. Yin Yang Cave, Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly, was now a chaotic free-for-all. There was no doubt that Su Linggong set this up to promote killings. It didn't matter whether it was the criminals on Prison Star or the participating cultivators. As long as they killed another, they would receive achievements for their deeds. Lu Jing turned deathly pale as he gulped nervously and looked at Yang Kai pitifully. Senior brother Yang. The rules of the Tao Theory Assembly had suddenly become so brutal that he was not sure if Yang Kai was still willing to fulfill their previous agreement. Yang Kai, however, just said, "Rest assured. Just follow me later." Lu Jing was overjoyed. "Many thanks for your care, Brother Yang." He was incredibly grateful that he made such a timely move back on intertwining Fate Peak. How else could he have had the chance to follow a sixth-order open heaven realm master now? He was just a fourth-order open heaven realm master. If he had entered Prison Star with his current strength alone, it would not be long before he ended up as somebody else's meal. Are there any other questions? Su Linggong scanned the audience. Nobody answered. Thus, he nodded in satisfaction. In that case, let the Tao Theory Assembly begin. After saying that, he sat back down again. Qing Kuei and Su Yingxue stepped forward at the same time and walked out from behind Su Linggong. They each used a set of hand seals before pushing their palms out towards Prison Star. In the next moment, a wide, multicolored road appeared out of nowhere, connecting Prison Star and the palace square like a rainbow. Su Yingxue shouted, "All participants, please enter." The event will last for 1 year, during which Prison Star's Grand Array will remain closed. Nobody will be allowed to enter or leave without authorization. Once the 1-year period is up, we will guide you back here. Everybody glanced at the Rainbow Bridge for a moment, and not long after that, somebody moved and landed atop it. A distorted light flashed by, and that person vanished out of sight in an instant, probably transferred somewhere on Prison Star. The rest of the cultivators quickly stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge, either alone or in small groups of 3 to 5. Yang Kai was in no hurry to move, and simply stood there waiting. "Junior brother Yang." A coquettish voice suddenly rang out. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction, and saw a figure flying out from the depths of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. It was Chu Huashang. On the stage, Su Linggong was taken aback by the sight, and asked Su Yingxue, "What is that girl doing here?" Su Yingxue slowly shook her head. His facial muscles twitched slightly in annoyance. Regardless of the circumstances, the purpose of the Tao Theory Assembly was to choose a husband for Chu Huashang. Hence, it was truly inappropriate for her to make a public appearance at a time like this. Be that as it may, she was already here, so it was already too late to stop her. The cultivators who had yet to enter Prison Star looked up upon hearing her voice, and many people recognized her identity and looked enamored at the mere sight of her. Leaving aside the fact that she was in the sixth-order open heaven realm, Chu Huashang's figure and looks alone were first class throughout the 3,000 worlds. If they could take the winning spot in the Tao Theory Assembly, they would be able to win the hand of such a gorgeous beauty. If that had happened, then their lives would not have been in vain. In front of everybody's eyes, though, Chu Huashang landed lightly in front of Yang Kai. "Senior Sister Chu, what are you doing here?" Yang Kai asked. He had not seen her since the last time the two of them had been caught in bed by Su Linggong. Therefore, he never expected for her to come here at this time. "I came to see you." She looked at him with a smile. All of a sudden, she took 2 steps forward and threw her soft body into his arms. "Come back soon, junior brother. I will be waiting for you." Yang Kai immediately froze in place. The two of them had been in the throes of passion and nearly sealed the deal in her bedroom last time. But that incident had simply been a trap devised by Su Ling Gong, so it could not be counted. But now she was the one who took the initiative to hug him. Furthermore, she did it in front of so many people that he was completely caught off guard. When Yang Kai looked around, he saw that the expressions of many participating cultivators were as black as the bottom of a pot. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4453, Heinous. The Tao Theory Assembly was held in order to choose a husband for Chu Huashang. Therefore, all the cultivators who came to participate in this event carried at least a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They dreamed of winning first place and bringing home a beautiful bride. It was for that reason that they rolled up their sleeves and prepared to put their lives on the line. To their greatest dismay, though, Chu Huashang took the initiative to embrace one of the participants with a look that seemed to indicate that she was secretly in love with that man right in front of all of them. That atmosphere instantly became tense. For a time, many people glared at Yang Kai with hatred and rage in their eyes. Even more people decided that what the eyes did not see, the heart did not grieve. They turned around and rushed onto the Rainbow Bridge and were transported into Prison Star. Junior brother, please be careful. Chu Huashang did not show too much intimacy in her actions and quickly let go. Then she took 2 steps backwards and winked at him. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Turning around, he strode towards the Rainbow Bridge. Senior brother Yang, please wait for me. Lu Jing finally came back to his senses and quickly caught up with Yang Kai's pace. At the same time, he drew upon his world force and covered both of them in it. Yang Kai noticed and did not resist. When the two of them stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge together, they felt a swirling sensation washing over them, and their vision blurred for a moment. In the next instant, they were in another world. Overwhelming pressure pressed down on them from above, and Yang Kai involuntarily slumped slightly. It felt as though his small universe was being covered by something, and his power could not flow properly. Please forgive me, Senior Brother Yang. The transfer to the Prison Star is set to a random location. If I had not done that, you and I would have been separated, and it would have been difficult to meet up again. Lu Jing explained his actions just now. Yang Kai looked surprised. This place is a little strange. Lu Jing said, Senior brother, don't panic. The Prison Star. He was about to explain something when he suddenly heard a piercing scream coming from not far away. Turning to look in that direction, he saw a strong and burly man riding on top of a woman in a bush nearby. The man was grinning and laughing. His hands were busy ripping apart the clothes on the woman's body without care, quickly exposing her snow-white skin to the air. It didn't take long before all she had left were her undergarments that concealed her most private parts. The woman kicked and punched desperately, crying and screaming at the same time. However, her actions only seemed to fuel the man's excitement, causing him to become more and more aggressive. Stop! How dare you do such a despicable thing in broad daylight? Lu Jing felt the blood rushing to his head at the sight and roared in their direction. He never imagined that he would be greeted by such an ugly sight the moment he and Yang Kai entered the Prison Star. Lu Jing's voice startled the burly man, who was about to finish what he started. That man turned to look in this direction, his eyes sweeping over Lu Jing. Then he grinned savagely. Where did this baby come from? How dare you ruin my fun? Scram if you don't want to die. Lu Jing snapped angrily. The people of the Prison Star are heinous indeed. Now that I've run into you, I can't forgive your deeds. While speaking, he reached out and summoned a long sword into his hand before pointing it at the man. The power of Lu Jing's small universe fluctuated, making that burly man's expression change slightly. Fourth order. His expression couldn't help becoming solemn in response. he was only in the third order open heaven realm. On the other hand, this brat who popped out of nowhere turned out to be in the fourth order. How could he dare to be negligent? He couldn't care less about the woman pressed underneath him anymore, and hastily drew upon his own world force to confront Lu Jing. Yang Kai glanced in their direction, once then stopped paying attention to them. One was in the third order while the other was in the fourth order, so there was no doubt about the outcome. Although Lu Jing was nothing compared to Yang Kai in terms of strength, it did not change the fact that a fourth order open heaven realm master was in the mid-rank open heaven realm. Fourth order open heaven realm masters generally commanded a certain level of respect in the 3,000 worlds. Instead, Yang Kai lowered his head to look at the jade slip in his hand, immersing his mind into it as he carefully inspected the contents. This jade slip was something Chu Huashang had secretly stuffed into his hand under the guise of hugging him earlier. He did not know what information was recorded within the jade slip, but even so, it had to be important seeing, as she did not hesitate to destroy her own reputation by making an appearance at the Tao Theory Assembly just to hand it to him. On the other side, Lu Jing was caught in a fierce battle with that burly man, but thanks to the difference in their orders, he still held the absolute advantage. It didn't take more than 10 breaths of time before the burly man was suppressed to the point where he could not fight back. Sword wave after sword wave flashed out, slicing across the man's torso. Blood flowed freely from those wounds, and in a panic the man hurriedly begged for mercy. A hint of hesitation flashed across Lu Jing's eyes, but he quickly responded firmly. The death of scum who oppress others and forcefully seize women aren't worth pitying. With a flick of his long sword, Lu Jing created a rain of sword waves that crashed down on the burly man. When the light died down, he gave a soft snort and flicked off the blood staining his blade. Meanwhile, the burly man remained standing there motionlessly until a soft breeze blew past his body and shattered it like a wooden block that had been sliced apart. Blood flowed out like a river. Inadvertently or otherwise, Lu Jing glanced at Yang Kai as though to say that he was not completely useless. Unfortunately, he turned around only to see Yang Kai looking down at a jade slip. He couldn't help feeling disappointed. As a result, following the death of that burly man, a black light escaped from one of the pieces of his corpse and split into two. One part rushed into the golden wristband around Lu Jing's wrist, while the other part rushed towards Yang Kai, who was standing not too far away, and slipped into his golden wristband. "Oh," Lu Jing exclaimed in surprise. "Is that how our achievements are recorded?" They had heard about this from Su Linggong previously. As long as the participants were nearby when the criminals were killed, they would all share a certain amount of achievement. They had not understood how the mechanism of sharing worked at the beginning, but how could he not understand after witnessing the situation just now? Lu Jing lowered his head to examine his golden wristband and discovered something. The golden wristband that was initially blank had been dyed black at a certain spot. It seemed to be part of a pattern, but the pattern was not fully revealed because the achievements he accrued were too few. There was no time to think too deeply about this matter, though. Putting his long sword away, Lu Jing walked towards the woman and gently asked, "Are you all right?" The woman's body and all her womanly charms were on full display. There were only a few torn pieces of cloth left covering her body, and her suet white jade-like skin shone with a porcelain-like luster. She was shivering violently and curled up in place. When she saw Lu Jing approaching her, her eyes filled with fear and panic as she kept shaking her head and pleading, "No, no, no, please." Her weak and vulnerable appearance made one subconsciously pity her. His heart moved. Lu Jing tried to comfort her. "Miss, please don't be scared. I don't have any ill intentions." Walking over to her, he removed his shirt and draped it over her body to cover up her womanly charms. Her body continued to shiver violently, and it was obvious that she had been scared witless by what had happened to her. The sight made Lu Jing feel helpless, But just as he was about to reassure her once more, an inexplicable sense of danger flooded his heart, and chills spread across his entire body. Before he could understand what was happening, he noticed that Yang Kai, who had been standing a few paces away earlier, had suddenly appeared before him at some point in time. Yang Kai was squeezing the woman's neck, and the expression on the woman's face had become even more terrified than before. "Senior brother Yang." Lu Jing looked at Yang Kai in puzzlement. "Kacha?" Yang Kai exerted some force into his hand, and the woman's head fell forward limply, the vitality in her eyes dissipating quickly. A black light escaped from her wrist, and just like before, the light divided into two pieces and disappeared into their wristbands. Lu Jing was shocked. Be that as it may, he was no fool. So after a moment of hesitation, he lifted the shirt he had draped over the woman's body and instantly broke out in cold sweat at what he saw. A dagger glowing with a faint blue light had appeared in the woman's hands at some point. Moreover, the dagger was clearly aimed at his chest, just a little further, and it would have pierced into his body. Only then did he understand where the sense of crisis had come from just now. The person he initially thought to be a powerless woman being assaulted turned out to be a poisonous snake that was hiding her fangs. If Yang Kai had not acted decisively, he would either be dead or heavily wounded by now. It turns out that everyone in the prison star is an extremely vicious person after all. They are all people who deserve to be killed. Lu Jing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cupped his fists. "Many thanks for saving my life, Brother Yang." Even a woman they met while she was being assaulted turned out to be so dangerous. It could be perceived what kind of people were locked up in this damned place from this experience alone. Yang Kai smilingly said, "Brother Lu, don't forget that indulging in lust is equivalent to hanging a knife above your head. Take care to avoid such mistakes in the future." Lu Jing blushed furiously. "It's not what you think. I just... Ha." There was no way to explain away his mistake. That was because he had truly been fascinated by that woman's beauty and charm for a time. Otherwise, he would not have dropped his guard so easily. What Yang Kai said was not far from the truth. "This prison star is odd indeed," Yang Kai muttered to himself. Lu Jing explained, "Brother Yang, you might not know this, but the prison star is a place used by Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples as a life and death training area. So the entire prison star is shrouded and suppressed by a powerful grand array. All cultivators, regardless of their cultivation, will experience a huge decrease in strength here. Not to mention that the stronger they are, the more intensely they will be suppressed. I'm sure you saw my fight against that man just now." Yang Kai nodded. "I noticed." He had noticed this phenomenon as soon as he entered the prison star. There was some sort of suppressive force that existed everywhere, making him feel as though a mountain was pressing down on him. Lu Jing was in the fourth order open heaven realm, while that burly man was in the third order. Even so, their fight had not demonstrated the majesty that a third order and fourth order open heaven realm master should have. That was clearly due to the suppression of the grand array covering the prison star. Logically speaking, it should have been as simple as lifting a finger for a fourth order open heaven realm master to eliminate one in the third order. Nevertheless, it had taken Lu Jing a whole 10 breaths of time to finish his opponent. While Lu Jing's strength was indeed much greater than the burly man's, the suppression he faced was also much stronger. Thus, the wide gap in their respective strengths was narrowed greatly. Because of the grand array, all the people on the prison star are unable to exert their real strength. Since you are in the sixth order, senior brother Yang, you will also face the greatest suppression among us. That is why you have to be careful when you encounter an enemy. Even a fifth order open heaven realm master might have the power to fight you on equal terms in this place. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Looking down at his golden wristband, he murmured thoughtfully, the way the Tao theory assembly records our achievements is quite interesting as well. The golden wristband was originally just a blank golden brand. However, a small black mark appeared on one part of the golden wristband after they killed that man and that woman. He examined the golden wristband carefully and said, "It appears to be a pattern of a star." Similarly, Lu Jing looked at his wrist and compared the pattern on Yang Kai's wrist with his own. Their situation at the moment was completely identical. "You're right, senior brother Yang. This is most likely a star." It was just that the pattern of the star was not completely stained black yet. At most, only 10% of the star had turned black. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4454, "Come out and face me." Recalling their encounter just now, Lu Jing commented, "Those two were probably in the third order open heaven realm. Moreover, you and I shared our achievements equally. Only 10% of this star was stained black. In other words, we have to kill 10 third order open heaven realm masters on our own in order to get 1 star's worth of achievements. What if it were 4th order open heaven realm masters or 5th order open heaven realm masters? We just need to test it out on somebody to know." Yang Kai replied casually, "That's true." Lu Jing nodded. Following behind a 6th order open heaven realm master like Yang Kai gave him a great sense of security. Even if they really were to encounter a powerful foe, he had nothing to worry about. He only needed to protect himself well and leave everything else for Yang Kai to solve. Thus, he secretly decided that he would keep some distance the next time Yang Kai killed somebody. It would be bad if he stole more of Yang Kai's achievements. After all, he only wished to return home safely from this trip. As for his final placing, Lu Jing wasn't too bothered either way. But before that, we have to figure out where we are located on the prison star. Yang Kai rose into the sky. While speaking, he initially wanted to observe his surroundings from above, but to his surprise, he had only just taken flight when he suddenly felt the pressure on his head increasing sharply. Furthermore, the pressure became more and more horrifying the further up he went. When he reached a height of 1,000 meters, he became completely powerless to ascend further. Yang Kai was speechless. The prison star's grand array was truly amazing. It was able to make a 6th order open heaven realm master like him unable to resist. Thinking about it again, though, it made sense. This place was where Yin Yang Cave Heaven locked up all the most heinous criminals, many of which were in the 6th order. If it were so easy to break free of the grand array suppression, then all the criminals within would have escaped a long time ago. With his current strength, Yang Kai was only able to fly 1,000 meters up into the air. Any other 6th order open heaven realm master would probably fare worse in his shoes. In this way, escaping from the prison star was nothing more than a dream, standing 1,000 meters above ground. Yang Kai studied his surrounding environment whilst comparing the topography with the information contained within the jade slip in his hand. This jade slip was something Chu Huashang had handed to him at the last moment. Recorded within the jade slip was various information related to the prison star, including a complete map and details on the 6th order open heaven realm prisoners. Yin Yang Cave Heaven had been managing the prison star for countless years, so they knew everything about it and its inhabitants. It would not have been difficult for Chu Huashang to obtain this information. Nevertheless, her actions could be construed as favoritism if they were known. She only did this because she was worried that accidents might happen if Yang Kai ran into an enemy that was too strong for him. Unfortunately, the information he obtained from his current investigation was too little for Yang Kai to confirm their current location. Therefore, he could only continue to proceed forward. Lu Jing followed behind Yang Kai with a relaxed expression. Both of them experienced a sharp decrease in travel speed thanks to the suppression of the prison star's grand array. Yang Kai originally thought that the 1-year period of the Tao theory assembly was far too long. After all, the cultivators participating in the event were all in the fourth order and above. The prison star might be large, but it could not withstand the damage caused by hundreds of open heaven masters battling each other. It would not take more than 10 to 15 days for the entire prison star to be turned upside down. Now, however, it would seem that their travel speed and strength had dropped significantly due to the various suppression effects of the prison star's grand array. 1 year might not even be enough time for a person to tour the entire prison star. Yang Kai would stop and study the topography of his surroundings from time to time, and after half a day, he finally confirmed his location. He carefully went through the information recorded in the jade slip once more, before he turned to look in a certain direction. "You're first." While leading Lu Jing forward, the pair occasionally came across wandering criminals, some alone, some in small groups. Su Linggong had spoken the truth. All the criminals locked up in the prison star had been informed in advance about a large number of cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly who would pour into the prison star. If they killed enough of the participants and obtained the necessary achievements, Yinyang Cave Heaven agreed to set them free. Tempted by this offer, the criminals on the prison star were actively searching around. Many of them had been imprisoned in this place for hundreds or even thousands of years. Some might even have been here for longer than that. As long as Yinyang Cave Heaven did not agree, they had no way of escaping this place. This opportunity was so difficult to come by, so they had to make good use of this opportunity. If they were lucky enough, they might even receive a new chance at life. Although there were many criminals imprisoned on the prison star, most of them were not particularly strong. Along the way, Yang Kai and Lu Jing only encountered those who were in the third order and below. Yang Kai had not bothered to attack, but Lu Jing enthusiastically killed them all. After multiple attempts and experimentation, the two of them finally gained some understanding of how things worked. As long as the distance between them exceeded 300 meters, then the credit for the kill would not be shared. On the other hand, the black light escaping from the wrists of the criminals would split into two as long as they were within 300 meters of each other. Yinyang Cave Heaven probably designed this system in this manner after taking into account that some people might travel together. This profit-sharing method would make dividing their achievements more convenient. Naturally, there was an issue regarding who contributed more and who contributed less. However, that could be solved through negotiation among those traveling together. 3 days later, the two of them entered a dense jungle. The dense jungle was covered in a thick fog that reduced their visibility to just 10 meters at most. The surrounding area also had a faint suppressive force that dampened the perception of their divine senses. It was obvious that some sort of spirit array had been arranged here. The presence of a spirit array could only mean that there were people living here, and judging by the traces and strength of the spirit array, the person living here was not weak. Lu Jing nervously followed closely behind Yang Kai, peering into his surroundings from time to time. He did not know why Yang Kai wanted to come here, but Yang Kai seemed to have had a very clear goal throughout their travels, Kacha. A soft sound rang out, causing all the hairs on Lu Jing's body to stand in fear. But looking down, he saw that he had simply stepped on a dried branch. Laughing in relief, he felt that he might have been a little too nervous. The thought had only just crossed his mind when a black shadow suddenly loomed over him. Immediately following that, Lu Jing felt an extremely sticky feeling wrapping around him, while his nostrils were filled with a nasty and pungent stench. It felt as though he had accidentally fallen into a smelly swamp. Shocked, he hurriedly activated his small universe. World force surged and spilled forth as he punched forward ferociously. Lu Jing's vision abruptly returned to him, while his entire body felt wet and sticky. He was covered from head to toe in a turbid yellow liquid. Turning to look behind him in shock and terror, Lu Jing saw a huge flower with a gaping hole that had been blasted open by something. The flower was oozing with a liquid that was identical to the liquid covering his entire body. Lu Jing's expression darkened. Only then did he realize that he had been swallowed by this strange flower just now. He had seen many of these enormous flowers along the way, but he never imagined that they were capable of eating people. Oh, Yang Kai looked at the flower with interest. Ci. An odd swaying sound rang out around them, as a dozen or so of these gigantic flowers in their surroundings suddenly burst open to reveal rows and rows of jagged fangs. The tendrils of the flowering plants stretched out like poisonous snakes towards them. Then these flowering plants bit down on the two of them. How dare mere monsters act so brazenly? Lu Jing yelled with a stomach full of grievances. With a flick of his hand, he summoned his long sword. Sword light flashed out, slashing at the attackers and tearing them to pieces one after another. These flowers might be strange, but it was not strong enough to actually harm a fourth-order open heaven realm master like him. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The sound of something slicing through the air rang out. The branches of the ancient trees and their surroundings seemed to come alive and began whipping towards them. Moreover, each attack contained an extremely heavy force behind it. Before Lu Jing could recover from his shock, the branches lashed all over his body. He was so badly beaten that he became flustered and quickly shouted for help. "Brother Yang." "What an impressive spirit array," Yang Kai commented casually before pitch-black Golden Crow's true fire suddenly erupted from his body and spread outward, instantly burning the branches that stretched out towards them to a crisp. Terrified faces appeared on the ancient trees in the surroundings. There was a series of rustling sounds as many of the ancient trees pulled their roots out from the ground and fled as though they had encountered their natural enemy. The surroundings around Lu Jing and Yang Kai suddenly became empty. "Let's go and meet the master of this place." Yang Kai grinned. Lu Jing was covered in wet and sticky goo, but he could only dejectedly follow behind Yang Kai as he murmured, "Brother Yang, I don't feel so good." "You'll be fine. We'll borrow the bath from the master of this place to wash up later." Lu Jing sighed. "I guess that's all we can do." The slime all over his body contained some corrosive properties, but his cultivation as a fourth-order open heaven realm master allowed Lu Jing to withstand them. Doing so would only consume some of his world force, so it wasn't too difficult. What was annoying was the foul stench that made him want to vomit. The pair moved forward smoothly. After what happened just now, the flowers and strange gigantic trees had vanished out of sight, but the array in this place also seemed to have bewildering abilities. Yang Kai and Lu Jing wandered around for a while, but could not leave, much less discover where the master of this place was located. Yang Kai impatiently stopped in his tracks and shouted loudly, "Are you here, Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch? Come out and face me." According to the information given by Chu Huashang, the person who lived here was a sixth-order open heaven realm master by the name Huigu. When Huigu arrived at one of the universe worlds under the jurisdiction of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, he brought catastrophe to it and caused all life to be annihilated. His actions provoked the anger of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, and he was eventually captured by one of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's elders who was in the seventh-order open heaven realm. Huigu was then thrown into the prison star, where he had been imprisoned for more than 800 years. This dense forest was basically an existence akin to a restricted area for all the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciples who entered the prison star for training. After all, the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciples who came for training would not be too strong. Who among them could survive a direct confrontation against an established sixth-order open heaven realm master like the Gray Bones Heavenly Monarch? Only people on the level of Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui would be an opponent for Huigu. It was just that their identity and status did not allow them to enter the prison star without sufficient reason, the only exception being that they received a special mission from the sect. When they were promoted to become outer elders, they were each sent into the prison star to kill a sixth order open heaven realm master as a kind of test. Where did this thing with no eyes come from? How dare you run wild in this monarch's territory? Hurry up and scram if you don't want to die. Otherwise, don't blame this monarch for being ruthless. A sharp voice rang out, and listening to this ear-piercing voice felt very uncomfortable. Furthermore, the voice seemed to come from all directions. It was difficult for anybody to pinpoint where it was coming from. Are you sure you want to speak to me in such a manner? Yong Kai glanced sideways in a certain direction. A strange cackling laughter rang out. Brat, you sure are arrogant. This monarch is in a good mood today, so I will overlook your transgression. Hurry up and scram before I reconsider. Yong Kai gently nodded. I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth is stubborn. When those words left his mouth, the pitch-black golden crow's true fire burst out and filled the surroundings, turning everything around Yong Kai into a sea of flames. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4455 by M.O. Yong Kai did not know much about the Tao of spirit arrays, but there was clearly a bewildering array set up in this place. Neither he nor Lu Jing could find their way around. As a result, in order to destroy the spirit array, he could either locate the array core or shatter its structure with brute force. Given that it was simpler, he chose the latter option. The pitch-black golden crow's true fire filled the air, burning everything that it came into contact with and forcing its way outwards. The sharp voice initially taunted him unceasingly, but the other party quickly realized that something was wrong with the current situation. The whole array was on the verge of falling apart under the engulfment of the golden crow's true fire. The voice suddenly became incredibly furious. That person controlled the array from the shadows and triggered all sorts of changes that turned into an endless variety of attacks. These attacks then shot towards Yong Kai and Lu Jing from all directions, each one containing great power. Yong Kai's expression remained unchanged, however, while casually blocking each and every one of those attacks. The golden crow's true fire continued to spread outwards. Lu Jing hid beside Yong Kai, looking pale and not daring to move a single muscle. As a fourth-order open heaven realm master, he would have been killed on the spot if he had fallen into this array on his own. The only reason he remained safe and sound was thanks to Yong Kai's protection. The attacks that came from all directions were not only dense, but also never-ending. Not to mention, every single attack contained power equivalent to the full-strength blow of a fourth-order open heaven realm master. An incensed stick later, Yong Kai suddenly turned to look in a certain direction and grinned savagely. Found you. The power in his body surged and wrapped around Lu Jing. Following that, he charged forward in that direction and rammed straight through the bewildering array before he plunged headfirst into an enormous tree cave. A violent force spread out, accompanied by a series of muffled groans and screams of agony. The huge tree swayed, leaves and branches falling. 3 breaths later, everything became calm again. Inside the tree cave, Yong Kai held a midget by the neck. This fellow was half the height of an ordinary human with a long and sharp chin that jutted out. Yong Kai held the midget up in front of him and gave a gentle shake. The midget remained motionless, swaying back and forth like a limp noodle. Even the aura around his body was completely obliterated. Is he dead? Yong Kai furrowed his brow tightly. All of a sudden, he licked his lips and added, "Well, if he is, I shouldn't let him go to waste." Under Lu Jing's stunned watch, Yong Kai opened his jaw wide and lifted the midget to stuff him into his mouth. His actions made it seem like he was going to eat him alive. Lu Jing's eyes twitched violently at the sight. Just then, the midget that had been motionless and pretending to be dead suddenly began to struggle and scream frantically, Mercy! Have mercy, sir! Yang Kai looked at the midget with a playful expression, and as their gazes met, how could the midget not know that Yang Kai had simply been messing around with him? His little trick of playing dead had been seen through. From the start, Yang Kai casually tossed him to the ground and said lightly, "Don't even think about running. You won't get away." While speaking, he walked over to a bench and sat down grandly with a swish of his robes. The midget trembled violently and crawled on the ground. How could he dare to run? He had only exchanged a couple of moves with Yang Kai before he was captured alive. With his meager strength, he wasn't even worthy of carrying Yang Kai's shoes. In addition, his plan to play dead had failed miserably. How could he have any other thoughts at the moment? Glancing around, Yang Kai noticed that the furnishings inside the tree cave were very simple. It could be seen that the master of this place was not a materialistic person. After confirming that there was nothing worth taking notice of in the room, he finally lowered his head to look at the midget in front of him and asked disappointedly, "Are you Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch?" Contrary to the information that Chu Huashang had given to him, the midget in front of him was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm, a far cry from a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master. The midget hurriedly explained, "Sir, please understand. This little one is only a servant of Sir Huigu." "So, you are not Huigu?" Yang Kai raised an eyebrow at those words. The midget looked up and squeezed out an ingratiating smile. "This one is called by Mo." While speaking, he raised his hand and stroked the cluster of white hair on his head. Puffed. Lu Jing couldn't help bursting into laughter from where he stood nearby. Even he could sense that the midget was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm after observing the fight between Yang Kai and the midget earlier. The midget might have held a leadership position among slightly weaker second-class great forces, but he was nothing more than a servant here on the prison star. Moreover, he had been given such a random name. This was clearly not his real name, but there was no need to inquire further into this matter. "Where is Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow tightly together, feeling a little disgruntled. He had come all the way here, thinking that he could go on a killing spree and earn some achievements. But who could have known that he would only find a weakling in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm here? This trip was a waste of his time and energy. Bai Mo replied, respectfully, "Thanks to a grand event on the prison star recently, Master has gone to visit Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, to discuss countermeasures." Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. Yang Kai's expression changed upon hearing those words. He thought back on the contents recorded within the jade slip given to him by Chu Huashang, and there was indeed somebody by the name of Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, who was also in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. It was said that he had the bloodline of a great monster, so his strength was not to be underestimated. "Sir, you came here to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly hosted by Yin Yang Heaven, right?" Bai Mo asked, carefully observing Yang Kai's expression. "So what if I did?" Yang Kai studied Bai Mo seriously. Yang Kai was staring so hard that Bai Mo felt all the hairs on his body standing upright. Whenever he recalled the time when Yang Kai had tried to eat him up in one bite, he couldn't help shuddering. Hastily squeezing out some tears, Bai Mo prostrated himself on the ground. "Sir, please have mercy. This one's cultivation is low. I did not commit any heinous crimes either. Back then, I simply had eyes but failed to see and made fun of an Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciple. For just that, I was actually thrown into the prison star. Sir, please have mercy. I'm really not a criminal." Upon confirming that Yang Kai and Lu Jing were here to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly, how could Bai Mo not know that his very life was just a trophy in their eyes? He was no match for them in terms of strength, so he could only beg for his life. Yang Kai kicked Bai Mo to the ground. "Stop sniveling, if you want to live." Bai Mo immediately fell silent and stared at Yang Kai pitifully with traces of tears still in his eyes. Sitting on the chair, Yang Kai mulled over the issue for a while. After pondering in silence, he got to his feet and picked Bai Mo up from the ground. "Do you know where Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, is?" Bai Mo quickly nodded. I do. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, is on good terms with Master, so they keep in contact with each other. Master once brought me to Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch's palace. Guide me. Yang Kai released Bai Mo and instructed. Bai Mo looked at Yang Kai incredulously for a moment. Then he immediately became overjoyed. "Sir, please come with me." At the same time, a middle-aged and fair-faced man along with another burly and stocky man sat opposite each other inside an enormous palace that was located approximately 100,000 kilometers away. There was nothing about the fair-faced man that made him seem particularly special. On the other hand, the stocky man was one head taller than most people. His muscles stacked high upon each other, giving off the feeling of explosive power. These two were none other than Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, and Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. Bai Mo had not lied. As soon as it was announced that a large number of cultivators would enter the prison star to participate in some kind of Tao theory assembly, and their targets were all the criminals on the prison star, Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, had immediately departed for Giant Clam Palace to discuss countermeasures with Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. The two of them might be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but they did not dare to underestimate the elite disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises. Besides, the Tao Theory Assembly was an opportunity for them. If they could kill enough of the participating cultivators, they could regain their freedom. In any case, they were not worried about whether or not Yin Cave Heaven would play fair, seeing as they were notified of this matter. Yin Cave Heaven was bound to fulfill their promises no matter what. That was why both Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, and Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch took this matter very seriously, contrary to their expectations. However, the two of them were in the middle of their discussion when Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, suddenly sensed an anomaly back at his secluded home. He performed a secret technique and immediately found out about the situation. At this moment, a transparent light screen appeared and floated between the two masters. The light barrier was projecting the current situation within Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch's secluded home. Naturally, the conversation between Yang Kai and Bai Mo entered their ears clearly without any deviation whatsoever. Dispelling the secret technique, Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch looked up at Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. "What do you think, Brother Ju Xian?" Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch replied grimly, "Not surprising. That brat must be from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Otherwise, where would he find the confidence to come charging straight at us both at once?" Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch nodded. "It's a given that he comes from one of the cave heavens or paradises, but which one is uncertain. Who cares where he comes from? It's one thing if he does not provoke this monarch, but if he dares to run wild in this monarch's territory, then he will not walk out of this place alive." Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, waved his hand boldly, his voice filled with great self-confidence. Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch said, "Don't get careless, Brother Ju Xian. This brat knows that we are together in the same place. Even so, he dares to come charging straight at us. It's clear that he has something to support his confidence. Guigu, you are too cautious. What is there to fear if you and I join forces? No matter how powerful he is no different from us. We are all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm after all. Moreover, according to the information we received, all the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters participating in this Tao Theory assembly are newly advanced with less than 100 years accumulation. How strong can this boy's heritage be? Don't forget, A battle between open heaven realm masters is nothing more than a competition between the strength of their respective small universes' heritage. Gray Bones' heavenly monarch mulled over the issue and nodded. Your words make sense, Brother Jusian, but it is still better to err on the side of caution. Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, chuckled. Rest assured, this monarch is no fool. If that brat really does come here, I will send somebody else to test him first to learn more about his foundation and origins. Brother Huigu, I've always told you that you should have gathered more subordinates under you. You just had to ignore my advice and keep only by MO. He is just a trivial fourth-order open heaven realm master. What can he do? Gray Bones' heavenly monarch laughed. I've always liked my peace and quiet. In any case, that doesn't matter anymore. If you and I seize this opportunity during the Tao Theory Assembly, then we can escape from this place. When that time comes, we can go anywhere we want. Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, licked his lips. How many achievement points will someone in the sixth order give us? I don't know, but it's obvious that it won't be too few. The two of them exchanged a glance with each other and were very eager to make a move. Since they knew that Yang Kai was heading straight for this place, it was only natural that they made certain arrangements to ensure that the brat did not walk out of this place alive. Brother Yang, what is the cultivation of Gray Bones' heavenly monarch? Along the way, Lu Jian suddenly asked this question. Yang Kai did not respond. On the other hand, Bai Mo proudly said, Master is in the sixth order open heaven realm. He is also one of the supreme existences on the prison star. Lu Jing's expression couldn't help becoming solemn. He even felt a sense of lingering fear creeping into his heart. Although a mid-rank open heaven realm master could also call themselves a heavenly monarch, the gap in strength between one order and the next was extremely wide. As a fourth-order open heaven realm master, Lu Jing also had the right to address himself as heavenly monarch. However, the weight and power of his title as a heavenly monarch were as different as night and day compared to Gray Bones' heavenly monarch. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4456, very hospitable. Is this Giant Clam heavenly monarch's palace? Yang Kai looked up at the huge palace built into the towering mountain above them, one that was constructed almost completely out of odd-shaped boulders, giving it a simple but crude air. Under Bai Mo's guidance, the three of them traveled 100,000 kilometers and finally arrived at this place. Before they even went up the mountain, though, Yang Kai could already perceive the malicious gazes that seemed to come from the above clearly. Those gazes seemed to be looking in this direction. It was conceivable that this place was different from Gray Bones' heavenly monarch's home in that there were a number of subordinates around. Instead of just one, the palace was clearly teeming with masters, not just Giant Clam, heavenly monarch alone. Nevertheless, this was exactly what Yang Kai was hoping for. The more people there were, the greater the benefits he would reap once he succeeded in his endeavor. It would also save him the effort and time of going around searching for prey. Brother Yang, are we going up the mountain just like this? Lu Jing's complexion was turning paler and paler by the moment. Although his cultivation could not compare to Yang Kai's, his perception of danger was extremely sharp. The hidden but powerful auras coming from the mountain were far too oppressive for him. Do you want to wait here for me? Yang Kai glanced at Lu Jing. Lu Jing hesitated for a moment before he shook his head. I'm going with you, Brother Yang. There were many dangers in the lion's den, but staying outside alone might not be as safe as staying beside Yang Kai. At the very least, staying with Yang Kai meant that they could take care of each other even if they ran into any powerful enemies. Let's go. Yang Kai took a step forward. When he first advanced into the sixth order open heaven realm, he had single-handedly destroyed Profound Yang Mountain and defeated the three mountain lords. His current strength was much higher than back then, So no matter how impressive this palace might be, it was nothing compared to profound Yang Mountain back then. Hence there was nothing to fear. Their path forward was unobstructed, with not a single person in sight. However, Lu Jing could distinctly sense the hidden and suppressed murderous intent around him that was poised to attack at any time. It didn't take long before the trio arrived at the top of the mountain. Many people were standing on a smooth and flat square located at the mountain peak. A rough estimate indicated that there were a dozen people gathered in this place, and their eyes immediately lit up at the sight of Yang Kai. The cultivation of these dozen or so people was uneven, ranging from the third order to the fifth order. Furthermore, there were two figures standing quietly behind this group, looking on with interest. Yang Kai immediately focused on these two people, but that couldn't be helped as the aura around them was obviously much stronger than the others. While it was impossible to determine their exact cultivation, if his guess was correct, then these two were most likely Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, and Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. Master, by M.O. looked up at Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch pitifully. In addition, his eyes were filled with tears and untold grief. The Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch nodded lightly. I know what happened. It's not your fault. Come here. By M.O. glanced at Yang Kai with some trepidation and did not dare to move away. Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch said lightly, rest assured. Nobody can hurt you in front of this monarch. Yes, by M.O. hurriedly replied before his figure shifted as he moved away from Yang Kai, rushing towards Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch. Yang Kai did not move, almost as if he didn't notice by M.O. running away from him. He simply counted to himself, and after a while he nodded and said, 13 people. It's a little lacking, but such is life. Everybody was taken aback by his words. Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch frowned. Little friend, which cave heaven or paradise do you belong to? Identify yourself. Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch. Yang Kai squinted in that direction and asked another question instead of answering the previous question. Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch nodded in response. It is this monarch. So, you must be Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarchs? Yang Kai then turned to look at the burly man. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, coldly snorted. Indeed. Brat, I don't care which cave heaven or paradise you come from. Since you dare to barge into my palace, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. You sure are hospitable, Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, coldly snorted again. I can't believe you still have the mood for wisecracks. Let me show you just how this monarch treats unwelcome guests. With a wave of his large hand, he shouted, Kill! In an instant, all 13 open heaven realm masters standing in front of Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, and Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch drew upon the power of their small universes in unison. The might of their secret techniques and artifacts burst forth, blasting towards Yang Kai. Lu Jing paled visibly. Without even thinking about it, he pulled away and quickly retreated. In the face of such an overwhelming barrage, he had no way to defend himself. The only thing he could do was withdraw. He had only just steadied himself when he heard a series of explosions coming from in front of him. The aftermath of violent energy spread out in all directions. Before the dust had even settled, though, flashes of spear light erupted, and a mix of muffled groans and screams of agony rang out. Fresh blood splattered in all directions as wave after wave of sharp energy burst out like ripples spreading outward in all directions. The fallout from these clashes caused Lu Jing's vitality to roil and his small universe to quiver. For a time, he felt dizziness washing over him, and horror flooded his heart. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly circulated his strength to stabilize his small universe. It took a full 10 breaths of time before Lu Jing finally recovered, and at the same time, the vibrations from in front of him subsided without warning. When he looked up, he couldn't help letting out a soft cry of surprise, his mouth gaping open so wide that he could have stuffed a fist into his mouth. 1,000 meters ahead, Yong Kai stood motionless, hefting a spear over his shoulder. The wind blew, causing his black hair to flutter and his robes to flap noisily. Blood flowed around his feet, while pieces of meat and severed limbs were scattered all around him. It was a bone-chilling scene that looked like purgatory itself. Every one of the 13 open heaven realm masters who had attacked him just now was dead, with not many even retaining complete corpses. Most of their bodies were torn to pieces, as though they had been hit by a storm of brutal attacks. Lu Jing was stunned. Likewise, Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, and Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, were frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Bai Mo was so terrified that he nearly fell backwards to the ground. Just thinking about the fact that he had been traveling with somebody so powerful that he could have been casually crushed to death filled him with a sense of overwhelming dread. Numerous black lights flew out from the corpses and plunged into the golden wristband on Yong Kai's wrist, instantly causing 3 stars to light up at once. You, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's eyes bulged in disbelief. He never expected his subordinates to actually kill Yong Kai. According to his joint speculation with Gray Bones Heavenly Monarch, this person was most likely in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. After all, the other party had dared to come charging directly into this place despite knowing 2 6th Order Heavenly Monarchs had gathered. Therefore, he initially planned to use his subordinates to test Yong Kai's abilities before he made further plans. His plan would also make it more convenient for him and Gray Bones Heavenly Monarch to launch a targeted assault on their opponent. Who could have known that 13 of his subordinates would be killed in such a swift and brutal manner? Although the strength of those 13 subordinates had varied quite a lot, there were still 2 5th Orders among them. Even so, none of them could defend against the opponent's spear. How dare you do this? Yong Kai licked his lips as though he had just eaten a full meal. You are hospitable indeed, Heavenly Monarch. I'll kill you. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, was infuriated. He might be in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, but it was not easy for him to recruit so many subordinates under him on the Prison Star. After all, he was not the only 6th Order Open Heaven realm master in this place. Besides, the cultivators on the Prison Star were ruthless and vicious people, so most of them were unwilling to be subservient to others. Compared to serving under someone, these outlaws preferred to be free so that they could act without restraint. The main reason Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, only had Bai Mo as his subordinate was that he personally preferred having peace and quiet. The second reason was that he had not been able to find other suitable candidates. The dozen or so subordinates under Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, were people whom he had spent a lot of effort to subdue. Their strength might not compare to his, but he could leave various matters to their discretion. It had saved him a lot of time and effort in the past. Hence, it was only natural that he was filled with boundless rage when they were slaughtered by Yong Kai's spear. In his rage, the muscles on his body bulged, and his entire being swelled in size by a considerable margin. He grabbed at something in the void, and 2 round warhammers appeared in his hands. His huge and stalwart figure was indescribably imposing. It only took him a single step forward for him to appear above Yong Kai's head. The warhammers came swinging downward. Impressive attack. Yong Kai commented, his desire for battle stimulated. He had exchanged blows with various 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters on multiple occasions, but he had not had a proper fight against another 6th Order Open Heaven realm master since his return from shadowless Cave Heaven. For that reason, he wanted to know just how much he had grown since the time he had initially broken through. Yong Kai's spear stabbed forward like a leaping dragon. There was nothing fancy about his movements, but there was a kind of indescribable beauty in their simplicity. There was no fixed style of form to his movements as his spear seemed to flow freely and without restraint. Hong! Turbulent world forces collided with each other, and Yang Kai's figure swayed slightly. He clearly felt his small universe world shake from the impact. On the other hand, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch was sent flying backwards like a sack, his eyes filled with pure astonishment. Gray Bones Heavenly Monarch initially planned to follow up after Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch to attack Yang Kai, but when he saw this scene, his pupils contracted abruptly. He simultaneously suppressed the world force that was gathering in the palm of his hand as quickly as possible. As a fellow Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he clearly knew the extent of Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's heritage. Their strength was basically on par, with neither having any kind of discernible advantage over the other. Just now, though, Zhu Xian had been forcefully sent flying after a single clash with this unknown enemy, which went to show how powerful this boy's heritage was. With such a mighty enemy, things wouldn't end well for them even if they joined forces. How was it possible for someone in the Sixth Order to exert so much power? Just which cave heaven or paradise did he belong to? On the other side, Zhu Xian crashed to the ground in a mess, both his eyes still widened in shock. He could scarcely dare to believe that he could be so vulnerable. Although the attack just now had not injured him, the small universe in his body was shaking restlessly. Shaking his head vigorously, Zhu Xian hurriedly suppressed the shaking in his small universe. Only then did he feel a little better. Weak. You're too weak. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's strength could not even compare to Mao Zhe's, so it was only natural that the other party was no match for him. Back then, Yang Kai had enough strength to fight Mao Zhe, even though he had only just advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. So what more was there to say about his current strength? He had devoured a massive amount of world force from the wind spirits in the astral wind source. Hence, his current strength was significantly higher than after he just rose to the Sixth Order. Junior, how dare you humiliate me? Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch was livid. Raising his twin warhammers above his head, he charged forward again without regard for anything else. He drew upon all the power in his small universe and poured his world force into his twin weapons. Then, he ferociously smashed them down on Yang Kai in a barrage of attacks. Every hammer that came crashing down tore space apart and caused the surrounding world to collapse. Yang Kai's spear swept out as he met each blow head-on. It might not have been long since he advanced into the open heaven realm, but Yang Kai already had countless experiences fighting other open heaven realm masters, giving him a firm understanding of such conflicts. A battle between open heaven realm masters was simply a competition between the heritage of their respective small universes. The stronger their heritage, the greater their strength, and vice versa. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4457, True Power. Yang Kai might not have advanced into the open heaven realm long ago, but he had fully integrated his sealed world bead into his small universe during his advancement. The small sealed world had always contained a huge heritage, among which included some of the blood monster divine monarch's legacy. It was only natural that ordinary Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could not compare with him. After exiting Shadowless Cave Heaven, he also refined many wind spirits and obtained the world force contained within their bodies, saving him at least 100 years of cultivation. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch might be strong, but he couldn't even compare with Mao Zhe. So how could he be a match for Yang Kai? There was a loud explosion, and his burly figure was sent flying backwards once more. He slammed straight into the mountain, and a violent force struck his body, causing him to bleed profusely. Hong! A huge hole appeared along the stretch halfway up the mountain as Zhu Xian smashed right into the mountain, and vanished out of sight. The mountain peak swayed unsteadily for a while, as though it was about to collapse as gravel and loose rock tumbled down its sides. Yong Kai casually flicked his spear and turned to look at Gray Bones' heavenly monarch, who had been watching the battle. "It's your turn now." Gray Bones' heavenly monarch's expression was solemn. In all the years since he advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he had fought countless masters of varying orders, but even so, he had never met anyone who was as strong as Yong Kai. If Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, was no match for this young man, then he would naturally be no match for this person either. When he saw Yong Kai looking in his direction with malicious intentions, he sullenly said, "Zhu Xian will not be so easy to defeat. It's not too late for such big talk after you beat him." Yong Kai suddenly turned his head to look at the hole that had been smashed open in the mountain. A surging but hidden power seemed to be reviving in that direction. An extremely terrifying power spread outward, interlaced with an extremely pure monster chi. Yong Kai raised his brow. He suddenly remembered something. According to the information recorded in the jade slip that Chu Huashang had given to him, Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, seemed to carry a monster race bloodline. Although he had not noticed this factor when exchanging blows with the other party just now, it would now seem that the information Chu Huashang had given to him was accurate. Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, did indeed carry a monster bloodline. Moreover, a powerful one at that. The reason why ants will always be ants is that they will never experience the power of a master. "Brat, you've angered me now. The consequences of angering this monarch are dreadful." Giant Clam, heavenly monarch's majestic voice rang out from within the walls of the mountain. Following the sound of his voice, the entire mountain peak swayed, and dense cracks appeared along the entire side of the mountain. Dong, dong, dong. A steady heartbeat that sounded like the beating of a drum reverberated through the air, influencing the flow of vitality in everybody. Bai, Mo, and Lu Jing immediately flushed red, looking like they were in great pain. A rumbling sound came from the walls of the mountain, as though some sort of behemoth was walking out from inside it. Kacha! Two gigantic hands suddenly protruded from the mountain wall. The sturdy rocks were crushed into dust by these gigantic hands, almost as if they were as fragile as tofu. Just by looking at these gigantic hands, it was easy to imagine how enormous their owner was. Moo! The sound of a bull's mooing shook the entire sky. The two gigantic hands violently wrenched apart the mountain walls, creating a large split that extended across its entire length. Then, a bull's head with two curved horns emerged from within, one that carried a slight resemblance to Giant Clam, heavenly monarch's original appearance. The giant then opened his mouth and roared, "Junior, today we'll show you what true power." The roar coming from the bull's head suddenly caught in his throat. He suddenly felt a large shadow blocking out the light from his eyes, and the monster bloodline in his body couldn't help shuddering in fear. When he looked up, he saw a gargantuan dragon head looking down at him with great interest. The dragon head had twin horns, dragon scales covered its entire body, and the dragon beard below, its maw flapped in the air magnificently. Moreover, the two golden dragon eyes, like two huge suns staring at him, emitted a dazzling light. Gudong! The bull's head swallowed audibly at the sight, while Bai Mo and Lu Jing shivered in fear. Meanwhile, Gray Bones' heavenly monarch shouted with an extremely solemn expression, "Dragon Clan!" He had personally witnessed the small young man suddenly swelling and transforming into this behemoth in front of him in less than a breath of time. The 1,500 meters long body in front of him was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. "Oh," Yong Kai snickered. "What were you saying just now? I'll allow you to finish your sentence." The bull's head remained silent, but his expression was as gloomy as could be. Yong Kai shook his head slightly, The prison star's grand array is truly amazing. I can't believe it managed to suppress me so much. When he was fighting earlier, Yonkai had already noticed this phenomenon. Under the suppression of the grand array, he could only exert approximately 30% of his full strength. Needless to say, the same held true for everybody here. It was just that he was astonished to discover that the prison star's grand array could even suppress his dragon transformation secret technique. Under normal circumstances, his figure would have reached at least 4,500 meters in length. However, he was barely 1,500 meters now. Their four eyes suddenly met, and the bull's head slowly retracted back into the mountain. Yonkai stretched out his dragon claw, reached into the mountain without the slightest hindrance, and dragged out Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch, who had activated his monster bloodline. At this moment, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's image was completely different from before. His body was several dozen meters tall, and every single muscle stacked on top of each other indicated great underlying strength. Unfortunately for him, his figure, which would have been terrifying in front of an ordinary person, now looked as ridiculous as a child's toy in front of Yonkai. A Kuei Nyo descendant, Yonkai raised an eyebrow. Kuei Nyo was an ancient divine spirit, and although it was not ranked very highly, it was still a divine spirit. Any mature divine spirit would have the strength of a high-rank open heaven realm master. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch was clearly a descendant of Kuei Nyo, but his bloodline was obviously not very pure. The only reason he obtained that kind of physique was by activating his bloodline with the heritage of a sixth order open heaven realm master. If not for the suppression of the prison star's grand array, his body would have been much larger. Unfortunately, regardless of how much larger he would have been, the difference between him and the current Yonkai wouldn't change. Knowing that he was standing on the juncture of life and death, Zhu Xian opened his mouth and let out a roar after being captured by Yonkai. Dense world force transformed into a pure plume of smoke under the influence of a monster race secret technique and shot towards Yonkai. This plume of smoke looked almost ethereal and non-existent. Nevertheless, it was a blow that contained the full power of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Yonkai clenched his hand hard while at the same time he opened his ferocious mouth and took a deep breath, causing his abdomen to abruptly swell up as a result. Fire dragons, flaming breath, pitch-black golden crow's true fire spewed out from Yonkai's dragon maw, colliding with the white column of smoke. The intense forces collided with each other, causing an enormous shockwave to spread out in all directions. The impact pushed Yonkai's body backwards slightly. Taking this opportunity, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch launched a fierce storm of attacks on Yonkai's claw that was grabbing him. The pain nearly made Yonkai loosen his grip and throw Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch away. Fortunately, he collected himself in time. Before Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch could break free of his grip completely, Yonkai tightened his grasp around the other party's legs, and immediately after that, he raised his arm and smashed Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch into the ground. Hong! An earthquake shook the ground, and the surface cracked open. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch felt a wave of dizziness washing over him. But before he could recover from his shock, Yonkai lifted him up and swung him down to the opposite side to smash him into the ground once more. Zhu Xian fought back desperately, but any form of resistance was futile in the face of such overwhelming strength. Hong, hong, hong. Lu Jing stood frozen on the spot. With every explosion that rang out, his body bounced upward involuntarily due to the shock waves traveling along the ground. He stared blankly at Yonkai, who was toying with a behemoth that was several dozen meters tall, as though throwing a ball of dough from side to side. The end has come. On the other side, Greybone's Heavenly Monarch's eyes widened in horror. He wanted to escape, but he could clearly sense that Yong-kai had separated out a thread of aura that locked onto him from a distance while he dealt with Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. If he did not escape, then this aura would simply remain idle, but the moment he ran, Yong-kai would move to stop him. He had no confidence that he could escape from this monster. Is Yin-Yong Cave Heaven planning to purge us all this time? The prison star had existed for over 100,000 years and had always been an important training ground for Yin-Yong Cave Heaven disciples. Although there were countless criminals locked up in this place, there was no denying that they had greatly contributed to the growth of many Yin-Yong Cave Heaven disciples. Why did Yin-Yong Cave Heaven let such a monster into the prison star? Could it be that they no longer feel the need for the prison star to exist and want to wipe out everyone within? Looking at Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, who was completely helpless to fight back and could only allow himself to be slaughtered like a cow, Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, couldn't help feeling a sense of sorrow and sympathy because he knew he would be next. Hong hong hong. The loud explosions continued. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, had activated his monster bloodline, which strengthened his physique and made him far more resistant to physical punishment. But even so, he could not withstand being tossed around by Yong-kai in this manner. A short while later, Yong-kai stopped. He held the several dozen meters tall Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, upside down and gave him a little shake. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch's body swayed like a limp noodle. Blood flowed profusely, dripping downward like a trickling river. Even the bullhorns on his head were broken. Is he dead? How boring! Yong-kai's voice rumbled loudly as he lifted Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, to his eye level. The motionless Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, abruptly jerked his eyes open. The rage and humiliation burned brightly in his eyes, like rampant flames that threatened to burn everything to ashes. Die together with me, you bastard! Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, roared furiously. All of a sudden, his originally burly figure swelled in size, and his world force became extremely disordered. Yong-kai gingerly picked up the toothpick-like azure dragon spear from the ground and thrust it at Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. The azure dragon spear grew rapidly and soon became 1,500 meters long. The spear stabbed straight into Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch's chest, pinning him firmly against what was left of the mountain wall. Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch's eyes widened. He glared hatefully in Yong-kai's direction, but could not break free of the azure dragon spear's suppression, no matter how much strength he drew out. A terrifying force surged up from the spear and poured into his body, destroying his innards wantonly. Even his small universe was shattered and began to collapse. I can't believe that Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch, will die like this. The light in his eyes slowly dimmed. Even though his face was filled with resentment and unwillingness, his vitality eventually dissipated. And he should be dead this time, Yong-kai muttered to himself. However, he did not see any black light rushing towards him despite waiting for a little while. He pondered in silence for a moment before the realization struck him. They were probably too far apart. According to the hypothesis that he and Lu Jing came up with earlier, they had to be within 300 meters in order to obtain the achievements from killing their enemy. Grabbing the azure dragon spear with one hand, he dragged Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch's corpse that was speared onto its tip closer to him. The moment he did so, a dense black light flew out from Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch's right hand and plunged into his wristband. Slightly more than 3 stars had been illuminated on his golden wristband before, but when the black light from Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch poured in, 5 more stars lit up all at once. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4458. The winner is the king, the loser is the villain. I can get 5 stars from killing someone in the 6th order. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly at the sight. He was starting to get a vague understanding of how the achievements in the Tao theory assembly were calculated. Along the way here, Lu Jing had killed several insignificant parties. Combined with the achievements that Yang Kai obtained from slaughtering the 13 Open Heaven Realm Masters from earlier, the correlation between the order and the number of achievement points became clear. The achievements in the Tao Theory Assembly were most likely calculated with 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as the base. In other words, killing a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would fully light up 1 star on the golden wristband. Accordingly, it would take 10 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Masters or 5 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to fully light up 1 star on the golden wristband. Meanwhile, killing a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would give 5 times the achievement accrued from killing someone in the 5th Order. It would seem that killing a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would provide the highest gains. Be that as it may, how could someone in the 6th Order be so easy to kill? Apart from Yang Kai, all the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the Tao Theory Assembly were young rising stars, each of them having broken through less than 100 years prior. Even if their starting points were extraordinary, they could not compare with the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Prison Star, who had undergone millennia of cultivation to strengthen their foundations. Therefore, they could only manage to kill a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master if 2 or 3 of them worked together. There weren't many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the entire Prison Star, but there were still about 20 of them. If Yang Kai could kill all of them, then he was bound to firmly occupy first place in the Tao Theory Assembly. Unfortunately, it was far too troublesome to search for them one by one. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were scattered across the Prison Star, and the area covered by the Prison Star was vast. Under the premise of being suppressed by the Grand Array, he might not find many of them even if he searched nonstop for the next year. Yang Kai gathered his thoughts and turned to look to the side. Gray Bones' heavenly monarch, who had been standing there and watching the fight, had disappeared at some point. Even Bai Mo was gone. It was obvious that they had fled hastily. When he sank into contemplation, "Senior Brother Yang, they escaped in that direction." Lu Jing loudly called out to Yang Kai, while pointing in a certain direction. "They won't be able to escape." Yang Kai broke out into a savage grin. His enormous figure shrank rapidly and returned to his original appearance. Manipulating space principles, he then vanished from the spot. Trying to escape from a person who was proficient in the Tao of space was nothing more than a fool's dream. It didn't matter how capable Gray Bones' heavenly monarch was. As long as the slightest traces remained, he would never escape from Yang Kai's pursuit. In this regard, Yang Kai had absolute confidence. 10,000 kilometers away, Gray Bones' heavenly monarch brought along his one, and only subordinate Bai Mo as he escaped as swiftly as the wind. There was a layer of blood mist around his body, and it was obvious that he had activated some sort of secret technique that had a heavy consumption rate. It seemed he was burning his own blood essence to flee with all his strength. The sight of Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, being killed had frightened him out of his wits. Before today, he could never have imagined that Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, would be so vulnerable. No. It's not that Zhu Xian is incompetent. The strength of that guy from the Dragon Clan is just too tyrannical and outrageous. Despite both parties being in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, was killed effortlessly, completely incapable of fighting back against Yang Kai. Gray Bones' heavenly monarch was on par with Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, in terms of strength. So seeing as Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, was no match for Yang Kai, neither was he. That was why he decided to run away when Yang Kai was distracted. After all, that man was an existence akin to a living nightmare. If he did not flee, Then all that awaited him would be death. Schwa. All of a sudden, his figure that had been speeding forward came to an abrupt stop. Gray Bones' heavenly monarch's expression was extremely solemn as he stared forward, a drop of cold sweat sliding from his forehead to his cheek. Master, by Emo looked at Gray Bones' heavenly monarch hesitantly. Gray Bones' heavenly monarch did not respond. He simply continued to stare hard into the space straight ahead. This place was shrouded in a fog so dense that he could barely see 10 meters in front of him, and even his divine sense was suppressed to the limit. Nevertheless, he could clearly sense that there was an extremely ferocious gaze upon him from up ahead. It felt like an evil dragon was hiding there. How can he be so fast? Huigu was filled with disbelief. He had fled with all his might. So how could that monster have gotten ahead of him? Realization seemed to hit by Mo at that moment. Although he could not see anything ahead, it did not stop him from inferring something from the expression on Gray Bones' heavenly monarch's face. A hint of panic filled his expression, but that panic soon turned into determination. His power surged with a loud roar. Master, go. I'll stop him for you. You have to remember to avenge me. Master. After shouting those words, he charged straight ahead. 2 bright crimson rays of light shone from within the fog, like 2 red lanterns in the dark night. Pa. A thud was accompanied by a miserable scream. By Mo was mid-charge when he was slapped to the ground by a palm that seemingly stretched out of nowhere, his life or death uncertain. Foolish loyalty. The 2 crimson rays of light swayed and slowly loomed closer. Then, the figure of that dragon clan member gradually entered Gray Bones' heavenly monarch's vision. Gray Bones' heavenly monarch glanced towards Mo and discovered that the latter had simply been smacked to the ground, and he was in no life-threatening danger. Only then did Huigu look back at Yang Kai, who was approaching him 1 step at a time, and solemnly asked, "Are you going to kill me?" Yang Kai stopped and stood 30 meters away from Gray Bones' heavenly monarch. Tilting his head to the side, he said lightly, "That will depend on whether you wish to live or die." What if I choose to live? Gray Bones' heavenly monarch asked, who would willingly choose to die if the option to live existed. Unfortunately, he did not have the confidence to defeat such a terrifying opponent. If it came down to a fight, the fate that awaited him would be no different from what happened to Giant Clam, heavenly monarch. Pa, an ancient book was thrown at his feet. Use your blood essence to write down your name. Then you can live. This is... Huigu frowned deeply and picked up the ancient book. Flipping through it, he saw that each page contained the name of a different person written in blood. There were 6 people whose names were written in total, while the book itself had 9 pages in all. Seeing as there were 6 people's names written in the book so far, there were only 3 pages left blank. The first 3 names were nothing special, so Huigu was not too bothered by them. However, the dried bloodstains that made up the last 3 names clearly revealed the residual aura of the 6th order open heaven realm. In other words, the last 3 people who wrote down their names were also in the 6th order like himself. May I ask a question? The 6 people whose names are written in this book, are they still alive? He looked up at Yang Kai. They're alive and well. It's just that the moment you write your name down in that book, your life or death will be under my control. So, it is the loyalty list. A look of understanding flashed through Huigu's eyes. He had a slight guess when he first saw this item, and his conjecture had just been confirmed. Oh, you know about the loyalty list? Yang Kai looked at Gray Bones' heavenly monarch in surprise. It is rumored that an ancient master known as Loyalty Demon refined the skin, flesh, and bones of Sieji to produce this item. I have only heard of it and have never seen it for myself. So, this is what it looks like. Yang Kai grinned. Since you already know about it, Then that saves me the effort of explaining how it works. Choose. Do you submit or meet your death? Gray Bones' heavenly monarch sighed. The winner is the king, and the loser is the villain. Do I really have a choice? While saying so, he decisively turned to the 7th page. He then bit the tip of his tongue and forced out his blood essence before leaving his name on the page. Yang Kai immediately felt a vague connection forming between himself and Gray Bones' heavenly monarch. Thus, he immediately broke out into a big smile. A wise man will submit to the circumstances. A talented person chooses his master. Huigu, you will not regret the decision you made today. Gray Bones' heavenly monarch remained silent. Although he had been captured and thrown into the prison star, he was still free to a certain extent. As a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there was nobody who could force him to submit in this place. At most, there were some who were slightly stronger than him. Now, though, his life lay in the hands of another. This feeling was very difficult to accept in such a short time. By M.O., who had been smacked to the ground earlier, crawled up and ran over to Yang Kai, speaking with a flattering smile. Sir, this one is also willing to write his name down in the book. I will serve you faithfully from now on. His master had been subdued by the other party, so he didn't really have much of a choice. Yang Kai glanced at Bai Mo coldly and put the loyalty list away. You are not qualified. There were only 9 pages in the loyalty list, and he had used up 7 of them. The pages contained the names of Chen Tianfei, He He, Yun Xinghua, Mao, Shi Gengqing, Zhou Ya, and the newly subdued Huigu. Hence, there were only 2 pages left. There was no way Yang Kai was going to waste one of the pages on someone only in the 4th Order. Bai Mo's face paled, and he quickly began to beg for his life. Sir, have mercy. Please have mercy, sir. Gray Bones' heavenly monarch spoke up from the side. Sir, Bai Mo is loyal to me. His cultivation might be on the weaker side, but it is better than nothing. I hope you will show him some mercy. The fundamental essence of the Tao Theory Assembly was to hunt. It did not matter whether it was the criminals on the prison star or the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly. Both parties considered the other's existence to be worth a certain amount of stars. Therefore, Gray Bones' heavenly monarch was worried that Yang Kai might kill Bai Mo for those points. Yang Kai replied lightly, Since you've said as much, then he can continue working by your side. Bai Mo was overjoyed and quickly said, Many thanks, sir. He hurriedly ran to stand beside Gray Bones' heavenly monarch, gazing at Yang Kai with awe. He had watched Giant Clam, heavenly monarch, being killed with his own eyes. For a man who could effortlessly kill such a powerful figure, a 4th Order Open Heaven realm master like himself was probably no different from an ant. Wait here for me, Yang Kai said before he vanished from the spot with a flash. This is... Gray Bones' heavenly monarch's expression suddenly became focused. He carefully perceived his surroundings and exclaimed in understanding, a space secret technique. So, that's how it is. No wonder he was overtaken by the other party. It turned out this extraordinary young man was proficient in the Tao of space. His loss was truly not undeserved. Yang Kai returned to Short while later with Lu Jing, whom he left behind at Zhu Xian's palace earlier. Lu Jing couldn't help feeling shocked to see Gray Bones' heavenly monarch standing there. When he heard how Gray Bones' heavenly monarch addressed Yang Kai, his shock grew even greater. He simply could not understand what had happened during the short time he separated from Yang Kai that could make a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master submit to another one so easily. On the other hand, Bai Mo cheerfully walked over to greet Lu Jing. He probably wanted to create a good relationship with the latter. Sir, where are we going now? Gray Bones' heavenly monarch asked. Yang Kai replied, We'll return to your tree cave. Gray Bones' heavenly monarch's expression scrunched in confusion as he asked, Return to my tree cave? Yang Kai asked, "You've been on the prison star for a long time, right? How many of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters here do you know?" Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, answered, "I know 7 or 8 of them. The rest live too far away, so I don't have much contact with them." Yang Kai nodded. "Send a message to them saying that you and Zhu Xian are discussing countermeasures for the Tao Theory Assembly. Invite them to come over and join you." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4459, Lured into a Trap. "Sir, are you planning to lure them into a trap?" Huigu's expression changed when he realized what Yang Kai planned to do. In the beginning, he had not understood why Yang Kai had let him go free, or why Yang Kai had specially used the loyalty list to subdue him. It had to be said that the power Yang Kai displayed was such that no Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master on the prison star could be his opponent. Furthermore, Huigu's very existence undoubtedly represented a sizable chunk of achievement in his eyes. It was only at this moment that Huigu understood the reason why Yang Kai had subdued him. Yang Kai wanted to use his connections. It's too much trouble to go searching for them one by one. There's nothing more enjoyable than for them to walk to their deaths on their own accord. Yang Kai grinned. "I understand." Huigu lowered his head. "But, sir, the ones that I am acquainted with don't always live in the same place. Some of them like to wander around, while some of them are even more secretive about their whereabouts. I might not be able to get in touch with all of them." "Just do your best," Yang Kai said. If not for this, he would have no reason to subdue Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was worth 5 stars to him after all. It was just that the information in the jade slip given to him by Chu Huashang had mentioned the same thing. Most of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the prison star did not have fixed residences and were extremely difficult to find. As a result, hence, he subdued Huigu as part of his plan to use him to lure the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters into his trap. Huigu immediately began making arrangements. It was not easy to communicate with the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although many of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters occasionally interacted with each other on the prison star, only a few of them could be considered friends. He sent by Mo along with his faith token to some of the places he knew in order to pass the message to those Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, inviting them to his secluded home to discuss countermeasures for the Tao Theory Assembly. By Mo's loyalty to Huigu was unquestionable. He even had the guts to stand up against Yang Kai so that he could create an opportunity for Huigu to escape. For that reason, there was no need to worry about their secrets leaking out if he was the one to handle the communications. Meanwhile, Yang Kai took Lu Jing with him and returned to the forestry cave with Huigu in tow. The forest had been badly burned by the Golden Crow's true fire. Therefore, Huigu needed to fix up the spirit array, lest the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters noticed that something was wrong. On the other hand, Yang Kai cultivated in retreat inside the tree cave while refining Open Heaven pills. After waiting for a few days, the criminals on the prison star began to enter the dense forest in a steady stream, though the ones who came were not just the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. There were also Third Order, Fourth Order, and Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who either came alone or in small groups of 3 to 5. It was thanks to Bai Mo, who loudly announced that his master had joined forces with Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch to resist the participants of the Tao Theory Assembly whenever he came across others while on his way to deliver the original messages. Many of the criminals on the prison star were currently operating without proper leadership, so learning that many foreign Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were going to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly had filled them with apprehension. Hence, They quickly came to join the undertaking upon hearing that two sixth-order heavenly monarchs were willing to lead the fight against the invaders from the various cave heavens and paradises. Unfortunately, their trip here was akin to a journey to the Yellow Springs. Yong Kai didn't even need to lift a finger, as Huigu did all the work for him. Anybody who entered the forest was captured and brought to him alive before they were killed on the spot. It didn't take more than a few days for more stars to appear on Yong Kai's wristband. Moreover, the number of criminals who came to the forest increased as time passed, and his gains increased accordingly. Lu Jing couldn't help feeling envious at the sight. Right now, Yong Kai simply needed to sit on his hands and do nothing for the criminals to voluntarily arrive here and become part of his achievements. It was easy and convenient. Even so, Lu Jing knew that there was nothing to be envious of. The only reason Yong Kai could harvest such gains so easily was thanks to his overwhelming strength. Without that strength backing him up, everything was just empty talk. Half a month later, as many as 15 stars had lit up on the golden wristband. Excluding the 5 stars contributed by Zhu Xian, the rest were obtained by killing criminals below the 6th order. It had only been less than a month since the Tao Theory Assembly began, but Yong Kai had already obtained such astounding results. Lu Jing simply could not imagine who else could compete with Yong Kai at this rate. Even if the other participants sought out and killed criminals without pause, they still would not be as fast as Yong Kai. This was all thanks to the huge effect of subduing Gray Bones' heavenly monarch, compared to killing him directly. It was undoubtedly more beneficial to make use of his connections and reputation. On this day, Yong Kai was refining open heaven pills inside the tree cave while Lu Jing quietly sat to the side. All of a sudden, they heard a loud roar coming from the outside. Huigu, Zhu Xian, this monarch is here. Why haven't you come out to greet me? Yong Kai slowly opened his eyes glinting with anticipation. A big fish finally took the bait. Gray Bones' heavenly monarch's figure appeared inside the tree cave and cupped his fist. Sir! I know. Yong Kai stood up slowly. Who is here? How strong is he? Huigu replied, the one who came is Shen Luo, also known as Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch. In terms of cultivation, he is a little weaker than me and Zhu Xian, but not by much. Of course, he could never compare with you, sir. Those words were not flattery. Having seen Yong Kai's true strength, Huigu truly believed that nobody in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm could match up to Yong Kai. Only those in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm could suppress his monstrous strength. But Shen Luo did not come alone. He brought many subordinates with him. There was a spirit array set up in this forest, which allowed him to observe the situation as long as another person entered its range. That's perfect. Yong Kai licked his lips and got to his feet. I'll leave the small fries to you. Shen Luo is mine. Yes, Huigu replied grimly. Inside the grand array, the tall and bulky Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch shouted impatiently, Huigu, Zhu Xian, are you all deaf? This monarch came here on your invitation to discuss important matters. Why are you avoiding me? What's the meaning of this? A 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master beside Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch furrowed his eyebrows deeply before whispering softly with a vigilant look on his face, Sir, be careful. Something seems to be wrong here. Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch frowned at those words. He had not paid much attention earlier. After all, Huigu and Zhu Xian were gathered here. Who would dare to be so blind as to cause trouble with 2 6th Order Masters watching? Nevertheless, he immediately noticed that something was indeed wrong after being warned by his subordinate. This place seemed to be a little too quiet. It wouldn't have been strange if it was just Huigu, as he didn't have many subordinates in the first place. His only aide was by Mo, who was out delivering the messages. However, Zhu Xian had quite a few subordinates under him. Why is there nobody around? Just as that thought crossed Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch's mind, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him with a whooshing sound. He looked up and frowned before interrogating. Huigu, what the hell are you doing? Who is this guy? Where is Zhu Xian? The unfamiliar young man looked down at him condescendingly. Those eyes contained an intriguing look that revealed a strong sense of aggression, which made Shen Luo feel very uncomfortable. Huigu only said lightly, sorry. What? Spirit Collector, Heavenly Monarch was puzzled. Yang Kai grinned at Shen Luo and answered, Zhu Xian is dead, but don't worry, I'll send you to meet him soon. Saying so, he suddenly appeared in front of Spirit Collector, Heavenly Monarch. They were so close that he was practically touching the Spirit Collector, Heavenly Monarch's face. Shocked, Shen Luo punched out on instinct. All the strength in his body was condensed in his fist, and the world force of a sixth-order open heaven realm master erupted out. Yang Kai also punched out in defense. There was a loud explosion. Following the shock waves of world force, Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch felt as though a storm had blasted through his small universe, causing it to rock and tumble uncontrollably, while his entire being was violently thrown out. Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. His expression changed drastically. Are you from the cave heavens and paradises? There were only 20 or so Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the prison star, and all of them at least knew each other, even if there was no friendship between them. However, Shen Luo had never seen this young man in front of him before. There was only one explanation for the current situation. This young man was not one of the criminals from the prison star, but one of the participants from the cave heavens and paradises. Huigu, how dare you collude with the cave heavens and paradises to destroy us? Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch roared, furiously. Huigu lowered his eyes. I had no choice. Shen Luo, it's every man for himself. Yang Kai laughed. Forget that nonsense. Eat my fist. Another punch blasted out, causing Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch to stagger backwards. After exchanging just 2 blows, he had gotten a rough estimate of Yang Kai's heritage. The world force of the other party's small universe was much stronger than his own. Didn't they say that all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the Tao Theory Assembly are newly advanced with less than 100 years of experience? How can a newly advanced brat have such overwhelming strength? Just where did this shitty piece of information come from? While those thoughts ran through his mind, a barrage of fist shadows entered his vision. Shen Luo did not dare to underestimate these attacks and could only defend himself desperately. Hong, hong, hong. Explosions burst out one after another, and his figure was steadily forced backwards. He was suppressed so badly that he could only defend himself without any ability to counterattack. When he turned to look at the side, he saw that the subordinates he brought with him were being indiscriminately bombarded with attacks from Huigu. Although some of his subordinates were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, it was impossible for them to resist against an established Sixth Order master. It was only a matter of time before they lost the battle and died. I can't continue staying in this treacherous place. Once Huigu frees up his hands, he will surely join together with this young man. I might not escape alive if it turns into a 2-on-1 battle. Spirit Collector, Heavenly Monarch, frantically punched out as soon as that thought crossed his mind. Ignoring the lives of his subordinates, he forced Yang Kai back before turning to flee. Trying to run? Yang Kai shouted, and space principles fluctuated madly, turning the surrounding space viscous. At the same time, he activated near-distant horizon, and the space around Shen Luo stretched out infinitely. They were both Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch would not be completely suppressed by Yang Kai's space techniques, but even so, his speed was greatly affected. An overwhelming sense of crisis loomed over Shen Luo from behind, and with no other choice, he could only turn around to defend himself. A series of explosions rang out again, as Shunluo felt a heavy blow striking his small universe world with every clash. The impact made all the vitality in his body roil violently, and he felt dizzy as a result. When another punch was thrown at him, he pulled back and hurriedly retreated. He looked down and saw that all the bones in his fists were showing in a bloody mess. Moreover, he could not suppress the uncontrollable trembling in his arms. On the opposite side, the young man looked at Spirit Collector, Heavenly Monarch, calmly. His leisurely manner seemed to indicate that he had not even used his full strength yet. Spirit Collector, Heavenly Monarch felt his heart sinking at the sight. He had a vague feeling in his heart that things would end badly for him today. If that's all the strength you have, then please die. While Yong-kai was speaking, he reached out and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear into his grip. Lifting his spear, he thrust it out wildly. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4460, Fishing. By the time Huigu finished dealing with the subordinates that Shunluo brought and looked up, he saw that the latter was in critical danger. Spear shadows filled the sky and transformed into a violent storm that enveloped Shunluo from above. Moreover, his body was covered in wounds of all shapes and sizes that were bleeding profusely. Huigu's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he had already seen Yong-kai killing another sixth-order heavenly monarch before, witnessing the same scene all over again still gave him a huge shock. It had to be said that sixth-order open heaven realm masters were only one step away from entering the high-rank open heaven realm. They were considered extremely powerful existences across the entire 3,000 worlds. They could even serve as outer elders in the cave heavens and paradises. Even so, such masters seemed completely helpless in front of Yong-kai. Shunluo was not weak, only slightly weaker than Zhu Xian. However, even Zhu Xian was not Yong-kai's opponent, so how could Shunluo possibly defeat Yong-kai? Knowing that it was time to show his value, Huigu did not hesitate. He joined the battle with a flash of his figure and cooperated with Yong-kai to besiege Shunluo. Shunluo's complexion immediately turned ashen. He was already in a life-threatening predicament just facing Yong-kai, and it was only a matter of time before he lost the battle, and subsequently his life. Now that Huigu had joined in, his situation was becoming worse and worse. Damn you, Huigu! The entire process only took about a quarter hour in total. Following Yong-kai's furious roar, the Azure Dragon Spear stabbed into Shunluo's head and caused it to explode. Fresh blood and brains splattered everywhere, and a new headless corpse twitched violently before falling straight down. A black light rushed out from Shunluo's wrist and plunged into Yong-kai's golden wristband. 5 new stars lit up instantly as Yong-kai looked down at his achievements and nodded in satisfaction. Standing in front of Shunluo's corpse, Huigu stared at it silently with extremely complicated feelings. At this moment, he felt a little shaken. He was starting to doubt his own years of perseverance and cultivation. The subordinates that Shunluo brought had not been killed, as Huigu had simply captured them alive and imprisoned them nearby. Yong-kai walked over and killed each person with a stab of his spear, gaining more achievements as a result. In this way, as many as 24 stars lit up the golden wristband. Clean up. I'm going back into retreat. Yong-kai instructed as he put his spear away and returned to the tree cave. Huigu silently cleaned up the battlefield. All traces of the battle here had to be removed completely, lest the next group of victims notice any clues that something was wrong. There was also the spirit array in the forest that needed to be repaired. Lu Jing ran over to help. Fighting was not his forte, but something as trivial as this was well within his means. Over the next 2 months, Yong-kai continued to linger in the tree cave. He refined open heaven pills to enhance the heritage of his small universe while waiting for more fish to take the bait. During this time, Another 3 big fish were lured into the trap. These groups were all led by sixth-order open heaven realm masters, and every one of them gave Yang Kai a bountiful harvest. In addition, there were many small fish that came too. At this point, Huigu's forest home had become a bottomless pit where not the slightest trickle would leak out despite how many people were devoured. At this point, though, fewer and fewer people appeared in the forest. It was hard to say whether the strangeness in this place had finally been detected and people were becoming wary, or whether MO failed to contact more criminals to lure in. In any case, Yang Kai was feeling pretty good about his situation. The Tao Theory Assembly was said to be held over a 1-year period, and while only 3 months had passed so far, he had already obtained nearly 60 stars. Among these 60 stars, 5 sixth-order open heaven realm masters had contributed a total of 25. The rest of the stars were obtained from slaughtering those below the 6th order. Even Lu Jing had managed to mooch off some of the achievements, filling up 2 stars on his golden wristband. There were no more than 20 or so 6th-order open heaven realm masters throughout the entire prison star, but Yang Kai alone had annihilated 5 of them. It was an absolutely horrifying number. With such achievements, he was certain that nobody else could defeat him. It had to be said that 60 stars were equivalent to the lives of 65th-order open heaven realm masters, or 12 6th-order open heaven realm masters. Regardless of how hard the others tried, it was practically impossible for them to obtain greater achievements than him. Be that as it may, one should always take precautions against all possibilities. Yang Kai had made such a bold declaration in front of Su Linggong, so he could not afford to lose the Tao Theory Assembly. He secretly decided to wait in this place for another 2 months, and if no more big fish fell for the bait, then he would take the initiative to attack instead. As time passed, the criminals who came to the dense forest steadily dwindled in numbers. On a certain day, Yang Kai and the 2 others were cultivating in retreat inside the secluded home when Huigu suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed to have sensed something and cast a secret technique to investigate the situation. Then he raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Sir, somebody is here." Somebody finally came. Yang Kai opened his eyes and cracked his neck to the side. Over the past half-month, not even small fish had shown up. He was so bored that he was about to start growing mushrooms. Therefore, he immediately became spirited when he heard that somebody had arrived. He turned to the side and asked, "How many people are there?" "There's only 1 person." Huigu's expression was a little strange. Moreover, what? "Sir, are women allowed to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly? Was it the Tao Theory Assembly for Enyang Cave Heaven to choose a husband for one of its core female disciples?" A woman. Yang Kai was astonished, but he immediately recalled something. Standing up, he strode out of the tree cave, and it didn't take long before he appeared in front of that person. With a big laugh, he called out, "Junior Sister Gu, what are you doing here?" Not far away, a petite figure holding a paintbrush in her hand was studying her surroundings vigilantly. When Gu Pan turned to look at him, she immediately looked stunned. "Senior Brother Yang, why are you here?" Then she glanced at Greybone's heavenly monarch standing beside him, and her expression became even more confused than before. "It's a long story. Why don't you come inside first?" Yang Kai beckoned to her. He had a vague guess when he heard Huigu saying that their visitor was a woman. After all, Gu Pan was the only woman who joined the Tao Theory Assembly. Sure enough, it turned out to be her when Yang Kai came out to check on the situation. A short while later, both host and guests were seated. Huigu served them some tea before taking a seat behind Yang Kai, and next to Lu Jing, his demeanor completely subservient. Yang Kai then briefly explained Huigu's identity. Gu Pan nodded. "You made a wise move. Heavenly Monarch, If Senior Brother Yang can take the top spot in the assembly, he might be able to make a request to Inyang Cave Heaven and bring you out of the prison star. Huigu became excited when he heard those words. Really? He had originally been forced to sign the loyalty list. Thus, he surrendered himself to Yang Kai without thinking too much into the matter. Nevertheless, a great hope suddenly blazed in his heart upon hearing what Gu Pan just said. If he could leave the prison star, this miserable and barren land, then it would indeed be a wise move to submit to Yang Kai. I'll do my best. I cannot say whether Inyang Cave Heaven will agree to my request. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Huigu is restricted by the loyalty list, so there is no need to worry about being betrayed by him. It should not be a problem if I discuss this matter with Su Linggong when the time comes. Many thanks, sir. It's enough as long as you have the intent, Huigu said excitedly. Gu Pan said, Senior Brother Yang, your current achievements should be enough to put you way ahead of everybody else. As long as you can keep up your current rate of progress, it will not be difficult for you to win. The densely packed stars on Yang Kai's golden wristband were visible at a glance. Hence, she had noticed it as soon as she arrived. Junior sister, your harvest isn't bad either. Yang Kai glanced at her fair wrist and smiled slightly. Needless to say, her achievements could not compare to his, but even so, Gu Pan had obtained about a dozen stars of her own. These stars probably came from slaughtering criminals below the sixth order open heaven realm. Based on her situation, the others were probably in a similar situation. Why did you come here, junior sister? Yang Kai asked, changing the subject. Gu Pan replied, I overheard some of the criminals saying that something was strange about this place. Many sixth order open heaven realm masters had entered this forest only to disappear without a trace. So, I came to investigate the situation. I didn't expect you to be here, Senior Brother Yang. It would now seem that all the sixth order criminals who entered this place and vanished without a trace had been reduced to the stars on his wrist. Oh, has the news spread out that far? Yang Kai raised his brow upon hearing this. It was no wonder nobody came here recently. His actions must have been too glaring, which caused the criminals outside to become wary of this place. Thinking so, Yang Kai realized he couldn't just sit around here anymore. The fish had been alerted to what's going on, so there would be no more harvest. If he wanted more stars, he had to stop being passive and start attacking. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai asked Gu Pan about Zhang Ruoxi. He had not seen her ever since the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He learned from Gu Pan that the elders of Langya Paradise had taken their disciples back to the sect after the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. In addition, Zhang Ruoxi was accepted by one of the outer elders as a disciple, and she was currently training hard to prepare for her future breakthrough to the open heaven realm. Upon learning that Zhang Ruoxi was doing well, Yang Kai felt very relieved. She would not suffer any grievances with Gu Pan taking care of her in Langya Paradise. Furthermore, Langya Paradise was one of the 72 paradises with a strong heritage. The fact that Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor was a Langya Paradise disciple also gave her a sense of belonging there, so staying was not a bad choice for her. Yang Kai then chatted with Gu Pan for a little longer before she left. The reason Gu Pan participated in the Tao Theory Assembly was not to win a bride, but rather because she was the only sixth order open heaven realm master that Langya Paradise brought along on this trip. With no other choice, she participated as a way to train herself. Yang Kai did not stop her from leaving. Since she was here for training, then it would be better for her to travel alone. Besides, she was a Langya Paradise disciple, so her methods and cultivation were both extraordinary. Even if she encountered an enemy in the sixth order open heaven realm on the prison star, she would have no trouble escaping even if she couldn't defeat her opponent. Her life would be in no danger in this place. When he saw her off outside the dense forest, she suddenly looked back and said, Good luck, senior brother. He nodded. Be careful. She nodded. You too, senior brother. The criminals on the prison star are heinous people. Every one of them has blood on their hands. Don't trust them too much. He knew that she was warning him to be careful of Huigu. Unfortunately, it was inconvenient for him to explain. So he just smiled in response, I know. Also, I've heard rumors that the criminals on the prison star have recently established a force called Prison League. Most of the criminals have joined Prison League to hunt and kill the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly. Many people have already died at their hands. So don't be careless if you meet them, senior brother. There are many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Prison League, and they are not people who newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like us can resist. Prison League. Yong Kai raised his brow, the news immediately piquing his interest. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.